Are you ready to take your streaming or media creation career to the next level? Are you new to streaming, or are you looking to work out the kinks of your OBS Studio setup? You've come to the right place. I'm EposVox, here to make tech easier and more fun. And today we begin my new OBS Studio tutorial course for 2017. I've previously made quite a few videos on OBS for past versions, but things have updated and changed quite enough in recent years that I felt it was time to create a new, updated, and more in-depth, polished series of videos covering how to set up, optimize, and use OBS Studio for recording, videos, podcasts, or creating dynamic and engaging live streams. I truly believe that this is the best and most in-depth OBS tutorial course available online, and I hope you enjoy it. This is my master class, so to speak, for OBS Studio. I've spent basically all of 2017 researching, scripting, revising, shooting, and producing this course, and I'm quite proud of what it has become. This should be a fantastic all-in-one reference guide for the software. I think it'll pair greatly with it, and then I can just release minimal updates when new features roll out. This course is big, as you can probably tell by the runtime of the video, roughly 8 or so hours by my current pre-production estimate. The course is broken up to 7-ish sections, starting with the basics of OBS, then scene and source management, audio settings and configurations, recording settings and optimization, live streaming settings and optimization, visual tips and hardware advice, and some advanced configurations and meta discussions. In the video description will primarily be a link to a Google Doc. This Google Doc will contain a full reference guide for the course, time codes for the different sections, reference links to external resources, other videos, downloadable files, and so on. This will be your best friend throughout the course, so go ahead and save a copy to your Google Drive if you haven't already. With that in mind, in most of the course I reference links in the video description. If you don't see them, they'll be in the doc. YouTube only gives me so much space for text below a video, and I can only have 5 of the little card icon links per video despite how long it is, so they'll be in there. This course will primarily focus on the Windows version of OBS Studio. I have some minor points that reference differences with macOS and Linux setups, but I cannot currently go in depth with those versions at this time. Also, this video is available in a full 4K ultra high definition 60 frames per second format. This will give you not only the best, visual quality, but the best clarity for viewing text and settings menus. I realize that this may be difficult for some to buffer on YouTube. Unfortunately, I don't have an easy way to host alternate versions of the files, but I will have a Google form in the video description where if you want to send over $5 over on PayPal, I can send a full course file compilation with different resolution versions of the file for you to download, all of the reference downloads, as well as a PDF copy of the reference guide, just in case that's a route you might want to go down. Also, I will be releasing different segments of this course through the next few months on the channel with bits and pieces cut out as excerpts, and they won't include the full course content. There's extra stuff in this big master course that aren't in the videos, but that's another way to consume it on a more, case-by-case level. Lastly, I do want to disclose that this course is sponsored in part by Elgato Gaming. I will have spots in specific sections for some of their products, but I will also reference their products throughout the actual educational content of the course. Elgato merely pays for the ad spots, not to be featured in the course, and everything said therein is my own thoughts and wording, but I need to disclose that to you so that you know. Ready to go? Got the course guide open so we can check time codes? We're going to start with the basics of setting up OBS and work up to multicasting, dynamic streaming setups, audio configurations and complex audio hardware, recording separate gameplay and webcam canvases entirely, using OBS without a capture card, and much, much more. Let's jump in. The Elgato Cam Link takes your mirrorless DSLR, GoPro, or camcorder and turns it into a higher quality face cam than any webcam could ever provide, without the hassle and headache of normal USB webcam drivers or their terrible settings configuration. Get an uncompressed, low latency 1080p 60 signal from your camera straight to your stream with this little device right here. Buy one via the link in the video description. Now that we have introductions out of the way, let's quickly run through the basics of setting up and using OBS Studio. Then we'll start diving in on some neat stuff. Before we can jump into the crazy advanced settings and configurations of the software, you really need to take some time and get familiar with the UI or user interface of Open Broadcaster software. Anytime I say this, many just roll their eyes. They think they can just follow along with the tutorials without knowing the UI. And then they end up being lost, and they end up being the ones to post in the comments asking where I found this setting or that setting. The UI doesn't change drastically across updates, so even if the software does update, this guide will be pretty relevant in the future. Let's take a look at OBS Studio's UI and where you can find the various settings. The main OBS window consists of the stream preview, scenes and sources lists, audio mixer, transition controls, and your start and stop buttons. As with every software ever, the top bar of menus contains access to literally everything you need from the program, either at the top of your window on Windows or in your system title bar on Mac or Linux if you have the program maximized. These menus include the obvious File, Edit, View, Tools, Help menus, but also provide profile and scene collection menus, which are super important if you use OBS for multiple different scenarios, such as recording, streaming, and podcasting. The bottom bar features your recording and streaming timers, a current frame rate indicator, and a CPU usage indicator. This is super useful for checking your stream bandwidth health, recording time, and overall system performance. If your CPU load is high, you may need to lower your settings. Typically, the stream preview only has a single video window, which just shows your active stream view. However, if you click the Studio Mode button on the right, you then have two previews, with transition controls between them. The preview on the right is the active stream preview that your live viewers or recording file sees. The preview over on the left is whichever scene you select. This is handy for editing scenes on the fly or prepping scenes before you switch. I'll cover this more in depth in a future video. You can use the controls in the menu to set up transition options or transition between your scenes. The Scenes and Sources section is for changing what viewers actually see. Sources are your individual on-stream elements, such as a video source like a capture card or a webcam, a still image overlay, browser sources for stream alerts, and so on. Scenes are groupings of different sources for different points of your stream. For example, you can set up a scene of a full-screen webcam view of when you're just talking to your audience, like I am right now, a scene for gameplay footage and face cam in the corner, a scene with just gameplay, a still image scene with an image saying BRB when you need to run to the bathroom, and so on. You will be using this a ton, so it's worth testing out all of the options here. The audio mixer is super important too. This is where you balance your different audio sources, such as your microphone, game sound, extra inputs, and so on. The audio levels are typically green, but if you hit 0 dB and clip or peak, they turn red. You never want this to happen and need to avoid it by having things around the -10 dB or so range. This isn't really indicated properly on screen, but aim for your levels to only hit here at the highest point, The most commonly overlooked part of the mixer is the channel assignments. You see, OBS Studio allows you to record multiple audio tracks to a file, and then you can balance them in editing. By clicking the gear icon next to each audio source in the mixer and hitting Advanced Audio Properties, or going to Edit Advanced Audio Properties, you can change which channel is assigned to each audio source and where each one goes. Most people miss this, and by default, all sources go to all tracks. If you don't separate out your tracks, all of your different tracks will sound the same. They will have the same devices, all of them mixed together.
Again, all of this is covered later on in the course, so don't get too wrapped up right now. Just know that this is where you go to find these settings.
Check out the Settings menu. Click Settings in the lower right. The General tab includes system-wide and user interface settings. This includes a dark theme, a more colorful dark theme called Rachni, an option to automatically start recording when you hit Start Streaming, setting up projectors to have a full-screen stream view on a secondary monitor, and so on. The Stream tab is for choosing your streaming service and adding your login info. The Output tab is for configuring your streaming and recording settings. Here you can adjust your codecs, bitrates, and scaled resolutions for your audio, streams, and recordings. By default, this shows a simple mode, but most of this course will involve the advanced mode, selected by the top drop-down menu. The simple mode just isn't super useful for most people. The Audio tab is for setting up your audio devices, such as microphones, headphones, and so on, as well as enabling push-to-talk keys. The Video tab is for setting up your resolution, frame rate, and scaling settings on a global level. the dimensions of your video, basically. The Hotkeys tab allows you to set up handy hotkeys for quickly switching scenes, sources, and starting or stopping recording or streaming. The Advanced tab contains a few fun, high-level settings to configure your stream. These can be useful for changing processor priority to reduce impact on your processor, set up faster streaming, stream delays, and so on. If you don't like where things are on the main menu, change it. As of version 20.0, OBS Studio allows you to move the UI modules around by going to View, Docs, and then unchecking Lock UI. Then you can drag the modules around as desired. I cover this more in depth in my OBS Studio Update 20 walkthrough video, linked in the video description and in the course playlist. That was a lot. There's a lot of settings in OBS Studio, and the wonderful dev team is always adding more. But by learning the sections of settings well, you'll always be able to make adjustments or fixes to your stream config and get it working for you. During the creation of this educational course, the OBS team released a big 19.0 update, and later a 20.0 update, adding in some great features and fixes to the software. One such feature is the new Auto Configuration wizard, which allows you to easily get running with optimized stream settings without having to learn the software in and out. They're trying to put me out of a job. So if you've been looking for "here's the easy way to do it" video from this course, you're in the right place. To access OBS Studio's Auto Configuration wizard, click the Tools menu at the top and select it. Let's walk through the different scenarios provided. Please keep in mind that at the time of recording, this tool is currently in beta and may receive updates over time, but the same general principles will still apply. First, you have the choice for optimizing for recording only or optimizing for streaming with the ability to record. Let's walk through both, starting with streaming. This first option is for if you planned on streaming to Twitch, YouTube, Mixer, Beam, and so on, but might also want to record a local copy of your streams for highlights or montages. Click Next. For video settings, you get to choose your resolution and frame rate. Do note that this doesn't necessarily mean the resolution of your stream or recorded file, but just more what resolution your games run at. Typically, this will be 1920 by 1080. For FPS, you have a couple options. You can choose a hard selection of 30, 60, 24, and so on, but you can also choose to either prefer 60 FPS over a higher resolution, or to prefer the higher resolution over a higher frame rate. So you need to choose whether you want the smoothest possible video, or the most detailed and high resolution video. Typically, you want to choose the either 60 or 30, but prefer 60 when possible option. Next, you will want to input your stream information. For example, we'll be streaming to Twitch, but you have a multitude of streaming platforms to choose from, or input your own server info. You can find your stream key under Settings in your Twitch dashboard. For YouTube, the key is located in your live stream settings for either a live event or for the Stream Now tool. Never show this key to anyone, or else they will be able to stream to your channel. If someone happens to be able to see the key for some reason, reset it immediately. Copy and paste your stream key into the box. Choose your region. Here you also have a checkbox labeled Prefer Hardware Encoding. I have covered hardware encoding in previous videos, but in a nutshell, it just uses your graphics card's extra processing power to encode the video to keep your normal CPU processor from having to do so much work for that video process. This can perform a lot better, but also doesn't look as good, at least for live streams. It looks fine for recordings. You need a dedicated Nvidia or AMD graphics card from recent years to use hardware encoding. You can check it if you want. If it's not available in your system, it just won't use it. Click Next. If you left the box about performing a bandwidth estimation test checked in the last screen, the tool will now ping local servers to choose the best for your streaming platform. Give this a few minutes. Either way, this will also test your system's performance to determine the best possible resolution, quality, frame rate, bit rate, and so on to use for your streaming experience. You can review these changes when it's done and hit Apply Settings to use the new settings within your profile. And that's it for streaming. Run some test streams and make sure that all is working, and you should be good to go. If you do want to record your stream VODs, I do recommend making a couple of quick changes. Click Settings and go to Output. Here, I recommend changing recording format to MKV. You can use MP4, it's the most compatible format, but it's prone to corruption. If you use MKV, the files will stay intact and not get corrupted if your session crashes, but you still get to use multiple audio tracks. The default selected FLV cannot record multiple audio tracks. Then, once you've finished recording, you can go to File, Remux Recording, and convert that MKV back to an MP4 for editing if needed. I have a separate video on this process if you need it. I also recommend changing the recording path to a secondary hard drive on your system. I have a couple videos dedicated to why you should do this and the choices involved, which you can check out in the description below as well. Next, let's run through the configuration wizard for recording. You can only do this once. A second time will replace your original settings. So if you want different settings for recording one day and streaming another, you need to use multiple profiles. Go to Profile, New, and give it a name if you want to make a separate recording profile. This is for higher quality recordings, whereas the streaming profile just records an exact copy of what you streamed. Again, go to Tools and click on the Auto Configuration Wizard. This time, click Optimize just for recording, I will not be streaming, and click Next. For video settings, you have the same options as before. You get to choose your resolution and frame rate. Do note that this doesn't necessarily mean the resolution that you're recording to, but more what resolution your game's at. Typically this is 1080p, 1920 by 1080. For FPS, you have a couple options. You can choose a hard selection of 24, 30, 60, and so on, but you can also choose to either prefer 60 FPS over a higher resolution, or to prefer the higher resolution over a higher frame rate. So you need to choose whether you want the smoothest possible video or the most detailed and high resolution video. While typically you would want to choose the either 60 or 30 but prefer 60 when possible option for streaming, for recording you might want to choose the either 60 or 30 but prefer high resolution option instead. This will prioritize 1080p over 60 FPS. Up to you though. Click Next. The tool will now run a system test to determine the best recording settings for you. You can review them and click Apply Settings to begin using them. Once again, I do recommend making a couple of quick changes. Click Settings and go to Output. Here I recommend changing recording format to MKV. You can use MP4, it is the most compatible format, but it is prone to corruption. If you use MKV, the files will stay intact regardless of computer or software crashes and not get corrupted, if that happens. But if you still get to use multiple audio tracks here, whereas the default selected FLV file cannot record multiple audio tracks. Then, once you've finished recording, you can go to File, Remux Recordings, and switch it back to an MP4 with all the audio tracks intact and not have to worry about it. It's kinda nice. I also recommend changing the recording path to a secondary drive in your system. I have a couple videos explaining why you would want to do this and the choices involved. You can check that on the description below. But that is it. The Auto Configuration Wizard makes setting up your OBS Studio settings much easier. Hopefully this helps you go through the process.
Those were the basics of OBS. Easy peasy, right? Now we can dive into profiles, scenes and sources, and scene collections and some neat stuff you can do with them. Right after a word about one of our sponsors for this course.
You may proceed.
They're behind us. Who? They have an Orisa. Orisa? Where? Don't go around the corner. Huh? You better don't. I just see a rock. Oh. Cool. Dude, will you just get a mod mic already? It attaches to any headphone so you can use that good pair that you like, but I'll actually be able to understand your call out. It also has a mute switch so that I don't hear all those darn conversations with your grandma. We gotta get serious if we're gonna get out of Plaid. Yeah, just order one tonight. Head on over to antlineaudio.com to learn more and check it out. Now that we know how the UI in OBS Studio works, it's time to take a dive into profiles and scene collections and discuss how you might utilize these to really get the most out of the software. We're focusing on two specific parts of the OBS Studio software today, two important groupings that work together to vastly expand what you can do with the streaming software. In a nutshell, profiles are different settings presets that you create. These affect your streaming and recording settings, bit rates, resolutions, etc. Scene collections are saved groupings of your scenes and sources, including audio devices. Let's start with profiles. Profiles are the simpler grouping. By creating and naming profiles, you can manage many different groups of streaming and recording settings for different use cases. This is super handy if you do a lot of different forms of streaming and recording. I have a ton of profiles, as I use OBS for just about everything these days. For example, I have different profiles for streaming to Twitch, streaming to Restream for going to Twitch and YouTube at the same time, direct recording to disk in the highest possible quality from consoles, recording my tutorials, webcam recording settings, and so on. By clicking the Profile menu, you have the ability to make a new profile, duplicate an existing profile, rename profiles, and remove profiles, and import and export them. Making a new profile starts with a completely blank slate and empty settings. If you want to make slight variations of existing profiles, such as to make a separate but similar profile for streaming to Twitch and YouTube, or so on, then you can make the profile once, duplicate the profile, and give it a new name. Then make the required tweaks for the different platforms. Exporting your profiles to a folder is a good idea for keeping them backed up. If you need to reinstall your operating system, or you somehow corrupt your OBS Studio installation, or if you want to replicate your settings to another PC, using the import-export tool is super handy and can save you a lot of frustration. I keep my most important profiles backed up to just an OBS Profiles folder in my Documents folder. Just remember to make new exports whenever you make major changes to your profiles. My Twitch profile has a base resolution of 1080p, streams to 720p at 5.7 megabits per second, and records at 1080p at 30 megabits per second. My editing tutorials profile, however, is set up to record a full 4K 60 FPS desktop capture in lossless quality using the Nvidia encoder. And my webcam profile takes my Logitech Brio webcam at 1080p 60 FPS and records it to disk. I have many more, but these are some of the various use cases that different profiles are critical for. Profiles affect just about everything in the settings, but they do not affect your audio devices, your microphone inputs, your desktop speaker outputs, and so on. That can be easy to confuse, so you usually want a specific scene collection for each profile. Speaking of which, next is Scene Collections. The Scene Collections menu has the same options as the Profile menu for duplicating, exporting, making new collections, and so on. Where the profiles affect your settings, Scene Collections affect your scenes, sources, and audio devices. Usually, you want specific scene collections to go with your various profiles. I usually name them the same thing to keep it simple, i.e. my Twitch scene collection matches up with my Twitch and Restream profiles. It's also worth noting that your video resolution is still controlled by the profile, so a scene collection of 1080p sources made to run at full 1080p will not look right with a 720p profile. That being said, different scene collections for controlling video devices differently can be super helpful for managing complex setups with multiple monitors, input devices, and so on. And as with profiles, you can export your scene collections for backup. This is more useful for backup than transferring to other PCs like with profiles, since video devices will show up quite differently across different PCs. Just worth considering. All of my scene collections match up to my profiles. My Twitch scene collection contains the graphics overlays, capture card inputs, and audio mixing for my Twitch live streams. My tutorial recording scene collection contains the desktop capture modes for my 3 monitors, along with a scene switcher config for recording tutorials. My webcam scene collection contains full-size scenes for my webcams. Pretty straightforward. And that's it. Different customizable profiles and scene collections are part of what makes OBS Studio a very complex and capable streaming and recording software. I now use it for virtually all of my recording and streaming needs. Throughout all of these OBS Studio videos, 2 things you'll probably hear referred to most are scenes and sources. It's probably a good idea to make sure you know what the heck I'm talking about then, right? Scenes and sources go hand in hand and are essential to setting up a recording or live stream with OBS Studio. Sources are your, well, sources of data for your stream. Video input devices such as webcams and capture cards, desktop monitor captures, game inputs, microphones, images, website overlays, and so on. There are many different source types available. It's a good idea to familiarize yourself with the options available to you. Audio input and output capture allows you to add specific audio devices to specific scenes that you don't want to be globally available. Typically, you'd add your input and output devices in the audio settings in OBS, but sometimes you want specific things to be added only within certain scenes, such as adding a music track to a BRB scene or something like that. I have a virtual audio device set up thanks to XSplit, ironically, which is always playing a music playlist for my stream. I have that device added only to my stream is starting soon, be right back, and stream is now offline scenes. This way, while in those transition scenes, my stream-friendly music is playing, but during actual stream time, the music isn't heard. This makes it so that I don't have to listen to the music either. I use VLC to play back the music to that specific audio device. A browser source is a super fun one for live streaming. In classic OBS, you needed a plugin for this functionality, but it's now built in to OBS Studio. The power of open source development. This is what streamers use to get their follower alerts and other pop-up elements on their streams. By adding a browser source, you can input the URL of the website. This is fine and dandy to showcase a normal website, sure, but it can also be used to automatically chroma key out alert boxes from services such as Streamlabs or TipeeeStream. Set a resolution and a frame rate appropriate for your stream settings, and whammo! Stream alerts overlaid onto your video. TipeeeStream has a very advanced overlay editor that can be used to set up just about anything, whereas Streamlabs has a solid but more limited feature set. I use Streamlabs during my streams. We'll cover these in more in-depth videos in future videos in the course. A color source is just that, a solid color. You can give it a width and a height, choose the appropriate color for your needs. It's pretty basic. This can be handy for backgrounds, or if you nest scenes within each other, you can set up some advanced masking or layered chroma keying for removing things from a scene, if needed. Display capture is a direct feed from your monitor. You can choose between multiple monitors if you use more than one, and you can choose to show or hide your cursor, which is handy. On computers with a single graphics card, this works perfectly, but on lower-end desktops or laptops with both a discrete graphics card for use for gaming and a graphics handler built into the CPU, this can be finicky as the two graphics cards handle different things in your computing experience, and OBS can really only use one at a time. So you may end up with a black screen in your game capture, but display capture works fine, or a black screen and display capture, but games work fine. In this case, you'll have to set up different profiles and scene collections for different activities. We have a video covering scene collections more in depth in the course. I use display capture heavily as that's how I record my tutorials of my desktop. Game capture is great for capturing games, duh, or full screen applications. This creates a hook within your graphics driver to capture the direct feed from the game, much like how older recording programs such as Fraps and DxStory worked. As with display capture, if you have multiple display devices within your system, there can be issues with black screens. Just tinker around changing your display device in advanced settings to try to fix it. Dedicated videos on this are also in the course playlist. Adding an image source is what you would use for adding stream overlays, webcam frames, and so on. I use an overlay for some of my stream scenes. Many streamers use overlays, watermarks, and webcam frames to add a little more flair to their streams. Image slideshow is useful for, well, slideshows. Whenever my stream is just starting, I need to run to the bathroom, or my stream is ending, I use slideshows to cycle between slides saying stream is starting soon, be right back, or offline, and slides for my various sponsors or affiliate codes. This adds a little more professional polish to a stream. If you have a high-end Intel-based system and an Intel RealSense webcam and chose to install the RealSense driver package when installing OBS, you can set up the RealSense green screen webcam view as a source as well. This is different than normal webcams. Next, you can add a media source, adding a music or video file. You actually have two ways to set this up, a media source or VLC media source. This is for compatibility purposes with some systems. If the video isn't playing back properly on your system, you can try switching to the other kind of media source and see if it has better results. This can be used to add a graphic to your scene that cycles in and out if you enable looping on the media, or for just having a dedicated scene to share a video clip. I have a scene set up in my Twitch layout with a gameplay match I want to share with my followers. I haven't used it yet, but if something comes up that requires me stepping away from my stream for more than a minute or two, such as when my cat randomly decides to vomit, I can flick this scene on and give my viewers something to watch and talk about, instead of sending them all away due to dead air. You obviously want to avoid dead air as much as possible while streaming. If you want to be able to hear the video play back, in your mixer you can enable audio monitoring for that source, and the audio will play back to you as well.
We cover audio mixing and the audio monitoring features, as well as pretty much everything having to do with audio in the next chapter in the course.
Next up, you can add a scene to your scene. I heard you like scenes, so I'll put some scenes in your scenes. This may sound confusing, but this kind of nesting is an important part of video production. This can be used in some very, very advanced and complicated ways to create some live streaming magic, but hopefully my examples are straightforward enough to help it make sense. I primarily use scene nesting in two ways. The first way is to create and organize my overlays for a live stream. I have combined a lot of overlays into one scene. Follower and donation alerts for Twitch, super chat alerts for YouTube, now playing text for music, along with a bar at the bottom of the screen which highlights my most recent follower, most recent donation, and top donation of the month. The bottom bar and text sources for the three names are in a scene of their own called bottom bars for overlays. Then I have an overlays scene which adds this scene in along with the Streamlabs alerts and so on. Then I add this entire overlay scenes to all of my normal scenes, such as my gameplay view, webcam view, and so on. By doing this, I can make quick adjustments to the overlays and have the changes affect all of my scenes at once, and I can just turn off the bottom bars with a simple hotkey press while still having the alerts show up. It's kinda neat. Another important use for this is for my face cams. Normally, with a video source, if you make a change to the source, such as adding a crop, a filter, or so on, it affects that source everywhere in the scene collection. So if I have a full screen webcam scene and a scene with my webcam over my gameplay, and I then crop off the empty sides of my webcam on the gameplay scene, suddenly my webcam only scene also has the sides cropped off showing a bunch of black space. To work around this, I leave the webcam only scene alone, but then made a new scene called Webcam Nest, which just has the webcam in it again. But now I add this webcam nest scene as the face cam to my gameplay scenes and apply the crop to that. Now, just the uses of that nested scene will have the crop, whereas the original webcam scene with the raw webcam source looks just fine. It sounds a little complicated, but once you experiment with it, it makes a world of difference for what you can do. Oh yeah, and text sources, they add text to your scene. Who would have thought? You can customize the font, size, and so on. That's pretty basic. The cool part is that it can automatically load text from a text file and keep it updated. This is used to show the now playing for currently played songs, as well as some Streamlabs stream labels I use to show my recent followers, donations, and so on. It's kinda handy. You just point it to the text file and it automatically loads whatever text is imported into that file. Lastly, we have the two other big source types, window capture and video capture device. I've saved these for last. Window capture is for what it says, capturing windows. This is useful when you want to show literally only what is happening within a specific window, for showing work in a program or non-full screen game without showing anything else you do on your desktop. And it keeps showing whatever the window is doing, even if you bring other windows in front of it on your computer. So you can use it to show websites or, dynamic web alerts while still blocking it off whatever you're doing. Some streamers use this to show their Twitch chat in their live stream. Window capture is also beneficial because it captures the same view of the window, even if you move it around on your screen. Whereas with desktop capture, you would have to adjust your scaling and cropping once you move the window. It gets messy. You can still choose whether or not you want the cursor to show in the capture. I use this to stream old school RuneScape. I only want to capture the game, and I want the same capture to happen no matter where the game is on my screen. Window capture works perfectly here. Video capture device is the fun one. This is for external video devices, usually via USB. This is for your webcams and capture cards. Important stuff. I use 2 webcams and 3 capture cards within my system, so they're quite important to my streams. Add a video capture device and choose the correct device. You'll recognize it from there. Then you choose Custom next to Device Resolution and choose the appropriate options. For example, with my Logitech C922 webcam, I set it to 720p 60 FPS, but my Brio webcam is set to 1080p 60 FPS. My capture cards all get pulled in at 1080p 60 FPS. You can mess with color spaces, video formats, and custom audio devices, a necessity for the AverMedia Live Gamer HD2, but most things are fine on the defaults. For all sources, you can click the settings cog while selecting the source to change the preferences again. It's worth noting that if an added source is removed from all scenes, it will disappear from the list of sources of that type, and you will have to set up the source all over again. But if you remove the source and it's still present in other scenes, you can add it again by adding the source and then selecting the type, then choosing it from the list when it asks you to name the source. Instead of putting in a new name, you select it from the list. If you right-click a source, you can apply deinterlacing and scale filtering if necessary. You'll know if you need those when you need them. Or add a filter. Filters are basically effects for the audio and video source. For video filters, you can add a crop, mask, color correction, chroma key, green screen, and apply camera LUTs and a sharpen filter. For audio filters, you can apply additional gain to make it louder, correct for a delay in your video source, add a noise suppressor or noise gate, add a compressor to even out your audio, or a more complex VST-based plugin.
We cover these more in depth later on in the course.
To resize or reposition sources on your canvas, click on the source either in the video preview or in the sources list, and a bounding box will appear. Click and drag to move it around, or use the circle corners to resize. Holding Alt while doing so will crop your source as desired, much easier than adding the crop filter and trying to use numbers. You will also see a small lock symbol next to individual source names in your sources list. This allows you to lock a source in place and prevent it from being moved or resized. This is super handy if you have some primary full canvas sources like gameplay, desktop captures, or a full screen face cam shot that you don't want to get messed up. It's super easy to be working away at moving and resizing sources and accidentally click the bottom layer and move it way out of whack. This helps prevent that and is a huge convenience buff. Use it well. Once you have some static sources in your scene that you don't ever plan on moving, i.e. not your overlays, you might as well lock them down and make sure you prevent them from moving further. That's the world of sources in OBS Studio in a nutshell. Scenes are more simple. They're a layered view of multiple sources together. This is absolutely necessary for creating a dynamic and engaging live stream experience. I use different scenes for my BRB and starting soon slide setup, a main full screen webcam view for chatting directly with my viewers, and my console gameplay and face cam via capture card, a desktop capture and face cam for doing computer things, as well as a window capture for RuneScape, as I discussed. I also have plenty of extra scenes for nesting, as mentioned before. Scenes get super complex and really help make streams more professional. If you hop into the settings, you can set hotkeys for switching scenes or showing or hiding specific sources. This gets even better when you use the hotkeys in conjunction with a macro keypad, something like the Elgato Stream Deck, or a foot pedal to quickly switch scenes without having to switch windows, fiddle with OBS with your mouse, and so on. Also, you can go to the right-hand side of OBS and click Studio Mode. This changes your view from one scene to two. This is super useful if you need to make an adjustment to a scene, if something isn't positioned correctly or something like that. The currently open scene moves to the right. The right side is your active scene. The left side is the scene that you have selected or are editing. You can keep a scene live and unedited to your audience, then once you've made the fix, transition to the new scene. That way your viewers don't have to watch as you tinker with your webcam positioning or something like that. That's just not very professional. If you use hotkeys to switch scenes, the hotkeys do immediately transition the active scene, the one on the right, regardless of what you're doing to the scene on the left. Phew, this was a longer video than the previous one, but I wanted to make certain that we covered, that's not even a word, certain that we covered all the bases when it comes to scenes and sources within OBS Studio. They do sometimes add new sources to the mix, but by understanding them this far, you're more ready to handle anything the dev team throws at you.
Hubga. Yeah, you fell for my trap. You fell for it. Don't even pretend you didn't. Collateral! Oh, what? Holy shit. Yeah. Oh, and I get taken out. Collateral.
After my last round of OBS tutorials, a question I got quite frequently was asking why one might want to use multiple scenes in OBS Studio. Why not just throw everything into one scene and switch from there? If you don't yet understand what scenes or sources are, specifically check the video about them in the course playlist as well. I have a specific video covering why scenes and sources are a thing, what they are. Scenes are great. My main Twitch scene collection has lots of scenes. I've got stream is starting soon, be right back, and stream is over, slideshows, a scene with console and gameplay facecam and a visual overlay for stream alerts and labels, a full screen webcam scene, full views for all of my other webcams, gameplay without a facecam, desktop views of my multiple monitors, and even a scene with pre-recorded gameplay footage in case I need to step away from the stream for more than a minute or two. So why should you use multiple scenes instead of adding everything to one scene? Well, for many reasons. For one, a good stream has things configured in a polished way, such as your stream alerts being sized correctly and not block too much of the stream or of your face cam in a small corner so you can be seen without blocking too much of the gameplay, and so on. If you try to shove everything in one scene, things won't look right at all. Alert sizing fits differently over top of gameplay and over top of desktop view, for example. Plus, you can't have both a full-size webcam view and a cropped small corner facecam in the same scene. By setting up different scenes with things sized out and set up appropriately in separate scenes, you can create an awesome stream. The professionalism and polish will be appreciated by your viewers. The same goes when you're switching scenes. Fiddling with your mouse to show or hide sources and move things around looks really bad to an audience. The more seamless your streaming experience can be for your viewers, the easier of a time you'll have gaining new followers and keeping them around. If you do different kinds of recording with OBS Studio, setting up separate scenes can save you time too. A webcam scene with a full screen webcam view for vlogs or channel updates, a gameplay scene for just gameplay recording, a gameplay facecam scene for live sessions, a desktop scene for tutorials, and so on. These are handy. If you do need to make edits to a scene while you're already live streaming, that is what studio mode is for. I've covered this before, but if you click studio mode, you're given two different views of your scenes. The one on the right is the active scene that your viewers are seeing live, or your recording file is seeing live. The left one is whatever scene you've clicked on that you want to edit. So then if you need to make adjustments or whatever, pull up studio mode, have the be right back scene on the right or something, edit your scene on the left, and then you can transition to the new copy. So don't resist the great capability of the almighty OBS Studio and jump in and make some dynamic scenes for your setup. In previous videos in this course, I explained why you might want to utilize multiple scenes in OBS Studio. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with scenes. And a better, more advanced trick actually involves nesting scenes within each other, using a scene as a source within another scene. I'm a scene playing a scene disguised as another scene. It seems silly, but it can be super useful. Let's take a look. There's probably no end of uses for nesting scenes within OBS Studio, but I have found a few which seem to be particularly useful. One use is to get around the annoying issue of sources being global and showing any changes you make to them in all scenes. So for example, an obvious one, if I wanted to make a layout with gameplay footage full screen and then overlay a face cam in the top right hand corner, I can set that up. Make the webcam view a little smaller and crop off some of the empty space on the sides and top so that it's just me in the frame. The problem is that when I go to make a full screen webcam view, it will apply the crop filter to this usage of the webcam as well. An easy workaround that I have found is just to make a webcam nest scene with the full screen webcam. Then I can add that scene as a source to my gameplay facecam scene instead of adding the webcam device directly. Apply the crop filter to that scene source and it doesn't affect the use of the webcam device itself. So then in my full screen webcam scene, I can just add the webcam with no filters and it'd be ready to go. Sweet! Another more advanced use of scene nesting is how I handle my stream alert overlays. Instead of adding individual browser sources, image files, and text reads to each scene to compose my layout, I just made a scene called overlays that I can add to each scene that I want it on. Then if I update the overlays scene, any updates are passed to every scene it's nested in, saving me a lot of time. My bottom bars showing top donation, recent follower, and so on is also nested in their own scene, so I can just hide that all at once. Sometimes I just don't want the bottom part of the screen covered, you know? So the hierarchy works like this. My PNG for my bottom bars and the 3 text sources for the text that goes in the bars is in a bottom bars overlay scene. Then I have the main overlays scene, which has the bottom bars scene added to it, along with a browser source for my Twitch alerts, a now playing text source, a donation ticker text source, and a few green screened memes that I will call up at will. Then I have hotkeys assigned to individually show or hide these sources based on what I'm doing. And by doing all this in just one overlays scene, I can just add that scene to all of my main scenes and update them all at once. It sounds super complicated. Can you even count how many times I've said the word scene by now? But it is super handy.
It's over 9,000!
If you want to have an alternate layout where your normal webcam or gameplay view is next to live chat, or you have your normal gameplay view with your overlays next to your webcam or someone else's stream view, you can also use scene nesting to make this work. Like I said, the possibilities are endless if you're creative enough. I've talked in previous source focus episodes about the ability to use a video source or VLC video source in your streams. But how does that perform? What kind of video files should you be using? Can you optimize this to make your stream setup more lightweight? While, depending on your system specs and such, most video files will work just fine as media sources within OBS Studio, you can make your life easier by converting your sources to a lighter video format to make OBS do less work. You only really need to do this for regularly used source files, for animation overlays, stinger transitions, and so on. Just a one-off gameplay clip probably doesn't need to be converted before being added to your stream in OBS to just show like once or twice. For ease of use within OBS Studio, I actually recommend using the WebM video format. This is an open source media file format designed for the web and will let you convert your graphics, intros, or video clips to small compressed video files that are easy to use and keep together within a stream resources folder and play back smoothly within OBS Studio without worrying about performance. Unfortunately, most proprietary production tools don't get along with web formats like this. There is a WebM plugin for Adobe Premiere Pro for Mac and Windows that you can install and use, though last time I tried it, rendering performance wasn't great. It is an option if you wish to stick with Premiere, however. Just run the MSI installer with your Adobe apps closed, potentially reboot, and then choose WebM from your output settings and set up a preset. Alpha channel is even supported, so you can make your overlay graphics, which is very important if you're actually making your graphics from scratch. You want to keep this all together. This works from versions CS6 and up. If you're using another video program, you'll probably have to render to an intermediate video format, such as just an uncompressed AVI or MOV or something, and then convert it from there. Alternatively, you could break out the command line for FFmpeg and convert your video file manually that way. But for the lazy of us, myself included, there's WebM Bro, an open source GUI frontend for FFmpeg available for free on GitHub specifically for the purpose of converting clips to WebM. Go to the GitHub project page, click on the Releases section, and download the webmconverter.zip file. Extract the files with your favorite archive manager such as 7-zip and close it. Find the files you just extracted and run the webmconverter.exe. Here you can choose a source file to convert and where you want the converted file to go. You can leave everything else alone, or you can customize things such as the title, resolution, bitrate, manually set a file size limit, and so on. Once you're ready, hit convert and let it do its thing. Once done, you have a WebM file ready to go to use in OBS Studio as a media source. I recommend doing this for most things you regularly use: green screened overlay clips, alpha channel lower thirds, and other video-based graphics, stinger transitions, and so on. This will make your streams more efficient and keep your resources lightweight. And that's it. WebM is a great format, and I hope to see it get more support as time goes by.
You can, of course, get away with using whatever video format the media source will accept, but WebM videos are lightweight enough to ensure they don't impact performance. Similarly, just running lower bitrate H.264 files could help ease performance for non-overlay clips. I don't know, I just find it easier to stick to the same format for everything. It's time for another commercial break. Any high-tier live production needs a variety of scenes to show and quick, precise switching between them. The Elgato Stream Deck gives you 15 keys with customizable LCD screens behind each one. They can execute macros, application launchers, and do scene switching and source muting for OBS, and you can nest folders for more actions and unlimited power. Grab yours today via the link in the video description. Now we move on to Chapter 3. Here, let's discuss audio devices, setting up audio settings within OBS Studio, OBS's mixer, separating audio tracks and extracting them, fixing echoes, cool filters, and even touch on choosing a microphone or audio interface.
Just recording the audio from your game or microphone is nice, but that's about as basic as it gets. Quality video content or live streams involve multiple audio sources mixed together to form the final viewing experience. This is where OBS Studio's Mixer comes in. Full production setups, be it for live broadcasting or post-production, use lots of big mixer boards for managing many audio tracks, sources, and devices. This is critical to creating a well-mixed final audio track for video. While you can achieve much better results by utilizing a real mixer for live streaming, and many of the top streamers do so, OBS's built-in mixer is great for managing audio for a small or normal workflow stream. We will be utilizing a few different parts of the OBS Studio interface to make the most of a mixer workflow. First and foremost, you need to set up your proper audio devices within the Audio Settings menu. Here, you can choose your microphone, desktop audio source, typically where your game sound, music, or stream alerts would come from, as well as additional inputs for both of these. You may not have multiple audio devices to choose from. You may just have a microphone and a pair of speakers or headphones, and that's it. That's okay. Set those appropriately and we'll move on from there. However, if you want to get fancy with it, you can install a second sound card, multiple microphones, and so on to really configure an advanced sound setup. Due to my different webcams and various input devices in my setup, I usually have about 5 microphone inputs on my computer, though I usually only use one of them. And I have a big, complicated mixer and audio processing rack for my streams. I don't expect you to want to jump into that right now. So for now, we'll focus on separating your audio tracks. The really awesome part about OBS Studio's audio capabilities, and the reason I switched to using it to record everything, is the ability to record your different audio sources, such as your microphone, desktop sound, and so on, to completely different audio tracks. That way you can mix them better in editing, apply processing to your microphone recording, and so on. This is a hugely awesome feature. To set this up, you'll need to go to your output settings and switch to advanced mode, if you haven't already. First and foremost, let's talk about the recording tab, as this is where multiple audio tracks are actually relevant. Here, you can tell your recording to save up to 6 different audio tracks. We'll focus on just 2 or 3 right now for a more standard setup. First, you have checkboxes to indicate which tracks you want to record. Think about your audio sources and which ones you'd separate. If you're just recording, then that's probably your desktop audio and your microphone. That would count as tracks 1 and 2. Check those boxes. However, if this is a profile for live streaming and you're recording the VODs or the source copy of the broadcast to create highlights, upload to YouTube, and so on, then you'll want to check the third track box as well. You'll see why when you go back to the Streaming tab. Here, you have to choose a single track to go to your live stream. You only get to choose one to stream, which means one of your tracks need to contain all of your audio sources already mixed together. Typically, that's track 1. This is why even if you just have game sound and a microphone, you'll still want to record 3 tracks. Or you could just tell it to only record tracks 2 and 3 and stream track 1. You get the idea though. Unfortunately, most tutorials stop here and miss the most critical part of the mixer workflow, actually separating your audio tracks. As we are right now, if you were to record something, all 3 tracks would have both your microphone and your game sound. That's not what you want. Close your settings menu after you hit apply and look to the mixer section of the OBS Studio window. There is a gear icon next to each audio source. Click one of them and click Advanced Audio Properties. Alternatively, you can click Edit and then click on Advanced Audio Properties. This window right here, is the most important step. This massive checkboxes is how you actually assign your different audio devices to different tracks. Currently, every checkbox is checked, which means all of the devices listed go to all 6 audio tracks. You don't want this. If you're recording, you want a track that only has the microphone checked, and a track that only has the desktop checked. If you're recording and streaming, you want track 1 to have both devices checked, track 2 to just have your microphone, and track 3 to just have your desktop audio, or some similar configuration. With this setup, all of your audio goes to the live stream, just your microphone goes to one track for you to edit later, and just your game sound goes to the other track. Now, if you are streaming, you will still need to adjust the game and microphone sound levels using the sliders or faders so that your game doesn't overpower your mic sound on stream. Typically, you need to reduce game sound to -7 or so, but this may vary based on how loud your microphone is and so on. Do some test recordings before going live to get it right. The big thing is to make sure that your audio is not too hot or too loud. The VU meters can actually be a little misleading when it comes to this. You never want the green bar to be filled all the way, and you definitely don't want it turning red. Red means that you have clipped at 0 dB. You've become too loud and become distorted, when really you should be a lot closer to -10 or -6 dB for your total mix. Your entire stream's audio mix should be around that -6 dB, not each individual source. Quieter is better to a degree, of course. Aim to have your main, loudest source, probably your microphone, around 2/3 of the way up, or here. Then balance your game sound and quieter tracks accordingly. Also, don't worry if you try to play back the video file and you can't hear all of the tracks. Media players can only play back one track at a time. VLC Media Player and Media Player Classic, both free, let you switch between the tracks when playing the file. Importing your video file into recent versions of Vegas Pro or Premiere Pro CC will load the separated audio tracks, and you can edit from there. If your video editor doesn't load multiple audio tracks, you can then use Audacity to split them up. Just to rehash, add the correct audio devices in the audio settings, select the checkboxes in output settings, then separate the tracks by the checkboxes in the mixer. And that's it. You now have the ability to mix and master multiple audio tracks within OBS Studio. It's also worth noting that this only works if you record to an MP4, MKV, or sometimes an MOV file. FLV for sure cannot record multiple audio tracks. But in my opinion, you should just be recording to MP4 or MKV anyway, and we'll talk about that later.
That was the overview for audio settings in OBS Studio. A really good looking stream or recording is meaningless if the audio sucks. Now that you have a general grasp, we can deep dive into mastering the software mixer and cover how to best set up OBS Studio's mixer to balance your various sources and produce a high quality recording or live stream and be a mixer master.
Whenever I help users with their OBS streaming setups, one of the biggest things that wouldn't be set up right is the mixer. You look at it, there are green bars bouncing around, it's working, right? For a great live streaming experience, or even a recording that just isn't trashed, learning and utilizing the mixer in OBS Studio is super important. Let's start with the basics of how it works. The mixer panel itself contains audio bars for the different audio sources in a given scene. This does include the microphone and desktop audio devices selected in your audio settings, as well as any specific sources in a scene that also provide audio. For example, if you add a capture card for capturing console gameplay to a scene, a volume bar for that capture card's audio input will also show up. Audio sources are listed by the name of the source, either the kind of source added, or desktop audio device, desktop audio device 2, mix/aux, or mic/aux, etc. The green bar below the audio source name indicates the current level or volume that the audio is at. You want it to be somewhere close to 75% of the way towards the right. If it stays all the way towards the right, you'll be clipping or peaking, and your audio will be very overwhelming or distorted. Too far to the left and it will be hard to hear you. You can use the blue slider to adjust the volume of a source. You'll want to do this to lower the level of game sound or background music so that it doesn't overpower your voice. You want your voice to be clearly heard over all other sound, but for the background sound to still be heard as well. The slider adjustments are reflected in the number on the far right, measured in decibels. Keep in mind, this is not a measurement of your audio levels, simply how much you have reduced the input. Where your sliders should be will vary based on your setup, but for full volume inputs, I usually knock my gain sound and background music to around -6 to -7 dB. The most important rule to keep in mind here is to do many test recordings to make sure things are set up correctly. I get asked all the time, how do I make sure volume levels are right before I stream? Do a test recording. Every time you change something, do a test recording and play it back to see how it sounds. Every time. Do it. You can click the speaker icon to mute any sources that you're not using. For example, if you add a webcam as a face cam, you don't want the webcam microphone echoing around if you have a good mic set up. So you can mute out the webcam audio and not have to worry about it. If you click the gear icon next to a specific audio source, you can click Filters and add one of the available audio filters to a source. This will generally apply to your microphone. You can add more gain if your microphone is just way too quiet. You can add noise suppression or a noise gate to help reduce background noise from your microphone. This can wind up sounding pretty obnoxious for the viewer, as when the noise gate activates and deactivates, it makes an annoying noise like a click or a pop. But you can do some testing for yourself and see if you like it. You can also add a compressor to help your mic sound better and more even. Lastly, you can also add a VST plugin to your audio sources. You can find plenty of these for free online, which can provide awesome fun effects that you might want to play around with. There's a very important part of the mixer that's easy to miss. Click the gear icon next to one of your sources and click to open the Advanced Audio Properties window. Remember this. This lists your audio sources and allows you to separate the sources to different audio tracks, as we covered in a previous video. If you want your sources to record separately, you need to make sure only one source is checked per column or track, and that multiple tracks are checked in your recording settings. Here you can also enable audio monitoring. This lets you create an audio loopback of your microphone so you can hear it in your headphones. This makes it easier to monitor how loud you're speaking and so on. Choosing monitor only, mute output, just loops it out to your headphones. Monitor and output also loops it out to your stream. If you used this, you'd want to uncheck the audio track mapping so that your microphone doesn't go to your stream twice. But setting this could actually cause a delay from your microphone. Usually you don't use it for a microphone. If you need to add a delay to your microphone manually to sync it with something like the Odor Elgato capture cards, you can set that using the sync offset option. If you want to control stereo separation of your audio device and pan it to the left or over to the right, you can do that here, as well as downmixing the audio to mono. You might want to downmix when you have an audio interface or microphone setup that only plays through the left or the right side, such as the Focusrite Scarlett 2i2. By checking the downmix box, it will mix your microphone to mono so that viewers can hear it out of both left and right ears. This is kind of important. You don't want an ear to get lonely. Lonely ears are not the way to go. Learning your way around these settings and utilizing them to their fullest extent can both help you make the best streaming and recording experience possible, and also fix any potential issues that may pop up. So jump in, balance your microphones, game sounds, music, stream alerts, and have some fun. The audio monitoring feature in OBS Studio allows you to listen to the audio of a source, even if it's set only to go to the stream. This can be used sort of in place of a proper physical mixer for hearing your own microphone through your headphones, or monitoring game sound from a capture card, and so on. To set this up, first go to Settings, click Advanced, and then find the Audio section. Here, you choose your audio monitoring device. Don't leave this on default, choose your specific headphone output. I recommend leaving Disable Windows Audio Ducking enabled, unless you know what you're doing. Click Apply and OK. Click Edit and then Advanced Audio Properties. This can also be chosen by clicking the gear icon next to individual audio sources and then clicking it from there. This opens up the Advanced Audio Properties dialog. In the previous tutorials, I showed you how to use this to separate your audio tracks and so on. Here, you also have the ability to monitor your audio sources to your headphones. By default, all sources are set to monitor off for obvious reasons. You have two other options available to choose from: monitor only, mute output, and monitor and output. These are mostly self-explanatory. Monitor and output allows you to both loop an audio source to your headphones and push it to the stream. This can be useful if you have an audio track going, but for whatever reason don't want it being directly checked into the mixer and going straight to the stream. If just monitor only and mute output is echoing your microphone to your stream twice if you're trying to hear yourself, you could use this to address that by actually muting your microphone running to your stream and then having it set to loop back to you and to your stream, but that could cause a delay. I honestly can't see any other reason for using this other than, like I said, just addressing issues with the next option, which is monitor only mute output, which aims to just loop the audio source to your headphones so you too can hear it without it echoing to your stream. Typically this is for that microphone loopback or for hearing game audio from a capture card or the like, but this doesn't always work. If it's still echoing or looping for some reason, before screwing more with OBS settings, right-click your speaker icon in your Windows system tray and go to Recording Devices. Go through each of them, click Properties, and then click the Listen tab, and make sure Listen to this device at the top is unchecked. Having this checked will already loop the sound through your computer speakers as is. You want this off. If this doesn't fix your problem with monitor only, I suggest heading to the forums. There are issues with some USB drivers or just random anomalies that could prevent it from working properly. If this is consistently a problem for you, then it might be a good idea to use monitor and output and just uncheck the audio source from going to your specific audio track with the normal audio checkboxes in the mixer box. This way, the source is consistently pushed to your stream. Although if this causes an even bigger echo, put it back on monitor only. It can be finicky, just play around with it. It doesn't replace a full, properly set up physical audio mixer, but this is a great feature to reduce the need for one.
You can go kill some AI things first. Whoa! Whoa! I never noticed that. This is what it was talking about when it said the walls have eyes. I never saw it. Can I attack it? Holy shit! Holy f***ing shit! Oh my god! Oh! What the f***? Oh my god!
Okay, so we've talked a lot about recording multiple audio tracks in OBS Studio, but some of you have commented that when you import your recorded video file into a video editor, the audio tracks aren't there. Where did they go? How do you get them back? First of all, super shout out to Sergeant Gaming, who put in a lot of time trying to answer people on the last OBS tutorial series with this answer. Thanks for fighting the good fight. His comment does actually encapsulate what you need to do to pull out multiple audio tracks from an OBS recorded file. First and foremost, you will need Audacity installed on your computer, along with the FFmpeg plugin. These are linked in the video description below that like button. Both are free, and Audacity is open source and works on all operating systems. Download and install Audacity, then run the FFmpeg plugin installer. If you recorded your video in OBS to an MKV file, you will need to use the File Remux Recordings menu in OBS to convert that to a usable MP4 file. Open Audacity and drag in your MP4 video file. Yes, you heard me right. Audacity will pop up this dialog box asking you to choose which audio track you want to import from the video. You will need to pick one and import it. Apply any audio editing or processing you wish to the clip, being careful not to change the length of the clip or it will be a nightmare to line up with the video, and export as a wave from the file menu. Repeat these steps for each desired audio track from your video recording. Then you have the original video with one track and individual audio wave files to import into your video editor. Line them up and balance, and you're good to go. Since the video file should ideally import the first video track into your video editor regardless of the extras, I recommend putting your game sound as the first track. This way it's always lined up with your video and ready to go. This is a tedious workaround, but it does still give you direct control over your audio files. Adobe CC 2014 and newer suites should support the multiple audio tracks with no problem from MP4 files generated by OBS Studio, but many other video editors fail to support this properly, as well as the older Adobe CS6 suite. So you've set up your OBS Studio profiles, load up your Twitch dashboard and change your stream title and game name, and get ready to stream. You click Start Streaming and greet your audience, most of whom, thankfully, haven't shown up. Then, like any good streamer, you use a second device to quickly check your video quality and audio levels, or perhaps a friend showed up early. This is when you find out that your stream is unbearable. There's this horrific echo happening and destroying your audio and any possibility of live stream fame.
Around these two, but why should we be paying close attention to his YouTube?
What happened? Let's try to figure it out. There's a couple potential causes of an echo in your stream. The ones we're going to cover here are mostly obvious. If this isn't it, then you may have to hop into the forums and get help. There are sometimes specific audio device freakouts that I just can't troubleshoot remotely without more information. First and foremost, the number one cause of stream looping and echoes comes from having a video preview up while you're streaming. Both Twitch and YouTube, along with other streaming sites, give you a video preview panel to make sure that all is a-okay with your stream. This is great, but if you leave it unmuted and playing, it can cause a horrific echo loop. Plus, it eats up more bandwidth and potentially takes away from the stream quality. So make sure your video preview on your streaming site is muted or closed. In Google Chrome, you can actually right-click the browser tab itself and mute it outright, which is quite handy. This is usually what causes the echo for most people. Of course, make sure you're using headphones instead of speakers while streaming. Otherwise, your game sound or voice chat will echo back into your microphone. And it will not even sound like a clean echo, it'll get pretty nasty. Also, if you've messed with the new audio monitoring feature, it's possible that it's looping something back to your stream. Even though one of the options is specifically designed to not loop audio back to your stream, it can still happen. Audio drivers and playback are finicky beasts, and sometimes it just doesn't work out. Disable those when troubleshooting an echo loop and see if it fixes it. Similarly, some USB headsets or microphones cause audio echoes, loops, or other issues. Try streaming without the USB device plugged in or in use to see if that is the source of your problem. As I said before, there are plenty of potential causes of echo. These are just the easy generalized ones that I can help with. If none of these are your issue, I recommend posting in the OBS support forums and kindly asking for assistance.
Now that we've gone through most of the audio settings, let's run through all of the available audio filters in the software. Specific ones have come up already, but let's hit each of them.
Alright, so to access audio filters, click the gear icon next to your audio source in the mixer and click Filters. Under Audio Video Filters, click the plus. Here you have a multitude of options to choose from and customize. A compressor can make your voice sound a little more punchy or uniform and helps prevent peaking and clipping from screaming, shouting, yelling, and other loud noises. It can also raise the noise floor or ambient background noise in your video, however. Gain does just that, adds gain to your microphone's volume level. Always try to raise levels via your hardware or Windows recording device options first, but this is an option. Next, you have noise gate and noise suppression. Both of these work to help reduce background noise, but in different ways. Both can also make your audio sound pretty bad if it's not set up right. Always treat your recording environment before trying software options. The noise gate just cuts off the mic below certain thresholds, but can make obnoxious pops to the listener. Some weird issue with OBS's noise gate. The noise suppression filter just tries to filter out quieter noises, but can make your voice sound a little funky.
This is a sample recording with the noise gate, just to see how it sounds. This is a test recording with the noise gate, just so you can see how it sounds. This is a test recording with the noise suppression on. Again, keep in mind that my microphone and audio setup already does a decent job of gating and suppressing noise.
If you're setting up a chain of audio processing, you generally want noise gate or suppression first and then compression, because compression is going to bring up a lot of background noise that you don't want, and compression can kind of clean up some of the artifacting caused by the noise removal. But just keep in mind, it's not great, and you always need to reduce background noise within your environment first.
Next up for audio filters, we have the VST plugin option. This needed its own segment.
In a recent OBS Studio update, they've enabled the ability to use a kind of plugin called VST. This allows you to apply real-time processing to your audio, usually your microphone, to make it sound better or add cool effects. OBS had some built-in audio filters already, but VST compatibility opens the door for a huge variety of tools. To add a VST plugin effect to your microphone, assuming you already have your stream set up as per the rest of the videos in this course, click the gear next to your mic/aux entry in the audio mixer and click Filters. Then click the plus in the bottom left-hand corner and choose VST 2.x plugin. Give it a name based on what effect you're using and hit OK. Then choose your VST plugin from the drop-down menu. Well, hold up, a name? What plugin am I even using? This may sound pretty confusing, and if you haven't installed any of the plugins yourself, that drop-down list is probably empty. So let me back up. OBS doesn't actually give you any VST plugins to work with. These are third-party plugins developed by other individuals or companies. There's a huge market of both free and paid VST plugins to do anything from adding a nice compressor to your vocals, remove background noise, add some clean gain, or add crazy echoes or synthesizer sounds. Now, a lot of the VST plugins that people recommend, such as Isotope, are actually paid plugins. I will have links to them in the video description, but they're not something I can set up right now. Instead, let's take a look at a great free set, Reaper's Replugs. The actual Reaper suite itself costs money, but the VST plugins appear to be downloadable for free from their site for everyone. Download the installer and run it. Agree to their EULA, choose which plugins you want, all are selected by default and that gives you the most flexibility, and tell it to install. Now it's time to actually add a VST filter to your mic. Close the installer and close and relaunch OBS Studio if you had it open during installation. Now find the audio source you wish to modify in your audio mixer. This would typically be your microphone source. Click the gear icon and click Filters. Click the plus and add a VST 2.x plugin filter. In the drop-down menu, choose your desired effect. On the Reaper website, they have a tour of what each one is. Some are self-explanatory. Recomp is a compressor. Re-EQ is an equalizer. Re-delay adds a delay. Re-gate adds a noise gate. Re-fur is a dynamics processor, applies multiple effects at once. Re-XComp is a multi-band compressor. The others should be ignored for the most part unless you really know what you're doing. So typically with audio processing, you want to set up a specific chain. EQ, then compressor, then noise gate. Or sometimes the noise gate is first. That is, if you want to make your microphone sound better. An equalizer can change the tone of your voice, adding a little bit warmth to the low end or smoothing out the high end. It can do a lot of things. A compressor can make your voice sound a little more punchy and keeps you from peaking or clipping too much when you're streaming and speaking when you get too loud. Ever watch a bunch of jump scare videos and the audio gets all distorted? A compressor helps prevent that. If you do a lot of reaction stuff involving a lot of shouting or screaming, you better have a compressor. Noise gate filters out background noise and does a better job than OBS's built-in noise gate. With the replugs, you can only add one at a time, so keep clicking the plus sign to add enough to complete your chain. You can disable individual effects without losing your settings by clicking the I next to the filter name to disable it. Just make sure you name them properly so you know which is which. You can right-click any one of them and hit rename to give it a better name rather than VST plugin. To customize what your plugins do, you click the Open Plugin Interface button. What this looks like will very much depend on which set of VST plugins you're using and which specific effect you've applied. You have sliders and adjustment options for the various aspects of each effect. These are similar to other audio processing software or hardware. If you're unfamiliar, do some research. That's a lot more than I can really cover here. Here's a sample microphone clip with a VST chain applied so you can see how the improvements can be made.
Sample clip.
This is what my microphone normally sounds like. It already sounds good, it already has hardware processing applied. But if I add a little bit of VST magic, this is what my microphone could sound like. It's not necessarily better since again I already had processing applied, but you can change the sound or you can do something even more fun. You can do all sorts of weird stuff with the effects. I don't know.
There's a wide breadth of possibilities as to what can be done with VST plugins. They can be pretty fun. Got any other cool VST plugins? Share them in the comments below. I'm always curious to check them out.
Securing Charlie. Our UAV is online. UAV
Triple nade! Holy, that was a way to end a round. Oh my god. Someone clip that. Ho ho! Is that the... Oh, it's not gonna show the kill cam because it's just the round. Yeah, it is! What was that? It's broken!
You may proceed.
I wanted to briefly discuss some options for choosing a streaming microphone. I regularly review microphones on my YouTube channel, so I will have a playlist for them linked in the course doc. There are 4 kinds of microphones that you might use for streaming or making videos, depending on the kind of situation you are in. Condenser microphones, dynamic microphones, shotgun mics, and lavalier or lapel mics. Now, a shotgun and lav mics can both be condensers or dynamics, but they're quite different from what I'm referring to. Generally, when I refer to condenser or dynamic mics, I'm referring to the big desktop microphones. Condenser mics sound a lot more natural and pick up natural bass, if they're good, but pick up a lot more background noise and require phantom power or extra power from your mixer or interface. Dynamic microphones don't require as much power, provide that radio or podcasty warm sound, though a bit less natural sounding, and reject a lot of background noise, though at the risk of sounding weak on the cheaper end. Shotgun mics are made to point directly at a subject and only really pick up sound in the exact spot they're being pointed at. Lav mics are designed to be worn by the speaker and pick up their voice right below the mouth. Shotgun and lav mics are great for having speakers on camera in a situation where you don't want big microphones blocking the camera. If you plan on moving around a lot, lav mics work better. If you need multiple hosts recorded at once, shotgun mics might work better. For a traditional sitting down, desk, gaming, or just kind of podcasting streaming setup, normal big condensers and dynamics are a better choice. Having the microphone as close to your mouth as possible ensures the least amount of background noise gets picked up as possible and the highest audio quality. It's generally easier to get a better sounding condenser for a low budget than a dynamic, but the budget dynamic mics still do a great job of blocking background noise. Combine one with some VST processing and you might have a nice sounding setup. For specific microphone suggestions, check my review playlist. I can't know everyone's budget. I'm using the Electrovoice RE20 dynamic microphone right now, and the on-camera portions of this course were shot with the Sennheiser MKH416 shotgun mic. Next up, let's talk about mixers and interfaces.
Getting your audio into OBS Studio, or at least polishing it or having any sort of complex setup for it, isn't always as easy as just plugging in a microphone and going. If you have XLR microphones, professional setups, want to monitor your microphone audio as you go, want to mix different audio inputs, and so on, you may need additional hardware, specifically an audio mixer or a USB interface. This can be a super in-depth topic, but I'll do my best to make it easy to consume and focus primarily on just what relates to OBS Studio usage. So first and foremost, what is a mixer or an audio interface, and what's the difference between them? Well, the two terms aren't technically interchangeable, but that doesn't mean they're mutually exclusive either. An audio interface is just a device or a box that converts your analog microphone, or other audio, signal, in this case via XLR, to a digital signal, usually over USB, though older ones use FireWire and so on. A mixer takes multiple audio sources, microphones, music sources, game consoles, PC sound, etc., and mixes them together, balancing them out, applying effects, and other side things you can do with it into a primary audio track, maybe with a secondary subtrack, and sends it out. A mixer can be a USB audio interface too, but sometimes they just output an analog signal that can be taken in via the blue line-in jack on a desktop computer or via another USB audio interface. Generally speaking, though this is not a 100% universal rule, USB audio interfaces can provide a cleaner overall audio signal with better preamps and such than mixers, but they don't inherently contain any additional signal processing, effects, mixing capabilities, and so on. Mixers, on the other hand, frequently come with built-in equalizers, compressors, or other effects, and let you mix in multiple different devices and so on, but at the trade-off of potentially less raw audio quality. This is typically not a big enough deal to matter to you, especially if your focus is on streaming or making YouTube videos, not doing professional voiceover. But some USB audio interfaces, especially the Focusrite Scarlett devices like I've reviewed in the past, can have USB driver-based issues on modern Windows versions, which can cause issues with OBS Studio as well. This is not the fault of OBS, nor are there usually much workarounds. Personally, I've gone the analog route. I have a huge overkill audio rack with processing chains and a powerful big mixer, which can also act as a USB audio interface, but I don't use its USB capabilities. I run the 1/4 inch main line out from the mixer using dual 1/4 inch TRS to 3.5mm analog cable and 3.5mm ground loop isolator to kill out ground loop issues, and run that setup into my blue line in jack on my motherboard. That sounds super complicated, don't worry, we'll cover it. This provides me a direct access analog audio connection that is way less likely to run into compatibility issues with virtually any software. It's also worth noting that the blue line in jack on a computer is not the same as the pink mic in jack. In some PCs and maybe laptops, you can set the microphone jack to be in line in mode, but this is not always the case, and I don't think I have any computers that can do this. These jacks take audio in at different levels or hotness, aka sensitivity to sound. Mic level and line level are different sensitivities, and running your main out line from a mixer to your pink mic in jack can get you some very gnarly results, not in a good way. You can also run into other issues with ground looping, humming, hissing, interference, and static with multiple audio devices hooked together, especially if something like a PC or a game console is involved. There is no one-size-fits-all solution for everyone, but you can experiment with power conditioning units, 3.5mm ground loop isolators for individual audio runs, or ground hum isolators for your individual outlet plugs, such as the Hum X from EbTech.
I actually talked about this in a video quite a while back on my channel. We're gonna take a little peek at this right after the rest of this segment, and you can see what I have to say about cleaning up your audio.
When choosing an interface or mixer, you should consider your current needs, potential expansion if things went really well, and your budget. You can get a cheap USB mixer for as cheap as $15, but it doesn't provide enough phantom power for most condenser mics. You can get one for $30 that can support most mics, but maybe doesn't have all of the inputs you might want. You can get a kick-ass $99 high-quality USB audio interface, but then you only have microphone inputs, no built-in effects, and you have a higher potential for driver issues. I can't pick for you, but I do have a list of recommended mixers and interface linked below for you to look through. Also, a secret recommendation from me, I use a monoprice 5x1 HDMI switcher that extracts the audio from my HDMI sources to a 3.5mm audio jack and optical SPDIF audio. This lets me, with a ground loop isolator, run my game consoles to a capture card with audio intact, but also run the audio to my mixer for me to hear on my headphones while I'm live streaming, something people ask about a lot, and then send it to the stream separately if needed. It's not a 4K 60 HDMI 2.0 switcher, but it works great for my standard consoles, the 360, PS3, PS4, Xbox One, so worth taking a look. So how do I use my mixer? What is this wiry mess? My mixer, the Behringer Zenix X1832 USB, takes two microphone inputs from the processing chain of rack-mounted boxes below, one mic for me and one for my fiance on the other side of the desk. Then it takes in a few more microphone inputs from my big microphone preamplifier. This lets me quickly hook up and test other mics for reviews. Those are the main inputs. Then I have stereo 1/4 inch inputs, which take in my game consoles via HDMI, the switcher, PC sound, record player turntable, secondary PC sound via USB sound card, and so on. Then the mixer outputs to my headphones, my studio monitor speakers, and then two outputs to my PC. The main mix takes anything I hear in my headphones and speakers and mixes it down to a USB sound card for a sort of complete mix down for a stream if I want to go that route. I primarily use the sub mix, which is a secondary output channel that only my microphone inputs run to. This allows me to keep a primary voiceover track going that I never have to worry about other game sound or system sound accidentally looping in, which is super important for the work that I do. This runs to my motherboard's microphone, or line-in input, not the microphone input, the line-in input. This allows me to hear everything: games, PC sounds, VoIP calls via secondary output, vinyl records, and so on, and choose what my stream, recording, or call partners can hear. It's pretty handy. This is a huge and overkill mixer for most people's needs, and it took me a few years to truly master the mixer, haha, mixer master, and fully understand it, but it's well worth it if you need it. If needed, the mixer can also apply a compressor, equalizer, or special effects to audio tracks as well. And then on the OBS Studio side of things, for your microphone input, you simply choose either the USB audio interface line in, or your motherboard's 3.5mm line in, which for me shows up as Realtek. And that is your microphone device, and it works just like a normal microphone, but you have everything mixed together. Now, I know someone has already left a nasty comment, so I'll address it. Yes, with some creativity, patience, and realistic expectation of lesser results, you can do a lot of this within OBS's own audio mixer or utilizing third-party programs like Voicemeeter, Voice Banana, or Virtual Audio Cable. but those setups are tedious, complicated, and prone to issues or errors and so on. Despite all that I have described, I honestly just can't make myself mess with those programs. To me, it's not worth it when you can just have a nice little hardware audio setup where you can easily diagnose what is going on if something goes wrong. Mixers, interfaces, and all things audio. Hopefully this guide has helped you along your way. It's a complicated quest, but well worth it in the end.
Alright, now let's look at how you might keep your audio chain clean. This is from a video from 2016, but everything here still applies, and I still use everything mentioned in here in my setup.
If you've had any interest in setting up audio hardware, an audio processing rack like I made and made a video about, connecting multiple PCs into a mixer in general, or just trying to run a bunch of devices across each other, you may have run into some issues with static, hissing, or electrical hum. Thankfully, there's a few ways you can avoid that, or at least remove it from your signal, and I'm hopefully going to show you my top recommended ways to clean up your audio in audio hardware situations as quickly as possible. This video will involve 3 products and then 1 just conceptual, in practice means of avoiding the audio. First and foremost, let's start with the practical idea, and that is your audio hardware, be it a mixer board, a recorder, or a full rack of a compressor, EQ, and mixer like I have, needs to be isolated from the outlet, or at least at the very least the power strip that computers and lights are plugged into. This is the most common problem, is that ground loop hiss and hum ends up getting caused when you have your audio hardware plugged into the same power connection as your computers or lights. Now, the super serious recommendation, of course, is to completely isolate that hardware on a completely separate circuit from your other electronics. However, in a home setup, that's pretty much impossible. But what you can do is either, for certain, like I said, make sure it's on a different power strip than your other hardware, or make sure it's from a different outlet itself. What I have done is most of my computer hardware and lights are plugged into outlets on one side of the room, so I've ran a long extension cord from a power outlet on the other side of the room, wrapped it around the wall to my audio rack, so that's all separate. Like, there's still a printer and a light plugged in over there, but it's still on a separate power strip, and it generally isn't as heavy and as interfering as my main computer setup. Another way you can help with this is the first product I'm going to recommend here, which is a power conditioner. Now, mine is specifically a rack mounted unit. It is 1 U tall to go in my audio rack setup. That's generally where they're used, but it's basically like a power strip, but designed to create a more isolated and conditioned circuit for audio hardware to keep the interference and the static and the hum and the hiss from getting into the audio. It provides much more consistent and clean power to devices to prevent some of those common audio artifacts, basically. Mine is an old Furman M8X squared or something or another, but there's plenty of options out there available, and they're all pretty good. If you can't get one of those power conditioners, or if for whatever reason, like in my case, it doesn't quite do the full job that you need, you can pick up a specific outlet-based power conditioner as well. Now, EBTech or EBTech did agree to sponsor me for a couple of these units, as they are quite expensive. And I will open this one up here, but they're HumX units. I bought one, and then they sent me out 3 more, and then I bought this one as well, because I needed one more extra one. These are ground loop isolators and ground loop conditioners provided for specific outlets, and they only work with 3-prong power cords. So an issue I ran into was that my compressor, it has its own transformer and is only 2-prong. One of these isn't going to work with it, but anything with a 3-prong connection, it will condition the ground signal and condition the power to help remove a lot of that static audio. So I've put one of these on my PC's power plug, which is plugged into my big UPS battery backup, and then I've plugged it into all of my individual components. The mixer board, the compressor, or not the compressor, I just said I couldn't do the compressor. The mixer board, the EQ, the... what else I got over here? The preamp, that's what I was missing. And like I said, my computer. And all of those are connected, and it stays pretty much ground free thanks to these. I just picked up a new compressor I'm going to be reviewing, so I grabbed another one of these HumX's. But red light lights up to indicate the power is coming through. Plug it in, plug the outlet into here. You may need one of those little 1-foot power extension cables because these are big transformer blocks that will take up space on a power conditioner, power strip, or outlet. But they have worked fantastic for me, and I'm super thankful to EBTech for reaching out and sponsoring this video. I don't think my power conditioner is doing a good enough job for me, so that's why I need these, and so essentially my power conditioner is just acting as a power strip. However, in many situations, the power conditioner may be good enough. EBTech also has a few other devices that you can hook up to specifically clean the audio out of the audio signal itself via 1/4 inch connectors, or if you're using 3.5mm connections, wow, that was weird, there's something else you can use as well. So first and foremost is a product that I have recommended since like 2012 or 2013, as soon as I found out about it. It's called a ground loop isolator, and it looks a little something like this. Now, if you've had 3.5mm audio connections from your computer's audio out jack, a console headphone jack, a monitor headphone jack line in, any of the 3.5mm audio connections, running them between multiple PCs can end up giving you, or even from a monitor to like a recording device or a console headphone out to recording device, can give you quite a bit of static or electrical hum or some hiss. This does a pretty good job of removing that audio. You basically put it between two 3.5mm sources, and it's an isolator. It gets rid of the ground loop that's happening between the devices and cleans up the audio quite a bit. Now, they are one directional. They are specifically one direction, so it's male and female on the other end, and so they come both ways, and so you may need to make sure you get the right ones for your specific setup. And if you need a ton of them, it can get a little expensive. They're like $8 or $9 a pop, but they're well worth it. For any sort of mixer setup, they do a fantastic job of cleaning up audio. So this has been a few recommended ways to clean out static, hiss, hum, and artifacting and interference from your audio hardware if you're experiencing issues like that in your home studio setup. Again, sponsored by EBTech. Thank you so much.
This video is brought to you by TubeBuddy, the best tool you can get to manage your YouTube channel. Update videos in bulk, syndicate to social media, and back up your metadata and more, all with this simple browser extension. Head on over to EposVox.com/TubeBuddy to download it for free and learn more. TubeBuddy! Download for free. Learn more. I love it.
You may proceed.
That's 3 chapters down. 4 more to go. We finished up audio talk. Now let's cover the video side of things. Format, recording settings, bit rates for streaming and recording, hardware acceleration, all that. Let's go.
OBS Studio is great. It lets you record to a vast multitude of formats right out of the box, and a few really cool ones if you know how to tweak it just a bit. But what format should you be recording to? By far, the most compatible format that you can record to in OBS Studio is MP4. Most video editors and YouTube itself tend to work best with the MP4 container. It's also compatible with multiple audio tracks. FLV is not. The problem with MP4 though is that it's prone to corruption very easily. If OBS crashes, your computer loses power, and sometimes even just if an audio device disconnects while recording, the whole recording gets corrupted and unrecoverable. And with that audio device thing, if you ever have had an issue where you hit stop recording and it never finishes stop recording, then you have to kill the OBS process and your recording is gone. Thankfully, you have 2 options to avoid this. You can record to MOV, which is less prone to corruption, though it still happens, but it's not always compatible with all video editors. The best option for recording, in my opinion, is MKV. MKV allows the file to still be saved, even if your computer crashes, OBS crashes, or gets closed mid-recording. You generally can't edit MKV files, but OBS lets you remux the file back into an MP4 file that you can edit with the multiple audio tracks still intact. In my opinion, MKV is the best format to record to, and then remux the MP4 to do whatever you want with it. You can still just direct upload the MKV as well. If you want, you can also record to MOV and remux that to MP4 as well.
File formats are great, but what about actual settings?
OBS Studio is great for streaming, but I also use it for recording just about everything too. Thankfully, the interface for recording settings is pretty similar to streaming settings, but there's some specific tweaks we can make to get better quality or higher performance. To get the most out of your recording settings in OBS Studio, make sure your Output Settings tab is set to Advanced mode, not Simple mode. That way you can optimize settings for your specific computer. Make sure you're on the Recording tab too, of course. If you're working with a recording-only profile, then it doesn't matter what the Streaming tab settings are, as you should never click Start Streaming. With recording settings, choosing a bitrate is probably the hardest part. The bitrate is the rate of data for the video file. Up to a certain ceiling, more bitrate equals higher quality video footage. At the same time, more bitrate also equals bigger file sizes and often the need for a dedicated recording drive. Let's walk through the settings in this menu. For type, you just want to leave that on standard. In other videos in this course, I will show you how you can use the custom type to record some cool formats, but for now, let's just leave that on standard. Recording path is where your video recordings will be saved to. If you struggle to find your video file after recording, come back and check to see where this is set. Your video file will be there. As I mentioned before, you'll get the best performance results if you can record to a secondary hard drive or solid state drive in your PC. This is typically only something you'll have in desktops or high-end laptops. If you don't know what any of this means, no big deal. You can make do with the drive that you have already in your computer. Choose your recording destination and then decide if you want a file name with spaces or without. This is something you only need for specific Oddball systems, and you'd know it if you need it. Otherwise, it's down to user preference. Next, we have the recording format. For most people, you will want to choose MP4 or MKV. MP4 is the most widely compatible format to use, but there's a big glaring issue with the format. If your OBS crashes, computer crashes, or recording gets interrupted for any reason when recording to MP4, the file will corrupt and become unrecoverable. Period. Thankfully, you can set it to record to MKV format, which doesn't corrupt if the recording crashes. And then when done recording, go to File, Remux Recordings. Select your MKV recorded file, select an output destination, and hit Remux, and it will convert it to MP4 for you with the audio tracks still intact. This is pretty neat. It's an extra step, but make sure that you never lose a recording due to file corruption. Used to, people would recommend recording to FLV for this same reason, but FLV cannot save multiple audio tracks, an awesome feature we discussed in a previous video in the course. So if you want to maintain more than one audio track, MP4 or MKV is the way to go. On Mac, MOV might be more compatible though. Speaking of multiple audio tracks, below the recording format selection, you have the option to select which audio tracks you do want to record. I usually record all of them and then ditch the ones I don't need in editing. Next up can be a big decision for some, choosing the encoder. This is something that advanced users can take advantage of to really improve their performance and quality, but most average users will probably want to leave on X264. If the profile you're setting up is also a streaming profile and you just want an exact copy of your stream, you can select Use Stream Encoder and be done. It automatically knows what to record and you're good to go. But if you want to record a higher quality copy of what was streamed, or this is a dedicated recording profile not meant for streaming, it's not that easy. As I mentioned before, most users will want to leave this on X264. This is the main built-in video encoder for OBS Studio, and it works great. If you're running a desktop computer or a very high-end laptop with a dedicated graphics card, then you may be able to take advantage of GPU hardware encoding. See, graphics cards have always had dedicated video encoding engines, but they haven't been made available for us to actually use until recently. Now, newer AMD and Nvidia graphics cards come with their own encoding engines that we can use in programs like OBS Studio for lag-free video recording. In the encoder box, if you have a supported graphics card, you'll see either NVENC H.264 for Nvidia graphics cards, or AMD Video Coding Engine H.264 encoder or AMD VCE for AMD graphics cards. Choosing this will allow you to record high-quality recordings without impacting your computer's performance. This just utilizes the extra performance headroom on your graphics card without using up your CPU or anything. I use it to get lag-free 4K 60 FPS recordings all the time, and it can benefit you too. You can use it for streaming as well if your PC struggles a lot with the streaming process, but typically X264 looks better at lower bit rates, such as when streaming, whereas NVENC and AMD's VCE look better at higher bit rates for recording. If you want to record to a lower resolution than your resolution set in your video settings tab, you can check the Rescale Output and change the resolution here. Typically, if you want this to affect recording settings, you would change this in the video settings tab, whereas you would change this on a per stream basis for your streaming settings. Leave custom muxer settings blank, unless you already have a specific reason for using it. You have a couple options with rate control. For streaming, using CBR is typically recommended, but recording is more flexible depending on your system. In my experience, you get the best performance results by using CBR or VBR. VBR stands for variable bitrate and allows the data rate to change based on the amount of action in the scene. This can improve quality, but cause hiccups in the recording if your CPU can't keep up with the changes. CBR stands for constant bitrate and means that it always records the same amount of data no matter what happens in the scene. This can mean smoother performance, but sometimes degraded quality during higher action scenes. Another commonly used option is CRF, or constant rate factor. This means that the encoder tries to maintain the same level of quality set by you. This leads to higher quality in recordings depending on the CRF value you set, but can create much larger file sizes and much higher impact on your performance. CRF 23-20 provides a good balance of image quality to file size and performance, though a CRF of 18 can provide a much higher image quality if your PC can handle it. The numbers are counterintuitive. The lower the CRF value, the better the quality provided. If you're using a hardware encoder like NVENC, I highly recommend just going with VBR. Let's knock out a couple other settings before we touch on bitrate. Keyframe interval should be set to 2. This is required for YouTube and Twitch while streaming and helps keep things compatible overall with your videos. If your CPU is struggling with the encoding process, you can raise the CPU usage preset higher, which will use less CPU resources and the recording process will be smoother. This will have a small impact on image quality, however. Leave other settings as is. CPU usage preset isn't anything to worry about with NVENC or AMD VCE since they run on the graphics cards instead of using the CPU. Now we can tackle the almighty bitrate. With streaming, the main limitation of what bitrate you can set is your internet upload speed. With recording, it's a little different. You have to consider what kind of hard drive you're using, the maximum supported bitrate of whatever devices you're recording from, and so on. It sounds more complicated than it is though. For easy reference, these are the recommended upload bitrates for YouTube videos. For 1080p, YouTube recommends between 8 and 12 megabits per second depending on your frame rate. For 4K, that number goes up to 35 to 68 megabits per second. However, keep in mind that this is the recommended bitrate that you upload your final videos at. Generally, you want to record at a higher bitrate than you render at. You can always compress your video more during editing and rendering, but you can't add more quality back to a video. And rendering at the same bitrate you recorded at can still lead to some compression artifacting and things like that. One last factor to consider is how long you plan on recording. See, my normal recording profile for videos involves recording at a massive bitrate, 200 or more megabits per second, but when I started live streaming, I couldn't use my overkill bitrates anymore as my multiple hour-long live streams were generating files that were hundreds of gigabytes in size. It's kind of hard to maintain that on a 3 times a week schedule if you want to maintain the VODs. So my stream recording profile is set to 30 megabits per second. This maintains a good balance of quality to file size for my stream VODs, and is the maximum bitrate supported by the original Elgato Game Capture HD, so the file size are competitive enough for just cutting out quick stream highlights and is still way better quality than the original stream. The big thing I typically urge you to think about is the location of where you save your recordings. As I mentioned before, recording to a secondary hard drive or SSD would get you the best results. If you're only able to record to your primary hard drive, your C drive, then you might not be able to record at super high bit rates. Your main drive, especially if it's a laptop hard drive, is already bogged down, loading your operating system, running games, programs, and so on. High bitrate recording can choke in this kind of bottleneck. The arguments against this was that the maximum write speeds of just about any modern hard drive can sustain recordings. This is true, but hard drives are mechanical, and the read-write heads can't move quick enough to both read a bunch of data at once on one part of the drive and write to another part of the drive. Lower bit rates should be fine, however. Also, if your computer has a USB 3.0 or better port and you have a USB 3.0 hard drive, you can likely use that to record directly to instead. Do some testing before committing to a full recording session and see what works for you. As far as my personal recommendation goes, for 720p or lower, I recommend recording about 8 to 10 megabits per second. Higher if you're doing any major editing. For 1080p recording, I recommend recording 25 megabits to 40 megabits per second. For 1440p or higher, I definitely recommend recording at 45 megabits per second or higher. For 4K, you'll want to go 50 megabits per second or higher, but I recommend 100 megabits per second or more if your computer can handle it. At that point, you absolutely should be using NVENC or AMD VCE encoding instead of X264. If you're doing a strictly recording profile, your audio bitrate should all be set to 320 kilobits per second. Having top quality audio is important, and there's no reason to record to a lower audio bitrate. Again, the ultimate rule with changing any settings is to perform multiple lengthy recording tests before starting a real recording session. You want to make absolutely certain that your settings are solid and reliable before committing to a proper session and finding out that it didn't work. Recording settings can seem intimidating or scary, but they don't have to be. It's about trial and error to find your sweet spot settings and taking your time and performing tests as you go.
That was a lot. Take a breather real quick. Enjoy this clip. And then we'll jump back to early 2017 when I covered why you should record to a secondary hard drive. But get a drink or something first. Seriously.
I've talked a lot about utilizing a secondary hard drive for recording videos on my channel, be it with XSplit, OBS Studio, Elgato Game Capture HD, or anything else. A secondary hard drive or solid state drive, physically different from your main OS C drive, is almost a requirement in my book for recording videos to your computer. But I've never really gone into detail in video form as to why you should record to a secondary drive. Let's talk about that. There are two main reasons you'd want to use a secondary disk drive to record to: bottlenecking issues affecting the performance and quality of your recording, and the durability of your system on the whole. The biggest issue that you're going to care about, at least immediately, is your system bottlenecking. This means that something in your computer is restricting performance for everything else. In this case, your hard drive is the bottleneck. Your primary hard drive, the C drive in Windows, is already being constantly used and accessed to run your operating system, various programs, and probably even your game, if you're gaming on PC. This means a lot of data is being sent back and forth, and if you're on a standard mechanical hard drive, then the platters are already doing a lot of spinning and reading. They can only go so fast. If you're on a laptop, it's even slower. If you try to record an intensive process involving a ton of data being transferred to this drive, you can easily run into performance issues. Your whole system could slow down or lock up, or your recording can get messed up. There can be visual artifacts in the footage, such as pixelization or random glitching, or you just might not be able to keep up with the frame rate and just have super jittery, stuttery video. You don't want that. You just don't. Recording to a secondary drive that is only being accessed for the purpose of recording means a free flow of information with minimal performance issues or impact. Secondly, constantly recording to your OS hard drive can actually decrease the durability of your computer, especially if you're on a laptop. Laptop hard drives or other weaker hard drives only operate at 5400 RPM versus the 7200 RPM of bigger desktop hard drives, and they aren't made for the constant writing like that. Abusing the hard drive means you could wake up one day after rendering a video overnight only to find that your PC will only give you a sad blue screen. I've seen it plenty of times. So what can you do to prevent any of this from happening? Use a secondary disk drive. How you go about this exactly depends on your setup. A standard desktop is super easy to add a new hard drive to. I'm working on getting my own video online on how to do this, but in the meantime, there are thousands upon thousands of other guides online on how to do this. A little Google can go a long way. Many laptops, especially ones under $500, don't have the option for a secondary hard drive slot. If yours does, go ahead and add it in. The screws are usually fairly well labeled. If not, then you'll need to look into other options. On a desktop or laptop, if you have a USB 3.0 port on your computer, you can use a USB 3.0 external hard drive for recording. I, personally, shy away from this recommendation because external hard drives used to be made pretty cheaply and would burn out quicker than a laptop hard drive for recording. Nowadays, they're pretty good. You want to use a USB 3.0 hard drive, however, as a USB 2.0 drive often can't sustain the required data transfer rates for doing any real quality recording. If you want to record 240p, go right ahead. USB 2.0 drive will do fine, but to do 1080p, 1080p 60, 720p, you need a beefy connection, and USB 3.0 is that connection. And before you ask, no, don't record to a flash drive or an SD card. A fast enough SDXC UHS card might work with a USB 3.0 card reader, but overall it won't be a pleasant experience. Card readers are made for fast read speeds, not write speeds. And the flash chips on a flash drive will definitely die on you after recording for so long.
You now know a secondary hard drive or recording SSD will make your PC run better for high bitrate recording. But what kinds of bitrates should you be using?
A word that frequently gets thrown around when discussing video recording and editing is bitrate. What does that mean? The phrase refers to the data rate of your video recording or live stream, usually referred to some amount of bits per second. Don't confuse this with bytes. We normally measure files in bytes, megabytes, gigabytes, and so on, but bits are different. Size-wise, bits are 1/8 of the size of a byte. This actually makes it easier to talk about when it comes to streaming, as if you run an internet speed test, it measures this in megabits instead of megabytes per second. A higher bit rate equals more bits per second, which generally means higher quality. But depending on your upload speed, computer specs, and so on, you may not be able to use a higher bitrate. Or if you set it absurdly high, eventually any quality increase might be insignificant, especially compared to the cost of high file sizes that are created by such high bitrates. There's a few things you need to consider when choosing a bitrate for streaming or recording. Let's take a look at streaming first. With streaming, you must primarily take your internet connection into consideration. As I've mentioned before, due to packet loss, interference, and other issues, the most reliable upstream connection will be through a wired internet connection, not over a wireless signal. Go to openspeedtest.com or speedtest.net and test your upload speed. For live streaming, the highest recommended bitrate is roughly equals to 75% of your total upload speed. Regardless of your upload speed, be it 300, 30, or 5 megabits per second, you can't push the whole speed all the time. Other things run on your network and require bandwidth, and if you're playing games, you'll need some room or it will be a laggy mess as well. This bitrate includes audio too, so if your upload speed is 5 megabits per second, the most I'd recommend for a total bitrate for a stream is 3.75 megabits per second, with roughly 200 kilobits per second being allocated for the audio. Of course, as with anything, you'll need to do some test streams to make sure your connection can actually handle pushing that many bits for hours on end, and that you aren't dropping frames or not pushing data enough. OBS Studio now shows color indication for your stream health, which shows how well your connection is maintaining the stream settings. With Twitch, you'll also want to keep your viewers in mind. Generally speaking, transcoding, the process of providing converted versions of a stream broadcast at lower qualities so it's easier to watch, was something only reserved for Twitch partners. They've made great strides since then, making transcoding available to more people. To see if you have this available, once you've begun streaming, sneakily pull up your stream page, mute it of course, or your viewers will get an echo, and check the gear icon to see if you can change the quality from source to high, medium, or low, or to specific resolutions. If so, you're good to go. If not, then your viewers are stuck with only the option to view the quality you are streaming. That means that if their internet connection can't handle downloading that kind of bitrate, then their stream view will just keep buffering and they will leave. This leads many streamers to only stream at a maximum of 2 megabits per second, or 2000 in the bitrate box, so that just about anyone can view it. If you don't seem to be getting transcoding when you start streaming, you might want to consider doing this too, especially if you're a new streamer and need to attract new viewers. Otherwise, if you have transcoding, you can stream at the full 6 megabits per second that Twitch allows, or whatever your internet connection can support if below that. YouTube doesn't have such limitations, so just run free if you streamed there. Just keep in mind that it is hard for any internet connection, no matter the speed, to maintain higher than like 10 megabits per second or so upstream consistently for multiple hours on end. I have found that 9 megabits per second on YouTube live streaming actually looked really good for 1080p 60 video. On the other side of the coin, recording bit rates work a little differently. See, when you stream, you can only really use super low bit rates. The quality is acceptable for streaming, but isn't super great for final videos. These bit rates are just child's play compared to what you can actually record at. Your hard drive can handle way higher data rates than your internet upload speed, but depending on if you're recording on a desktop or a laptop and if you have a secondary hard drive available, you may not be able to totally max out on those recordings. If you're recording on a laptop and are only able to record to your main C hard drive, your recording data stream has to compete with your operating system reading and writing constantly, any programs running, as well as your games running on your computer. This means that it may struggle with recordings. Modern hard drives can maintain high speeds of data transfer, but bouncing back and forth between faraway parts on the disk platter is not the strong suit of mechanical drives. SSDs, on the other hand, can handle this way better, so if your laptop just has a solid-state drive in it, you might still be good to go. Ideally, you'll want to record to a secondary hard drive, either inside of your computer or a USB 3.0 or faster drive hooked up to a USB 3 port. Those can usually sustain recording bit rates, but USB 2.0 ones cannot. Choosing a recording bitrate is all about balancing video quality with file size. More bits equals more quality, but also equals bigger files. Here's the kicker. You can always compress your video later to make it smaller, either in a compression program or when you render your video edit, but you cannot add more quality back in. Record at too low of a bitrate and your video file will remain crappy quality forever. Record at a really high bitrate and you can compress it smaller when you edit and render so that it's easier to upload. For easy reference, these are the recommended uploaded bitrates for YouTube. For 1080p, YouTube recommends between 8 and 12 megabits per second, depending on your frame rate. For 4K, that number jumps up to 35 to 68 megabits per second. However, keep in mind that this is the recommended bitrate that you upload your final files at. Generally, you want to record higher than what you render at. Again, you can always compress your video more in editing and rendering, but you can't add that quality back to the video. As far as my personal recommendation goes, for 720p or lower, I recommend recording to 8 to 10 megabits or higher if you're doing any major editing. For 1080p recording, I recommend 25 to 40 megabits per second, or higher. For 1440p or higher, I definitely recommend recording at 45 megabits per second or higher. For 4K, you'll want to go 50 megabits or higher, but I definitely recommend 100 megabits per second or more if your computer can handle it. It will look amazing. At that point, you absolutely should be using NVENC or AMD VCE hardware-based encoding instead of X264. If you're doing strictly a recording profile, all of your audio bit rates should be set to 320 kilobits per second. Having top quality audio is important, and there is no reason to record at a lower bit rate. Again, the ultimate rule with changing any settings is to perform multiple lengthy recording tests before starting a real recording session. You want to make absolutely certain that your settings are solid and reliable before committing to a full actual video session. One last factor to consider is how long you plan on recording. See, my normal recording profile for videos involves recording at a massive 200 megabits per second or more bitrate. But when I started live streaming, I couldn't use those overkill bitrates for that purpose, as my multiple hour live streams were generating files that were hundreds of gigabytes in size. Kinda hard to maintain that on a 3 times weekly schedule. So my stream recording profile is set to record 30 megabits per second. This maintains a good balance of quality to file size for my stream VODs and is just about the maximum bitrate supported by the original Elgato Game Capture HD, so the files are still competitive enough for just cutting out quick stream highlights, and is still way better quality than the original stream was. Hopefully this helps you make a solid decision when it comes to choosing a bitrate for your recording or stream in OBS Studio. While OBS Studio is great for live streaming and recording your games, screen, webcams, or other inputs, it's actually capable of much more exotic functionality. I use OBS daily as a tool for all of my recording needs, and I'm able to do this due to the off-label recording capabilities of the software. First, let's look at FFmpeg. Hidden in plain sight within the advanced mode of the output settings for recording is a settings toggle that very few people even know exist, but opens a wide world of additional recording possibilities. Under the recording tab is a drop-down that says Type Standard. Ever noticed it before? Maybe not. For like 99% of uses of OBS, leaving this on standard is necessary. But if you change it to Custom Output FFmpeg, you can record to just about any file format that the FFmpeg encoding program is capable of. Admittedly, I don't have a ton of experience with FFmpeg's normal tools and command line capabilities, but there are plenty of resources available online. I'll have some linked in the video description. People in the OBS forums have used custom output for a plethora of different recording modes, but I want to showcase one way that I utilize this in my workflow, and then you can think creatively from there. That is to record using Apple's ProRes codec. This is a very high bitrate and high fidelity recording format that is used in a wide variety of professional video recorders, including my Atomos Ninja Inferno that I'm using now. If you can sustain the high CPU loads and high write speeds, you can use this to record ridiculously high quality video files. Even with my ridiculous setup, I can't record 4K desktop captures nor most PC games with ProRes. The demand is just too high. But I was able to record some webcams and console games via a capture card with it. The file sizes are huge, of course, reaching more than 500 megabits per second, but the quality is pretty great. This is great if you're a video junkie like myself, but for your average YouTube videos, it's completely unnecessary. But the fact that you can do this in OBS is just awesome. To try ProRes for yourself, choose the Custom Output FFmpeg type in your advanced recording settings, as I said before. For container format, choose MOV. For video encoder, choose ProRes. Now I also recommend changing the audio bitrate to 320. This will only record a single audio track at a time though, despite the fact that ProRes itself seems to be able to contain multiple audio tracks. Video bitrate doesn't seem to actually affect anything here, but I had mine set to 500 megabits per second, or 5 with 5 zeros after it. Keyframe intervals should be equivalent to 2 seconds of video based on your frame rate. So 30 FPS, set it to 60, for 60 FPS, set it to 120. Other than that, you should be good to go if your computer can handle it. The ways I usually record higher quality footage with OBS is either to just pump a huge bitrate into X264, or use the hardware NVENC encoder from my Nvidia graphics card and put it into lossless mode. This is great for desktop capture, but can prove challenging to sustain for game capture recording. Recording CSGO at 4K 60 FPS lossless resulted in a video feed of over 1 gigabit per second. Faster than most computer networks could handle, and faster than most storage devices can handle too. If you want to experiment with this level of recording, you will need to dedicate at least a standard SSD to record to, and preferably an NVMe SSD of sorts if you really want to get up there in bit rates. A mechanical hard drive just cannot handle that kind of writing, the data writing, without a big multi-disk array. Using NVENC lossless requires an Nvidia graphics card, of course, changing the encoder to NVENC and changing VBR to lossless, and the mode to high performance. Sometimes it works well, sometimes it struggles, but crazy awesome that OBS can support it at all. For most people, this doesn't have many practical applications other than satisfying a lust for the best possible quality ever, but allows me to sometimes do ridiculous things like upscale 1080p Destiny footage to flipping 8K without any noticeable drop in quality. All the pixels. So just tinker with the options, do some research about FFmpeg, and figure out if something would work for you, or if you have any crazy ideas like I have. I'd love to hear about them in the comments below.
This last section touched on it, but let's dive a little deeper with hardware encoding and see how you can record lag-free easily.
Tired of laggy recordings or having to sacrifice quality for performance? Using hardware encoding, you can actually record full quality recordings with no lag. But you generally need to be on something other than a laptop. You can upgrade graphics cards in a desktop, but the only way to get better graphics card in a laptop is to buy another laptop. With Nvidia graphics cards or newer AMD graphics cards, you have the option of selecting the hardware encoder within OBS Studio to do the processing for you. For AMD cards, this is called AMD Video Compression Engine, or VCE. For Nvidia, it's called Nvidia EposVox. To use this for your recording or streaming, go to your output settings and see where it says encoder and click X264. Click the dropdown and change it to VCE or EposVox. This records and streams without lag, as it utilizes the extra processing headroom on your graphics card to encode the video. Graphics cards have always had and advertised encoding capabilities, but we've never had the tools to use it. Now we do. Some Intel processors also have Intel QuickSync encoding options available for this, but the video quality is significantly worse with QuickSync than normal X264 or other hardware encoding options. It's worth trying out if it's available to you, but don't be surprised if you don't like the result. A general word of advice here though, streaming with hardware encoding at low bit rates looks much worse than X264. X264 looks much better at low bit rates, whereas hardware encoding actually tends to look better than X264 at higher bit rates. So generally it's recommended to use hardware encoding for recording, since you'll be using high bit rates, and X264 for streaming at lower bit rates. That also still relieves some of the pressure on your CPU, and if you stream and record at the same time. If your system still struggles with X264 for streaming, you can use hardware encoding for it. It will just not look quite as good. The choice is yours, and you may not even notice the quality difference, and your viewers probably won't either. If you've used Nvidia Shadowplay in the past, you may have experienced audio desync issues due to the way variable frame rate recording happens within Shadowplay. While OBS Studio can use the EposVox encoder that Shadowplay uses, it does not have these issues and will record to a locked frame rate and no desync as a result. I love it. We've talked about recording and streaming, but what if you want to do both at the same time? This is actually pretty common to have a local copy for highlights, or if you just want to upload a higher quality copy of your stream VOD once the stream is over. Let's take a look at how to set it up. OBS Studio has a separate Start Streaming and Start Recording buttons, which allow you to control recording and streaming separately. But you're able to do both at the same time. Even better, you have the option to record either the same quality copy as your live stream or record a much higher quality local copy. This is a pretty powerful feature, and it may require powerful computer hardware to make work. To set this up, all you really have to do is make sure your output mode is set to advanced in your profile and customize your recording and streaming settings separately. For example, I stream to Twitch using X264 at around 6 megabits per second, but record locally using Nvidia EposVox at 30 megabits per second. Get your settings set appropriately, hit apply, and then make sure you hit start recording alongside start streaming. If you're looking to edit your VODs or highlights after you stream, you can also utilize multiple audio tracks with your recording. I have videos on how to set up your streaming and recording profiles, as well as how to best utilize multiple audio tracks in the course playlist. If you're like me and tend to forget to hit start recording at the right time after you've started streaming, there is a handy fix. In general settings, you can check the automatically record when streaming button so that it presses the button for you. Also, you can check keep recording when the stream stops if you have an issue with needing to start and stop streaming, or your internet cuts out or something like that. I leave the second one unchecked, but I tend to utilize the automatically record option just to save my bacon. As we discussed in the bitrates video, you'll want to be careful when choosing your recording bitrate to consider how long you plan on streaming. My overkill 250 megabit per second recording bitrate is great for short recording bursts for my videos, but would quickly fill up all of my available storage for my long 6-hour Twitch streams. So for streaming, I've lowered the recording bitrate to 30 megabits per second. For more information on bitrates, check the Bitrate Considerations video in the course playlist. And that's all it really takes. You can record and stream at the same time and in different qualities. If you have the ability to utilize hardware encoding from Nvidia or AMD, it's generally better to use that capability for recording locally and X264 for the live stream. The X264 codec looks better at low bit rates, whereas NVENC or AMD VCE tends to look better at higher bit rates.
Next up, I wanted to cover some thoughts on picking a webcam for streaming. I've got a fairly comprehensive playlist of webcam reviews and comparisons up on the channel. Link will be in the video doc. Generally speaking, you don't have to get anything fancy unless you just want to. Having good lighting for your facecam is more important than having the most expensive one. As has been the case for a while, the Logitech C920 is still the best affordable 1080p webcam. Their new C922 is basically the exact same quality. It technically offers 60 FPS at 720p, but the quality seriously suffers and it just looks bad at that resolution. If you want the best, webcam-wise, the Logitech Brio is a rock-solid 1080p 60 FPS webcam. It has a 4K mode, but suffers from delay and doesn't quite hold up. Pretty slick for 1080p 60 though. Though there is a market for expensive PTZ cameras and the upcoming $800 sub-2R webcam, but those are only worth it for very specific situations. For that price, you could easily set up something like the Panasonic G7 or a solid camcorder and the Elgato Camlink or other UVC device and get better results. Again, the big thing is to kick it into manual settings, like I've mentioned before, and set up great lighting. I've got a great affordable LED kit linked in the video doc. But what about capture cards? Avoid the original Elgato HD60. It has a frame buffer delay before the video shows up to your stream, which requires separate syncing of your audio and video and can become a huge headache, and requires your CPU to decode the already compressed video feed and re-encode it, causing performance issues. Some solid options are the Elgato HD60S if you have a modern USB 3.0 port on your computer, the HD60 Pro if you have a desktop, AverMedia's Live Gamer Extreme for USB 3.0, or their Live Gamer HD2 for desktops, or the wider, more expensive market from like Epiphan or Magewell. If you're dabbling into the 4K UHD content production with the Xbox One X or PS4 Pro, Elgato's 4K 60 Pro is just on the horizon. I will say that in most cases, using a capture card for a single PC streaming setup, meaning that you're streaming from the same PC that you're gaming on and not a console, will not give you better performance. Check the performance tips throughout this course or look into setting up a separate streaming rig if you're having issues. TunnelBear is the fast and easy VPN service that keeps your data safe and secure behind a bear. Sign up for your 7-day free trial and learn more via the link in the video description. Now we've made it to Chapter 5. In this chapter, we're going to cover more dynamic elements of streaming. We'll touch on troubleshooting some internet problems with streaming, dynamic setup possibilities, stream alerts, and some serious streaming magic with RTMP and NDI, with a special guest spot from Synapse.
We talked about setting up bitrates and coming up with viable bitrate options for slower upload speeds in previous videos. But what if you know you have a capable internet connection, but you're still having trouble streaming with OBS Studio, dropping frames, red connection status, and so on? First and foremost, please do realize that literally everyone's setup is different. Your internet provider, your internet connection, your router and other networking hardware, your computer, software running on your computer, your version of Windows, expectations, patience, and other devices on your network. Every tiniest detail of your setup will be different from everyone else's. Because of this, I will likely not have a single specified and directed answer that will fix your problems, but rather I aim to simply aid you along your way of troubleshooting what problems you might have. And remember, OBS does have a dedicated forum you can use to submit logs and specs to try to get a solution to your problems too. As with all complicated streaming setups, patience is very important. I also wanted to point out the new connection status indicator. This came out in update 18 in the software and brought back a feature that had died with classic OBS until March-ish 2017. At the bottom, where it shows your current frame rate in OBS Studio, it now shows a color indicator for network stability. Green means no congestion, everything is good. Yellow indicates increasing congestion, it's having more trouble pushing the full bitrate through consistently. Red means it's dropping frames due to network issues. Tip number 1, plug in an Ethernet cable. No, really. Wireless networking has come a long way in terms of raw deliverable speeds, but it's still crap for high-level work. It can increase your ping and is very prone to signal interference, signal degradation, and packet loss. Use your attics, basements, walls, something, and get a wired network going to your streaming setup if you're getting serious about streaming. Plus, when you try to narrow down troubleshooting, virtually no one will help you if you say you are on wireless and haven't recreated it with a wired network connection yet. Just a factor of life. It's the lowest common denominator. Tip number 2. An obvious one, but one everyone skips, including myself. And then you feel bad about it. Turn off unnecessary services and programs. If you're not running a Steam game, a Battle.net game, an Origin, Uplay, or whatever service platform game, don't run the clients. Auto-updating for games or the app itself can kick in at any time and ruin your network performance. Similarly, close out of just about everything else. Skype constantly loads ads and uses network traffic. Cloud sync apps are constantly pinging and syncing data. BitTorrent and Usenet clients are always active. Overbearing firewalls and network monitors can cause your performance to degrade too. If this is too difficult to pull off every time you want to stream, consider making a new user profile on your computer just for streaming. Only install exactly what you need for streaming, and then don't ever use it other than for streaming. Tweak it to prevent extraneous processes from starting up and signing in, and keep it clean and easy to use. Tip number 3, check your streaming servers. Make sure you're not set to stream to a Twitch or YouTube or whatever service across the world. The closer you can get to your exact location, the better. The auto configuration tool we covered in a previous episode has a built-in tool to ping servers for your streaming service and choose the right one for you. Try that too. Tip number 4. Use OBS's new network tools. In Settings, Advanced, OBS Studio has new networking options available at the bottom. If you have multiple networking devices connected to your PC, for example a wireless card and a wired Ethernet jack, you can use the Bind to IP dropdown to force OBS to only use one device, preferably your Ethernet connection, and prevent it from accidentally routing through wireless or something like that. This is also useful if you run separate internet connections entirely for streaming and other network usage. You can try checking the box next to Enable New Networking Code to see if it plays better with the stream servers. The code is supposed to help stream more efficiently, though not much information is given about it. If you do check that box, you also have the option to check the box next to Low Latency Mode, which will stream in a more ping-friendly way to keep ping down. This will, however, use more system resources, but might be the fix that you need. You also have controls for auto reconnect settings here as well. Tip number 5. Lastly, if you're consistently having issues streaming and your bit rates are well within your bandwidth, check with your ISP. Give them a call and work with them to stress test your modem, router, and networking hardware to see if you're having any signal loss, packet loss, or other connection issues that might be directly associated with them. While this was more of a problem in older dial-up and DSL networks, this can still very much be the source of many streamers' headaches. And be nice to your ISP employees. Again, have some patience and work through each step carefully and with multiple trials. You'll get it worked out. Sometimes it just takes time. Hopefully these tips have helped you along your way. Have you had any oddball network fixes? Leave them in the comments below.
In this next segment, let's discuss some dynamic streaming setups that you can create to go beyond the typical gameplay and face cam and really get your viewers engaged. This is going to be pretty hypothetical and requires some creativity on your part, but will hopefully get your thoughts going.
Setting up Facecam on top of your gameplay footage is a great start to connecting with your audience and making a great looking live stream. But it doesn't have to stop there. A basic Facecam cam is the beginning of what you can do. We're mainly going to talk about some realistic ideas, and I will show you some of what I have implemented. Those who are super MLG pro at a specific game, first-person shooters, RTS games, and so on, implementing a keyboard cam, mouse cam, or controller cam might be a great idea. This is super easy to set up, just an extra camera mounted and pointed at your controlling device, keyboard, mouse, controller, whatever. This can be a webcam via USB, or a camcorder or DSLR with an HDMI feed running into a capture card or something like the Elgato Cam Link. And yes, you can use multiple capture cards or multiple webcams in one system with OBS Studio. I do that. This is how a lot of professional broadcasts work. Not only that, but you can get some capture cards with multiple inputs. Let that sink in if you've seen that as a roadblock previously. There are multiple input capture cards. If you have multiple computer monitors and use them for a specific workflow, you can add them all to OBS and use a keypad with macros or an automatic scene switcher to switch between them. Or you can go a step further and add webcams on top of each monitor so that you always have a face cam ready. Side cams are pretty obnoxious IMO. My live streaming setup has 3 different cameras. My main webcam mounted on my primary monitor, which is the Logitech Brio 4K webcam running at 1080p 60. The Logitech C922 mounted on my side monitor where I keep my Premiere Pro panels for editing live streams. And then I have a camera on a tripod behind my third screen over on my left. I use this for my console gaming live streams, and the camcorder feeds via HDMI to another capture card. Easy to set up and makes the live streaming experience a lot more dynamic and a lot more interesting to your viewer, and that is what matters. If you're not super picky about privacy and have an interesting setup, you can mount another camera, such as a wireless security camera streaming over the network, or just a webcam with a really long USB cable run on a wide angle further back to show your setup or during your be right back scenes. Add a little blur to it and text over top to say be right back or stream starting soon, and you have a much more interesting scene than just a BRB slide. And viewers get to see behind the scenes, which helps them feel more involved. You can utilize complex layout graphics or websites like TipeeStream to make a more visually appealing stream with extra layouts, graphics, Twitch chat overlaid, views side by side, and so on. You can have multiple people streaming in one location too. Run both game systems or PCs into capture cards to the streaming machine, set up face cams for both people, and switch between the scenes. Think about how major esports or even normal sports events are set up and scale that down to your needs. You can set up an audio mixer to feed in audio from multiple sources, such as multiple microphones, your game system, a secondary computer for music playback, and so on. See my audio setup if you want an example. Some people even have separate game feeds for when they're in between matches of their main game. For example, switching to the view of a mobile phone game while they're waiting for lobbies to load and switch in multiplayer competitive first-person shooters or something like that. These are just a few ideas towards the unlimited possibilities you can achieve with scenes and interactivity within OBS Studio. You just have to be creative and have patience, and whatever ideas you have can be achievable. One key to an engaging and interesting live stream is utilizing stream alerts to indicate on stream when someone follows, subscribes, tips you, and so on. This creates a sort of instant gratification that feels very rewarding for some viewers and incentivizes them to stick around. There are a few different platforms that can provide alerts for your live stream, but the overall setup on OBS's side is the same. I'll be covering Streamlabs, formerly called Twitch Alerts, in this video, though I can cover more options in future episodes if needed. Alerts are integrated using the browser source plugin built into OBS Studio to load a web page which gets green screened out, and whatever shows up gets overlaid on top of your stream. It sounds a little complicated, but OBS Studio makes it easy to implement. Head on over to streamlabs.com and log in with your Twitch or YouTube gaming account, whichever you plan on streaming to and need alerts for. Once logged in, choose Alert Box from the left-hand sidebar. This is where you can customize the alerts to your heart's content. You can add your own GIFs to show on screen, unique sound effects, and customize the text a bit. To test your customization, you can click the widget URL box at the top and hit Launch to open up a pop-up alerts window. Then click on one of the test buttons to test your alert and see if it's configured appropriately. Ignore the green background. OBS Studio will remove this on its own. To add the alerts to a scene in OBS Studio, click to add a new source and choose Browser Source. Give it a name and hit OK. Next to URL, paste in the URL from the widget URL box on Streamlabs. Click OK. It should just kind of show up as the red bounding box around nothing on your stream. This is fine. The green background automatically gets keyed out. You can hit one of the test buttons on Streamlabs' website and make sure that they show up over top your scene. Keep in mind that the sound effect plays through your desktop audio device, so you will hear it on your computer, and that device needs to be added to your audio devices or your audience won't hear the alerts. On the Streamlabs site, you can use the checkboxes above the URL to customize which alerts show. For example, if you don't want to show every new follower, just subscribers, or you only want to showcase donations or tips, and so on. As I said before, there are other sites that can give you stream alerts, but they mostly work in the same way via browser source. Hopefully this gives you a better idea of how to set them up for your stream. A nice little trick I like to use is to make a dedicated scene just for your alerts and overlays. Make a new scene, call it overlays, and set up your various overlays via browser sources that you would use across multiple scenes, but within this scene. Position and resize them as desired. Now you can go to each of your normal scenes and just add this scene as a source to them all at once. Then any changes to the overlays scene will affect all scenes with that nested scene as a source. This is a lot more convenient than trying to set it up on each individual scene. Streaming to Twitch or YouTube gaming is nice, but sometimes for bigger events, you might want to stream to multiple platforms at once. I'm going to be using the platform called Restream in today's tutorial. They are not a sponsor, but I do have an affiliate sign-up link that I'd appreciate if you would use. The platform is free, but I get a small kickback if you sign up or use any of their premium features. Let's get on with it, shall we? If you want to stream to both YouTube and Twitch, or to Beam, Hitbox, Ustream, or any of the other tons of supported platforms on Restream, or even to multiple accounts on the same streaming service, Restream is a great free tool to do just that. Sign up for an account and authorize the channels you wish to push your stream to. Then, on the right of the main site panel, you're provided with a stream key and a drop-down to select the server closest to you. Open OBS and go to your Stream Settings tab. Choose Restream.io from the list of streaming services. Choose the correct server to match your Restream page listing and paste your stream key into the box. Click Apply, and you're ready to stream. See, Restream acts as a middleman server and takes your stream and sends it back out to the other platforms that you choose. They're working on implementing transcoding too, so you can stream a specific bitrate or resolution to Restream and then send different streams to other platforms. It is worth noting, however, that there will be an added delay with Restream. Since you are sending a stream to them to be sent out to other platforms, there's a little extra added delay. On a good note, they do have their own chat app, which allows you to view all of your stream chats in one box. This makes it a little easier to keep up with.
When I sat down to record this course, I wanted to make sure that I covered a couple specific topics that are kind of important to higher tier, more advanced streaming that I think would be a great opportunity to kind of point people in that direction. Those topics were RTMP, which is a streaming protocol we'll talk about in a minute, and NDI. I have a dedicated segment of the course, separate from this, talking about NDI. That'll come a little bit later. But in this kind of weird, different segment of the course, I really wanted to cover RTMP and how that works. So for this, we kind of have a little fireside chat Q&A session with a fellow by the name of Synapse, who does streaming on YouTube. He has a YouTube channel, and he does the most I've ever seen on YouTube or on Twitch with RTMP servers and customizing them for some truly crazy advanced streaming setups. And I thought he would be the best possible resource to talk about this, and he comes with a lot of information jam-packed in here, and this was a great session. I had a blast talking to him. He had a lot of great information, converted me myself. I'm actually going to be setting up my own RTMP server on my Cinnabar server and running that soon. And there's a lot of good info here, but it's in a little bit of a different format, so just wanted to preface this. RTMP stands for Real-Time Messaging Protocol, was developed for Macromedia Flash for delivering audio and video over the internet, but is now primarily used for most content delivery networks, or CDNs, for live streaming just about anything. It's kind of one of the main protocols, but you can utilize it to your advantage, even within your home network, to do a lot more with live streaming than a traditional capture card or even just a single PC stream would allow. And we talk about some of these possibilities here.
Well, basically, I think most people don't know what an RTMP server is. or what it does, or how you can use it. And basically the RTMP server is very similar to Twitch's ingest servers. You can stream to it, and you can create your own key and stream to your own personal RTMP server, whether it's in your LAN or up on a server on the cloud. And you can basically stream as many sources as you want to it. And one of the use case scenarios that people are doing is they will stream from their main gaming PC to their RTMP server at home, and they'll make use of a dual PC stream system. Dual PC systems are really popular right now on Twitch for streaming because it allows you to take a load off of your gaming PC, take a load of CPU usage off your gaming PC so you can maximize your FPS in game. And what you do is you have a second computer take over the CPU load so that it can really encode the video and really just focus on just encoding the video for Twitch. And so it does it better than it would if you were doing it on your main gaming PC. So that's the number one use case scenario. An RTMP server comes into this mix where you're streaming to the RTMP server and either having the RTMP server encode your video for Twitch, or you can use a second OBS and pull the stream from the RTMP server into OBS and stream that onto Twitch. So it gets complicated really fast, but that's actually the beauty of the RTMP servers. You can do all kinds of stuff with it. Now, that's the most common use case for it, but there's something else that we can do that a lot of streamers are interested in, and that is having a gaming house, right? We all want a gaming house. We've done LAN parties. We've gotten together with friends. What if we can stream multiple perspectives at the same time, or multiple sources, whatever it is, whether it's two people gaming or multiple webcams or game sources, whatever. You imagine the possibilities, and you can stream all of those sources to an RTMP server and then pull them into OBS however you want. You can create one scene that is gamer A, another scene that's gamer B. You can switch between them, or you can put both gamers on the same screen and play them both at the same time with a cool overlay or something like that. So that's the gaming house scenario, and the RTMP server will handle that just flawlessly. Let me make a quick note about the RTMP server. You might be thinking, whoa, this must take a lot of processing power to do this. This must be crazy. It's actually not the case. Just the RTMP server by itself, it's basically just kind of forwarding packets and kind of, packaging the packets in a way. It's much like a switch. So it turns out it doesn't use very much resources at all, or even memory. It uses almost none to do all of these sources. However, if you're encoding on the SuperStream system, then of course it's encoding video, then it can use a lot of CPU. The other use case scenario that's getting really popular right now is IRL streaming. And people are coming to me and asking me, how do I stream from my mobile device? You know, your phone or laptop, whatever your mobile device is, tablet, how to stream from that to your OBS. And the reason they want to do that is because OBS is a powerhouse of overlays and transitions. For example, Dr. Disrespect, whenever he's changing scenes while he's playing PUBG or whatever he's doing, you know, he'll have this cool animation that swings in while he's changing scenes. OBS does that. That's what it's really, really good at. So when you're mobile streaming, you're out running around, why not just stream from your phone to your OBS and use OBS's overlays? It's got your subscriber notifications, you know, your top bits donate, or whatever. You choose how you want your overlays to be. And you can do that using an RTMP server. Basically, you stream from your phone up to your RTMP server, whether it's at home or up on the cloud. The cloud version is the most popular for me right now. People have me set up their cloud RTMP servers. I can do that for you really, really quickly. And then you pull from OBS, you pull from your RTMP server, and you pull the mobile stream into your OBS, and you stream it like that. I do it all the time on my stream. If I want to go get a haircut, or I want to go to the store to get some you know, whiskey or whatever it is I'm doing, I take the stream with me. All right, I'm like, let's go, guys. And I get my mobile rig set up, switch it over my mobile feed to OBS, and then we just walk out the door. When I come back, the stream never stopped. It stayed streaming the entire time without interruption. And any questions about that so far?
That's actually something I was wanting to look into, was doing it from mobile. And so
that's getting really, really popular right now. IRL is blowing up on Twitch, and I think it's a great opportunity. It's something that we've been able to do for a long time. I've been IRL streaming on Twitch since before there was IRL. How did I do it? It was very tricky, but we did it, and a couple of us were doing it. You know, there were a couple of guys that were figured out how to do it. Some people, I saw people stream using Google Glass. They were using third-party live streaming things like I think livestream.com or something. There were ways to do it. It was very difficult. It was not easy. But sooner or later, we figured out I could use an RTMP server, and our phones are getting better. These are turning into pretty good video encoders. This is a Galaxy S4, but my main rig is a Galaxy S7. Both can encode video quite well. There's live streaming apps that can stream to RTMP. If you notice, Bitstream for Android, and I think for iOS, what do we use? Having a blank because I don't use iOS, but it's well, I'll think of it. I'll make sure I get you guys some links. There's a few of them actually. And so you stream to the RTMP server, your custom RTMP server. And now that you're streaming to your own server, you can do whatever you want with that feed. You can pull it in. A friend could pull it in. You could pull it into OBS. You could pull it into VLC Player. You can, use your creativity to figure out, where you want that feed to go and how you want it to integrate into your streaming system. And here's an issue though. Let's say that you're out in the wild and you're streaming out there. Okay, let's say that I went to Japan and I'm streaming at home in the US. Well, of course that's an odd scenario, but just bear with me. How do I control OBS remotely? Well, it turns out there's already tools out there to control OBS remotely. And there's a really cool WebSockets plugin that you can get for OBS. And you can remote into your OBS. You can even, I'm developing an app right now that I have, that I'm beta testing with users, where you can control OBS through chat, through Twitch chat. Huh. You type in IRL on, and it'll, start streaming for you. Or switch to your IRL. You can go to IRL off, it'll turn off your OBS, or, go to a BRB screen or something like that. And it's really simple using WebSockets and it's secure because Twitch chat, it'll only respond to your name in Twitch chat. Nobody can log in with your name to Twitch unless they have your password, right? So just using that premise, I've made this app that can control OBS for you.
And here I was thinking, like when you asked, like, how would you control it? I was just like, well, remote desktop on a mobile device might kind of suck. You can, but you
have lots of options to do it. It's not off the table to go into remote desktop. If something strange happened, you are using remote desktop, then that's great because now you have more control. But I was thinking about making it easier for you because people that are coming to RTMP maybe for the first time, it seems like it's really hard to do, and it turns out that it is a little bit hard. But I'm trying to make it easier for people. That's where I come in. All of the Linux experts out there and you techies, you might be thinking, oh, RTMP server, that's easy. You just install it on Linux. Linux will just do it, install it for you. And you can go into the configuration files and configure it how you like. Well, all of that is true. And Nginx is free. RTMP is an open source technology. It is true. Anybody can go out there and do it. I want to put that out there. Make sure people realize that. But the problem is that people are having an issue getting it configured just right, hardening it. That's something I've been doing over many years, streaming on my stream, is trying to do crazy tricks with it and stuff, and finding out what works and what doesn't work. and basically creating a configuration file and essentially an entire system that is optimized and ready to hit the ground running and ready to be fed into a production environment. And that's basically what I've created. It takes a little bit of time, I gotta say. It's a little learning curve, but we've got you covered.
So I wanted to loop back to for a like basic 2 PC streaming setup. When you're streaming, when you're streaming from your gaming rig to your RTMP server or to the second PC, how significant is that impact? Like how is that optimized differently than sending it straight to OBS, other than obviously you're compressing it less and that takes more, you know, CPU power? But is that purely it, or is it somehow still smoother sailing than just normal sending over the X264 signal up to Twitch?
So you're able to, here's the main advantage of this. So the question is, you know, why not just send it up, you know, because your gaming machine is also a very strong video encoding machine. So you could just send it up straight to Twitch and that'll work. You don't need 2 PCs to be successful on Twitch. But here's how you can make them work for you. The first thing is the NVEC encoder that's built into OBS. If you have an NVEC, an Nvidia graphics card, the Nvidia graphics card has a piece of hardware built into it that's dedicated to video editing, okay, or video encoding, and that's your NVEC chip. Many people didn't know that the NVEC encoder, it's not actually using your GPU, it's using the NVEC chip. So they're 2 different pipes. I think they converge at some point, but they're 2 different bandwidth pipes, and you can use your GPU to do all of the encoding instead of using, you can use NVEC to do the encoding instead of your CPU. And what that does is it significantly reduces the amount of CPU that you use on your computer, on your gaming machine. Try it. And look at the CPU usage when you're encoding with X264, then switch it over to NVEC, and you'll see the CPU goes down. And now you're using your graphics card. Now that being said, why not just use NVEC to stream out to Twitch? Well, it turns out NVEC works the best at really high bit rates that are higher than Twitch recommends. Okay, we're talking about recording level bit rates. NVEC is getting better and more optimized, but the truth is NVEC works better at higher bit rates. So this is where the dual PC system comes in. What you do is you use NVEC if you've got it, and you don't have to use NVEC, you can use X264 as well. But if you've got that,
AMD has their own chip
AMD has
now.
one too. I'm using Nvidia here a little bit too much, but AMD has one as well. I'm a little bit biased.
It's harder to use, but it does the same thing.
Yeah. And you basically, what you do is you use NVEC at a high bit rate, and you stream that really high bit rate to the second PC, and then the second PC is going to take in that high bit rate. It's going to be an excellent quality video. Think about recording quality capture. All right. And basically you're going to max out the audio settings. You're going to use high video, not super high because you don't need to. There's actually a threshold where you have diminishing returns on quality. There's a certain kind of sweet spot of bitrate we figured out for 1080, 60 FPS using NVEC. You use that bitrate and you stream that one. But here's something else that you can do. At the same time you're streaming that high quality video to the second PC, you can also record onto your disk that high quality feed. You see what I mean? So if you set your OBS to just stream out to Twitch at 6000 kbps, which is the highest recommended bitrate, and you record to disk, you're also recording to disk at 6000, which is probably not the most optimal recording you can do. You can do much, much better than that. So you start with high resolution, high bitrate, high frame rate, NVEC, and you're recording to disk optionally. You stream out to the second PC, and then the second PC is going to take that video and crunch it down for Twitch. And by crunching down, all I mean is that you're encoding it at Twitch's recommended bitrate, which is 6000. You can go lower than that. Let's say that you're streaming at 720p 60. You don't need to go to 6000. You can actually do really well at 5000. Around there. You know, you got to decide what's good for your stream. Even lower, actually, if you want. And you can also, there's something you can do. Here's the thing that is really, I think, the beauty of a dual PC system. is X264 has presets. You've seen them in OBS, like very high, super high, and then you can go slower, which is faster, medium, slow, and so on. So these presets they take up more CPU the slower you go, but they make the video quality look even better for that bitrate. So if you have a really fast second PC, you can bring the preset down to medium, for example. Some people can even go to slow if you have a really fast computer, and you're increasing the quality of your feed and by encoding slow. You would definitely not want to encode slower on your gaming machine. Your CPU would be using so much CPU, even on your nice i9 or i7. You'd be, using up the bulk of the power of your PC just to encode the video for Twitch. And we don't do that when we stream. When you have a dual PC system, you can do that. And that opens up a lot of doors for quality.
Yeah, and that's actually, that answered a question that I kind of get a lot from people who live stream but also want to do Let's Plays. And while I disagree somewhat with the idea of turning like a live broadcasted video into pretending it's a video series to upload without the live elements, like on a philosophical level, if you want to do that, you can do that a lot easier by streaming with a second PC that adds all your overlays and then recording locally. You get the full quality copy, still have your audio.
There you go. Yes, absolutely. I did do that on my stream at one point, and this is going to be great for the YouTubers, just like you said. You know, on your main PC, you're recording with a certain sound sources, certain overlays. One of the things that we do on Twitch is we have the subscriber overlays and those events that happen. It might be a donation, it might be a bit. Or many streamers will have on the corner your top donator, your top viewer, and stuff like that. These are really fun to interact with the chat, and people like to see their name pop up on the screen whenever they do something special. And for lots of reasons, we have all of that. We'll call it junk that's going on. Well, we won't call it junk. We'll call it Twitch-specific stuff. And when you make a video for YouTube, you might not want all that stuff on there because your YouTube community doesn't know who these Twitch people are, or they, it's disruptive, and it just makes it look like it's a Twitch VOD. Maybe it should be on Twitch and not on YouTube. So what you could do on the first PC is, just record a clean monitor capture with your webcam and whatever else, and then just let the second PC do all of the Twitch specific stuff. And yeah, there you go, man. Totally works.
And if you've ever watched someone multicast in which you're watching on YouTube and they're talking to people in Twitch chat and you can't understand who they're talking to because you don't see anyone in chat, that's kind of the same idea of watching a video and seeing alerts popping up and you're like, why, what?
Yeah, it is awkward. Yeah, I agree.
Like, I understand some reasons why people multicast, but it drives me nuts anytime I watch it, like on either platform, and I'm just like, who are you talking to? Yeah, one main follow-up question. And you don't have to go into specifics, but what is the craziest thing you have done on your stream, or at least help someone else set up with RTMP? Like, just the most out there, no one else has potentially copied it. Just anything too crazy?
Yeah, I could think of one thing that was quite a scheme that we set up with the RTMP server. And there's a couple of things, that I've done that's very non-standard. But one of the coolest things that I did, this was early on. This was probably 2 years ago, I think, at least. We did an esports event on Twitch in the World of Warcraft community for a RGB, RBG tournament, which is Rated Battlegrounds. And one of the things that's never happened with Rated Battlegrounds is US versus EU. So there was some organizers that, because here's a funny thing, just a side note. If you talk to the US guys, they say they're better than EU. If you talk to the EU guys, they say they're way better than US. A thing in World of Warcraft when it comes to PvP is the EU guys always say PvP is harder in EU. The US guys, they if they want to see real PvP, they'll come to the EU servers, right? On the US side, they say the same thing. So there's this rivalry, right? And So we wanted to put an end to this rivalry. The organizers did, and so they organized our RBG tournament between US and EU, and they came to me to ask for streaming advice. And I said, you know what? What if we take the broadcasters, the shoutcasters, and maybe we take some video feeds from some of the competitors or the spectators, because in World of Warcraft you can spectate the BGs. You can kind of fly around and watch the tournament. And we actually pulled in one of the developers for the plugin that World of Warcraft uses for spectating, and he kind of helped us optimize and customize a spectating plugin for World of Warcraft. He's the same guy that does the plugin for professional World of Warcraft esports now, currently, for BlizzCon and stuff like that. Huh. So, and he kind of got that started, and we worked with him. And so what we did was we got Skype, we got video feeds coming in through Skype, we got video feeds coming in through the spectators. They're streaming it up to the RTMP server up on the cloud, and then I'm pulling it in. I was actually the one that was actually streaming. I wasn't on camera or anything else. I was like the behind-the-scenes guy this time. And, right. I had OBS, I had it all optimized, brought in the feeds. I was doing the scene transitions and the overlays. I set up all the overlays and stuff on OBS. And it worked great. Nobody at that time had ever done something like that. Now, maybe people have done it with RTMP, but we hadn't seen that in esports. At least I hadn't. And right. Esports in World of Warcraft was just getting started. Okay, they were just talking about it. It wasn't a big deal quite yet. But Blizzard did integrate the spectator ability into World of Warcraft just shortly before that. And so they intended to do more esports. So that was kind of a wild thing. We didn't know if it was going to work. We tested it. It was not very well vetted at the time, but we knew we were using strong technology. The RTMP tech is solid, right? And the servers are solid. The data centers have lots of bandwidth. That's solid. We just needed some good luck, make sure there was no internet problems, no connection problems, make sure all the players had good internet, and it went off without a hitch, essentially. There were some little things that we were able to fix on the fly, but what's another crazy thing that we've done with RTMP? Nothing too crazy, really just standard, really just using it how it's meant to be used. The IRL stuff is kind of, it's really not that crazy, but I think that's the craziest thing I do on a day-to-day basis with it.
Right. Even with the WoW stuff, like I'm just thinking as a hardware guy, like how the actual, in-person tournaments go, that's thousands, like tens of thousands of dollars of, Blackmagic HDMI converters and hardware switchers for the video signals and all that stuff. Thousands and thousands of dollars of hardware that you sort of don't need when as long as you have the bandwidth when you're doing RTMP.
You are absolutely right. Let's take a step back on that, because that's one of the major things that probably should have mentioned much sooner is how would you put together a video event like this with multiple sources, the traditional way? It's going to cost a bunch of money, right? You're going to need like the splitters, the cards, the hardware devices. And I think that studios spend a tremendous amount of money on this stuff, and it's very reliable and stuff. But look, we can do it as streamers with OBS, some free software. The most you might spend is on the SuperStream system that's already pre-configured, right? But it's very inexpensive. It doesn't cost any more than a video game. And now anybody can do this. And you don't even need that. You can go out, if you want to learn it yourself, you can go out and do it yourself. You might have to invest the time and the optimization. But the point is, you don't have to buy all of that hardware, and you can do a big production. Now, what if you're just an individual? You're not a big studio and you don't want to do esports. You're not interested in doing a gaming house. So what about just you as an individual with a dual PC system or even a single PC system? Could you still save money that way? And the answer is yes, because even with a dual PC system, typically to build one, the traditional way to stream with a 2 PC system is to buy a capture card. And now we're streaming at pretty high bit rates. We have really nice monitors. You'd probably buy the more expensive capture card, even if you bought the cheaper one. you're paying over $100, maybe even a couple $100 for a nice capture card. That's hardware that you have to buy before you can do a 2-PC system. With RTMP, you get to go around that hardware, and you can do all of the extra stuff. You can do the mobile stream, you can do multi-sources, you can do different types of transcoding if you want. You don't have to be limited to what the capture card provides. It's going to provide something that's going to be its stats, and you're not going to go beyond that. With RTMP, you can stream whatever bitrate you want until your Ethernet blows up, or your computer or something,
And a big thing that's been super relevant recently is no screen tearing when you do it this way, or at least minimal.
Yes,
with
that's
capture
a major
cards,
complaint.
even at 60 hertz, you get screen tearing, and it just looks bad, especially when you throw compression on top of it. It just
oh man, it's really interesting you mentioned that, because people will come to me pretty regularly and ask me advice about capture cards and about HDMI splitters and stuff. And normally I'm able to help people troubleshoot and give them advice to help them fix their stuff. And I am like a deer in headlights when it comes to the HDMI stuff, because I never have to deal with that stuff. I use RTMP this whole time. I no longer have to troubleshoot that kind of stuff. So the problems people have are like, I see there's a problem, but I have the solution. Pretty much the RTMP server. But no, you are right. And they figure out, there are ways to figure out the screen tearing and stuff like that. There's solutions, but you know what? It costs money. You might have to upgrade your splitter. You might have to upgrade your XYZ and to get the frame rate that you're trying to do. And one of the biggest problems is people that have nice monitors. All right, there are a ton of gamers that have 144 hertz monitors or more, and they're trying to do capture cards and HDMI stuff with these really high refresh rates, and they're running into all kinds of trouble, and it's something to consider.
Yeah, that stuff, not just the capture cards, but even trying to like clone out high refresh signals to lower refresh capture cards. Like Windows itself doesn't like it. Like it's just nothing but a can of worms. And so I've been lately trying to, since I haven't had the resource myself to like say, hey, go watch this or something, I haven't had a whole lot to point people to, but I've been nonstop just being like, software is your solution. Stop buying capture cards. I know someone who has bought almost every capture card I've ever heard of that does like standard 1080p signals, trying to like fix this issue or that issue. And I'm like, more power to you, but you're not going to find it. And they keep asking my opinion. I'm like, no, it's not going to fix it. I'll just try it anyway. It's like,
sure. Yeah, there's a lot of money that's being invested in capture card hardware, and I think that it still has its use. I'm not going to tell people that you shouldn't use a capture card. I mean, sometimes I think it sounds like I'm saying that, and I think sometimes I have actually said that, but I don't mean to say that. I think there's lots of uses for the hardware. The hardware is good. I think to have it, you're going to find a use for it. But just think about the design of your stream. What is it you're trying to do? If you're just trying to stream your OBS on your gaming machine, if you're trying to stream your gameplay, maybe you're a creative streamer or even an IRL streamer like I mentioned, and you're trying to stream that to a second PC because you want to increase the quality of your stream, or you want to do other stuff like you're also a YouTuber and you want to split the way you're capturing things, split it, capture it on one PC one way and stream it onto Twitch on the second PC another way. All these things you can do. The RTMP server solves those issues. All right. When it comes to frame rate, guess what frame rate I use when I'm streaming from my gaming PC to my second encoding PC? I actually use 120 FPS, which is double what I stream out to Twitch at 60 FPS. Why do I do that? Well, it's actually just an experiment, to see how well NVEC can keep up with that. Now, the only time I go above 60 FPS is usually when I'm capturing for slow-mo. Maybe I'm capturing a game and I want to slow it down later in post, and I just want to get some extra frames. I do it for various reasons. This time I was doing it just to kind of stress test the system to see if I could, pull, just shove twice the amount of frames into the system. And it's been working. So, hey, maybe you want to take advantage of your high refresh monitor and you want to do something at 120 for whatever reason. I'm not going to challenge you. There's, people come up with creative reasons all the time. I'm not going to say that you're wasting frames. You might have a good use for it. You might want to do slow motion. You might want to do whatever. So you can do that. You can choose whatever FPS you want. You can choose, 30, 60, go up to 120 if you want. Try 140. I think some people on the forum said they could go up to 240 with NVEC, maybe even more. So NVEC is your friend. It's not perfect. You know, NVEC is, some people will challenge NVEC and say, you know, it doesn't capture all the frames sometimes under some conditions. It's certainly not perfect, but it's very convenient for the purpose of capturing video for streaming or for YouTube.
And you know what? I've had some issues with trying to stream games recently in terms of performance, which has just baffled me because I have a 6900K and a GTX 1080. I have as high of end hardware, in my opinion, as you should need anything. And I've even talked to the people at OBS on the forums and so on. And I'm just like, why is this happening? And they don't really know, other than it's just, it can't keep up. I have a dual Xeon server sitting in my server rack running Plex, which doesn't need 18 threads or whatever I have on it. I may ping some questions past you, but I'm going to set this up myself and stop having these issues.
Excellent. Glad to hear it.
You've converted me. I actually didn't even think about that when I was setting all this up, or didn't even consider it. But the more I look at it, the more it's like, why in the world am I not doing this? Especially since I already have the hardware sitting there.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, man. I think once you go to an RTMP server, you never go back. You'll find ways to use it. And if you love streaming, I love streaming. And I'm a techie. I'm a tech geek. I'll just say it. You know, I nerd out all the time on this kind of stuff. You know, I do stuff that I don't even need to do because I think it's cool. That's a sign that you might be a little bit of a nerd. So I love doing this, and it's a lot of fun, but I love streaming. And I feel like as a streamer, and I think this applies to you, you might not be a nerd. Okay, I'm just going to talk to you guys for a second. I'm going to call myself a nerd, and I realize I'm biased. But maybe you're not a nerd. Maybe you just want to increase the quality of your stream. Maybe you just want an edge out there on Twitch, because it's tough. There's a lot of streamers. There's thousands and thousands and thousands of streamers. There's thousands of partners out there, and tens of thousands of streamers at any given time. There's millions of viewers on Twitch that are watching. So it's getting bigger and bigger, and it's very competitive, and there's a lot of people that are very motivated, very focused, and they're ready to get their stream going and stream out to the world their amazing content. And maybe you want an edge. And so you might be able to find a creative way to use an RTMP server to bring your sources together, to take your viewers with you wherever you go, or to stream a gameplay at a higher quality than the other guy who's also wants to be a streamer, you know, or the other partners that are already streamers or affiliates. And you want an edge. So you can think about it that way too, because you know, when I'm done tinkering and stuff like that and I'm ready to go live, I'm always thinking about, what can I do that nobody has done before? How can I make this stream a better experience for my viewers and my subscribers that's you know, that outperforms, you know, my fellow streamers out there on Twitch. And I think that it all comes down to, you know, the way you arrange your transitions. The RTMP server, I'm able to do things that other people just don't know how to do because they don't have an RTMP server. And I just do that every day on my stream. So some food for thought.
There are a couple specific feature requests that I've mentioned throughout the OBS course that I'm fairly certain are actually possible if you set up an RTMP server. So that's another reason I'm excited to get it set up. So I've mentioned them throughout, and most of those things are addressed just by running your own server instead of doing it kind of blind while gaming at the same time.
Yeah. Cool.
All right.
I'm really excited about this series that you're doing. I can't wait to check it out.
And as a follow-up series, assuming I keep going, I will probably document my progress setting up the RTMP stuff. Obviously, it won't be in this course because that's not going to work, but I will probably have a little mini-series as I set things up and evolve my setup, because it'll probably just start basic stream, and then I'll move it to setting up some complex systems, and I'm excited to share that. So very much looking forward to it. Thank you for joining me.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Absolutely.
And now I have links to all of Synapse's stuff in the video description and the show doc, but is there anything specific you would like put out there that viewers can go check you out or get help or what have you?
Yeah, so
highlighted.
You know, on my stream, we talk a lot about tech issues. There's a lot of people with a tremendous amount of computer knowledge. There's people that come watch the stream that work in IT. Many guys. There's a lot of computer builders out there, and there's just a lot of tech enthusiasts. And we come together on the stream and we talk about all kinds of things. If I'm not playing games or I'm not doing some creative streaming, we're just having a conversation about computer builds or new tech and stuff. So I invite everybody to come check it out and be part of those discussions. If you have questions about OBS, and of course, you can get that information from your YouTube and stuff. But if you want to talk live and just have a conversation, come check out the stream. I do a lot of computer builds. Anytime we're doing computer builds or hardware and stuff, I stream the entire thing. If you have questions about RTMP or servers OBS, it's just part of the normal conversation that we have. And I like to give tips and stuff. And one thing I was mentioning earlier is that on Twitch, it's a live conversation. So we kind of have community knowledge. We bring all of our knowledge together. You've got guys that are in IT for many years, people that are building crazy computer builds, way bigger builds than I've ever done. And we're getting their opinions and just shooting information back and forth. I think that I've always called my stream an educational stream. I don't know if we're getting smarter or dumber sometimes with some of the things that we do on the stream, but I like to think that when you come to my stream, you leave a little more informed, at least, than when you got there.
That's a good way to put it. Huh. I also wanted to ask Synapse about how he felt between NDI and RTMP, and he had some interesting thoughts to share. I don't think my side of that conversation recorded, so I'm just throwing this in here and cutting to him, but he had some really solid information to share.
I think it is, and when it comes to the NDI stuff, NDI is just an example of it's another option that we can use to increase the quality of our feed. And it's gotten better. It used to be really bad in OBS, but it's actually gotten better. I don't think that it replaces RTMP. I don't think it replaces the Nginx server, RTMP server, at all, actually. I think it does if all you're doing is streaming from point A to point B.
Right.
Then I think it's an option. You might want to just do that and just not have to mess with the RTMP server. If it's working well in your system, if it's not taking up too much resources. I noticed for me that it was using a lot more CPU than NVEC was using.
Right.
Or even X264. I mean, it was just like, it was very resource heavy. It was using a tremendous amount of bandwidth. I mean, it seemed kind of ridiculous how much bandwidth it was using at 1080, 60 FPS. And I was like, whoa. I was like, this is a really great idea, but it's also, it seems like it's, stressing out the system a little bit, a lot more than the RTMP was.
And that's the weird thing. I think the extension just kind of, or the plugin just kind of needs more options, because even NewTek's own little encoding boxes for NDI, they're hard limited to like 15 megabits per second. Like, you can't get a whole lot of bitrate out of it. I mean, it's nice for what it is, and for most people it's fine, but it's kind of weird to see reviews of that and see that it's like hard limited on a tiny bitrate. And then I run NDI on my OBS and it's like 250 megabits per second. It's just like, okay.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and that's another thing, actually, that's a good point, is, how flexible, how configurable the system is. And when because NVEC and X264 is so well accepted, it's so ubiquitous in our hardware, our CPU can encode it, our graphics card can encode it, our phones can encode and decode, right? They have built-in hardware decoders and encoders. So first of all, it's ubiquitous. It's very configurable,
right,
which means we can control the bit rates. All right, I can think a lot about how I want to stream, and I can design a stream system and implement that into OBS and into the RTMP system. If I need to make changes on the OBS side, on the client side, I can. I can also do the changes on the RTMP side. I can transcode it there. I can do it, down the pipeline, anywhere in the pipeline, and make these changes on the fly. So I don't think, and for that reason, whenever people say, NDI isn't that, going to be a replacement for the Super Stream system, I'm like, not even close.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you were just streaming from point A to point B, if you're like me, I like buttons and dials and knobs. I like to configure. I like to tweak things.
Right.
And you know, if it's just a 1 bit rate, 1 resolution kind of thing, I can't do that.
You can't
And that's
troubleshoot
one of
it.
the reasons that I don't like. Yeah, that's exactly the reason I don't prefer capture cards for streaming PC content as well. I think capture cards are for your cameras or your consoles. But of course, I'm biased because I do so much of the RTMP stuff. I'll admit that straight away. But the capture card, usually it's, you know, it's got a standard input and output, and it's not nearly as configurable as your X264 or your SuperStream system would be.
Right. That was a lot of information, a lot of talking. I tried to cut down where I could just because we had like a 2-hour-long source conversation, although I didn't, my first 30 minutes didn't record for some reason, but he had so much good information to offer. I am super grateful that he was able to come on and us chat about this, and I hope you enjoyed this kind of extended look in the segment of the course, because this is something that I'm not an expert on, and I didn't feel I could adequately just do some, you know, half-job research and throw some information out at you without having done it myself. And he's someone who tinkers with it constantly and who has just a wealth of information. And he's a great resource if you want to go consult with him or commission him. I'm struggling to come up with words here. Commission him to set up a server for you or something like that, or just chat in his stream. He's got a nice little techie stream going, and you may encounter me there. So lots of good information here. Feel free to go back and take notes or do whatever you need to. In the next segment of the course, we will be talking about NDI, which is a different protocol, a kind of newer one that does some slightly different things. So that will be interesting.
We've touched on how using a custom RTMP middleman server can open a new world of possibilities for your streaming empire. But finally, a new service has finally begun to work with OBS that is actually a lot better in some ways, a lot easier to use, and with more uses for it in the first place. That is NDI. NDI is a video transmission technology that has been in development by NewTek, the company that makes those awesome TriCaster streaming machines and has been really pushing innovation on the broadcasting front. Well, someone by the handle of Palakis has developed a great NDI integration plugin for OBS Studio, and now we can take advantage of this awesome technology within OBS. The OBS NDI plugin lets you do 3 main objectives currently. Add NDI sources from your network into OBS Studio, like any other source. Output your main program view as NDI over your network, and then a special filter that will send a single source from your OBS canvas over NDI. These are all great features, and we'll cover them here. NDI itself can be used in a number of ways for game streaming. Firstly, you can send a video source from one computer, hooked up via a USB or capture device, over the local network across virtually any distance to your main streaming setup. This is useful for streaming from multiple sets, different gaming stations, having multiple game computers streaming together at once, and so on. NewTek also recently released their Spark dedicated NDI broadcast box for this kind of purpose, or there's a third-party encoder from BirdDog available as well. These are quite pricey, however, and geared more towards big events. NDI can also be used to optimize PC streaming via a secondary streaming PC without the need for the hassles of a capture card setup. This is perfect for those who run high refresh rate or high resolution monitors that don't play well with capture cards. High refresh rate setups like 120Hz or 144Hz do not like cloning to a 60Hz capture card, and even if they do, you'll get a lot of vertical tearing that way, and the end result may not look great for your viewer. This isn't a problem for NDI-based streaming. NDI uses very little CPU usage and runs across the network at a very low latency, almost real time, to your receiving node or streaming machine. This is a big advantage over RTMP, which can have big delays for it and is fairly difficult to set up. RTMP's delay is fairly significant and can actually vary over time, though it's usually around 2 to 3 seconds, which is very frustrating for audio syncing. NDI is only a few ms of delay time, about double what the HD60 Pro's input latency is, which means audio syncing is really not an issue. Setting up NDI streaming with this plugin is very straightforward compared to pretty much any RTMP server configuration. No port forwarding or any of that nonsense with NDI either. You will absolutely want your gaming PC and streaming PC on a wired Ethernet network for this to work optimally. Wireless just isn't reliable enough for a great experience, and your router might simply not be fast enough for wireless transfers. You can do it, but it can affect delays, video quality, and so on. Just run a wire, it's worth it, I promise. To set up the NDI plugin, close OBS Studio. Go to the plugin page and click Download Now. This will take you to the GitHub. You will need both the plugin and the NDI 3.0 runtime installers. This page has instructions for Linux and macOS, but we'll be showing Windows here. There are 2 ways to install it on Windows. The easiest is to just scroll to the bottom and find the OBS NDI, currently version 4.1.3, though that may vary, windowsinstaller.exe link, and download and run that. This will copy the plugin files to your OBS Studio installation folder and install the NDI runtime and prompt you to reboot. Reboot, and you're good to go. If you want to do it manually, click to download the NDI 3.0 runtime and download and run the installer. Reboot your computer now. Then download the OBS NDI 4.3 or whatever version windows.zip file and open with your favorite archive manager such as 7-zip. Extract those files to the root directory of your OBS Studio installation folder. That should be C program files x86 OBS-Studio. Approve any prompts to modify system files, and then you're good to go. Sending your stream over the network via NDI is extremely easy. Simply click Tools, NDI Output Settings. Here you give your NDI stream a name and click Enable NDI Output, and hit OK. Do note that once this is enabled, OBS is technically outputting video, so you won't be able to change your video resolution settings and such like that. Now that you're sending NDI over the network, you can bring it in on a dedicated streaming or capture rig. Add a new source, click NDI source, give it a name. Once the stream has had a minute or 2 to kick in, this can take a minute in my experience, available NDI streams on your local network will be available via the source name drop-down menu. If you have a high-end PC or have performance issues, you can click Allow Hardware Acceleration to potentially reduce resource usage by the stream. If you have a lot of activity on your network or multiple NDI streams going at once, or you're trying to use wireless, you can check to bring the feed in low bandwidth mode. This will reduce the source's resolution and quality, and in worst case scenario can add a bit more delay, though in my basic testing that has not been the case. This was actually super fascinating to play with. Watching the source feed on the main PC next to the received NDI feed on another PC, there are only a few frames of delay. So crazy. Running a full screen YouTube video through the feed at 1080p used up about 160 megabits or so of transfer speed, though that can obviously change depending on your sources. And again, it was super low latency and very little CPU usage. Using NDI output only added at most 5% more CPU usage compared to just sitting at idle. Insane. Using the primary NDI output tool, it will output the active scene and audio mix, just like a normal stream to Twitch or what have you. This audio shows up just fine and fully in sync on the receiving PC, though you will need to do the mixing on the client side, on this actual gaming PC. Or if you have your audio hardware hooked up to your secondary streaming PC, you can sync it up that way. You may need to add a delay to sync up the audio and video by a few frames. Alternatively, you can just send a single source over NDI to be recorded or streamed elsewhere. This is how the NDI filter works. However, I will say that this part of the plugin has not been super stable for me. Even just trying to test it, the filter would wind up crashing my OBS quite a bit, and I never really got it working the best, but others said it's working just fine. At the same time, I don't really see quite as much use for it, so it's not a big deal in my opinion, but your results may vary. To use this, right-click a source in your scene, keeping in mind that this is directly on a per-source level, not a scene level or anything like that, and click Filters. Add a new effect filter and click Dedicated NDI Output. There are no options for this, it just starts going. Then you just add it as an NDI source like before on the second PC. Again, personally, I've had a lot of trouble getting this to work or even show up on the receiving PC at all, but for some it works just fine. And here's the catch you've been waiting for. Oh, wait, there isn't one. Yeah, that's really it. It's really that simple. No capture card streaming and capture at very high quality with minimal latency and super simple setup. Especially in the higher level broadcasting world, NDI basically feels like magic. Try it for yourself. There's lots of neat uses for it. This is how I'm going to start being able to stream from my retro gaming setup as well. I just wish the dedicated encoding boxes didn't cost quite so much.
And that, my friends, brings us to the end of Chapter 5. Next up, we have some advanced control topics. This is just kind of some things you can use to take a more direct control over your stream, including hotkeys, the advanced settings menu, as well as transitions. And there's a big world of transitions in OBS Studio. Take a break, take a breather, get you a drink, get you a snack, and we'll be right back. Welcome to Chapter 6, Advanced Control. In this chapter, we're going to cover 3 topics. This is one of our shorter chapters. We're going to cover setting up hotkeys and some of the amazing things you can do with them with macro keypads, macro keys on your gaming keyboard, or something like the Elgato Stream Deck. We're going to cover the Advanced Settings tab, which has quite a few different settings that most people will ignore, but some people could really use them. And then we're going to cover transitions, and there's a bajillion different ways to do transitions in OBS, and a lot of really cool new ones, and I wanted to show off some examples.
In OBS Studio, you can set hotkeys for just about everything. Let's cover some of the main ones you might want to work with. Click Settings and go to Hotkeys. Here, you can set hotkeys to start and stop streaming, start and stop recording, enable studio mode, switch scenes, and enable or disable sources. It's pretty complex. This is why some streamers use an advanced macro keypad like the Elgato Stream Deck to manage their scene switching and such. There are more videos about this in the course playlist in the video description. To set a hotkey for a specific action, click in the empty box and then use the command you wish to map. For example, Alt F12 for start recording. If you want to make it a toggle so that the same keybind does both start and stop recording, simply apply the same keybind to both listings. You can also apply multiple key bindings to the same command with the plus sign. You can remove extra key bindings with the minus button. You can clear key bindings from a command with the clear button. If you have set a keybind and accidentally replaced it, you can hit the revert button to change it back. Below the main control set, you have your scene controls. The scenes are listed on the left along with keybind options to show and hide individual sources and switch to the scenes. Again, if you want to toggle some showing and hiding specific sources like a webcam or overlay for example, just set the same keybind for both show and hide. Setting up hotkeys to switch between scenes you use regularly can make your streams much more efficient and keep you from having to switch windows during a live stream. Way down below these hotkeys, you have keybinds for muting and unmuting audio sources and enabling push to mute or push to talk on a microphone. Other types of sources can have options for hotkeys as well. For example, Game Capture Source will have a hotkey option for recapturing the current foreground window instead of the previously selected window and to deactivate the capture entirely. Set some hotkeys. Make a list of them near your keyboard if you need to. Optimizing your scene switching can make a world of difference for your stream. OBS Studio offers a small variety of additional features for those who know for sure they need them under the Advanced Settings tab. A lot of these are only useful in specific situations, but we'll try to cover what we can here. It's worth noting that these settings are updated all the time, so yours might look a little different or might have new ones too, but the general principles still apply. Let's just start at the top, shall we? Process priority refers to, well, the priority to which your computer allocates resources. At normal, it's possible on slower computers that OBS could freeze or have issues due to another program, such as a game, taking up more power. I believe it stays at above normal by default to help prevent this. If you're using a slower computer and running into issues with OBS freezing or being unresponsive, you can try setting this to high. But be prepared for that to potentially harm performance in-game or your other programs, because then OBS is taking priority over those. The video settings section is typically left alone. Direct3D 11 or 10 should almost universally be used, on Windows at least, and even on my rig, that is the only option. You might have OpenGL available as well, which is worth trying if you really need to troubleshoot some performance issues. NV12 is the best default color format to work with unless you're using specific other color format devices and know what you're doing. The color space and color range can typically be left alone. By choosing 709 and full instead of 601 and partial, you're able to give more dynamic range to your video, allowing room for more color grading and so on. But without any tweaks, this can make your video look washed out and just not appealing. This actually makes it easier to compress, but may not appeal to everyone since it does look a little less appealing by default. Next, you can choose your audio monitoring device. This is for the audio monitoring tool in the audio mixer that we covered in previous videos. This simply assigns an output device to be monitored to, such as your headphones or speakers or whatever. You manually assign it here. Following that, you can change the file name formatting for your recordings and replay buffers. You can also add a stream delay. This is important for major events or during competitive matches to prevent stream sniping, but the buffer for the delay can consume a lot of RAM. You'll have to keep your system resources in mind with that feature. Next, you can set up retries for automatically reconnecting to streaming services if your connection is lost. You can disable this if needed. I guess the only reason I'd think you might want to do this, especially since you can just hit stop streaming, is if your streaming service requires new stream keys or stream IDs for every new connection. Then, reconnecting will just confuse everything. Lastly, for the current version, you have some network controls. The OBS team have implemented better network code, which is vague, I know, but supposedly improves stream performance, which you can disable. You can also enable a low latency mode, which improves latency to your stream, but can use more system resources. You can also bind OBS to a specific network device if you have more than one different internet accessible network adapters in your system. For example, you could stream through one internet connection and game through another, or use a VPN on one and not the other. For some time, transitioning between scenes was not a strong suit of OBS Studio. But in recent updates, they have added a wide variety of transition options, and now the ability to import your own custom video transitions. This is an extremely powerful feature, though it could use some improvements. To use transitions, you need to select one in the Scenes Transition menu module and click the drop-down. Here, you can choose a transition type to be active. Below this, you can change the duration of the transition period in milliseconds. The default was 300 milliseconds for me, which is 1/3 of a second. In between those two boxes are buttons to add a new transition, something we'll be using a lot, remove a transition from the list, and a settings cog to change transition settings. As of version 20.0.1 in the production of this course, you can only set up a single transition to be used at a time. This means that whichever option is showing in the drop-down menu when it's not expanded is the transition that will happen when you switch scenes. The same transition carries over if you go into dual view studio mode as well. I would like to see the ability to add per scene transitions so that you can use specific transitions depending on what you're switching to. For example, quick cut transitions between multiple camera angles but lengthier stinger style transitions when going to BRB screens or between a game view and a desktop view. The only way this can currently be done is via the Advanced Scene Switcher plugin that I use for auto scene switching, and even this isn't for normal switching, it's just for auto switching. A video on that plugin is in the course playlist if you're interested in that. I did cover that in depth. If you only see cut or the original combo of cut, swipe, and slide, fear not. Simply click the big plus and you have the option to add custom transitions from a few new options. Fade to color does as it sounds. Opening up its properties lets you choose a color, though keep in mind if you choose a custom color from the hue board, you will have to hit add to custom colors and choose it from that list before applying. A really weird thing. Otherwise, choose one of the color choices or click Pick Screen Color to get an eyedropper to pick any color visible on the screen. This one automatically adds custom colors and selects it. Hit OK. You can also choose at which point during the transition that the full color should be 100% present and opaque. Typically, you want to leave this at 50%. Hit OK again, and now you can fade to your chosen color as a transition. You can add multiple fade to color transitions to switch between via the drop-down menu, as with every transition. Adding a Luma wipe transition lets you pick from a preset list of transition modes typically used as built-in presets for video editors. This gives you a wide selection of wipes, linear wipes, clock wipes, zigzags, barn doors, and all sorts of them. It pops up this big empty window for some reason. Resize it and move it so you can switch between scenes in the main OBS window and preview the transitions. Doesn't work in the actual transition menu. The softness number affects how hard or soft the edges of the shapes are. Play with this to your liking. You can also invert the shapes of the transitions to do the reverse. Click OK when you're done. Lastly, we have the stinger. A stinger transition is basically a video clip or animation that fills the screen briefly while scenes transition and then pulls off of the screen. This is key for high quality production value for broadcasts and can even be seen in some cartoons. You can make these yourself using most higher level video editors by rendering them as an MOV or uncompressed AVI with an alpha transparency layer included. You can also find plenty of basic free ones online with a few easy Google searches, or get higher quality royalty-free ones from a marketplace like VideoBlocks. I'll include a couple basic ones linked in the video description. I cannot share all the ones that I use since some of them are from VideoBlocks or directly from creators and so on, but I can share a couple. This used to require a plugin for the program, but they've recently integrated it into the full software, a very powerful feature. You add a stinger transition much like any other transition. Click the plus under Scene Transitions UI module and click Stinger. Give it a name based on what transition you're using. Now browse and find your video file. Again, it needs to be a video with alpha transparency built in. You can't chroma key it or anything like that. And audio isn't currently supported with these transitions either. Ideally, this window would show you a preview and such to help you out here, but it doesn't. You have to move the window out of the way and test scene transitioning on the actual main OBS window. You also need to pop in a number, either in milliseconds or frames, that the transition actually happens at. This needs to be whenever your graphic fully fills the frame so that viewers don't see the actual transition taking place. You can get the exact millisecond or frame time from your video editor, or just play the clip back, find the exact point, and do the math to convert to milliseconds, and you're good to go. With that stinger transition enabled, it will now show up when you switch scenes, and it is pretty neat. And that's it. OBS Studio provides quite the plethora of options for transitions during your live streams or recording. It just takes a little navigation to get them set up for you. And hopefully, before too long, they'll add in the capabilities to assign transitions to specific scenes. Crossing my fingers here.
Alrighty, this is the final stretch. This is chapter 7, just an all-encompassing secrets and tricks chapter, which will contain tips for optimizing your settings for performance, some tips on graphics and visual templates you can use, talking about green screening and virtual green screening without actually needing a real green screen, using multiple monitors, using ultra-wide monitors or other oddball resolutions, recording separate gameplay and webcams, using LUTs and filters, and the difference between 32-bit, 64-bit, and even how to record using, or stream or record using OBS without a capture card for a game console. All that and more in this chapter.
Having performance problems? Stick with me and we'll probably work this out. We're going to start with a couple basic tips that not everyone has considered. For example, if you're struggling with maintaining a steady frame rate while live streaming, consider lowering your target frame rate to 25 FPS instead of 30. It's just a few less frames, but can really help make sure your computer can maintain it. I wouldn't recommend this for recording, however. Viewers are much more likely to forgive certain video quality issues in a live stream than in a recorded video. Another great one is to stream at 854 by 480 or 480p instead of 720p or 1080p. This may be easier for your computer to handle and might actually look better to the viewer. The smaller a resolution you go without changing the bitrate, the better the video looks. A 2 megabits per second stream looks much better at 480p than 720p. Dropping below 480p might get a little too small for any sort of on-screen text to be visible, however. A big thing to check on for both recording and streaming is your resolution consistency. In the Video Settings tab and your Output Settings tab, you'd want to make sure that you don't have it set to downscale and then upscale your footage back up. An easy mistake is leaving the default downscaled resolution in the Video Settings tab and then setting the base resolution back as the scaled resolution in the Output Settings. This can trash your video quality and use up a lot more resources. Instead, only scale once, either in the Video Settings or the Output Settings, but not both. Next, you can change your CPU usage preset to faster, very fast, or super fast to reduce strain on your system and improve performance. This is in your streaming and recording settings for the X264 codec. This can really speed things up, but there will be minor impacts to video quality, so you will want to find a balance with the settings. Do lots of test streams and recordings before committing to a setup. Lastly, if your system supports it, you can use hardware accelerated encoding to speed things up. This includes Intel QuickSync Video, AMD VCE encoding, and Nvidia EposVox. Whether or not your system supports any of these will vary based on your computer. QuickSync is only an option available on certain Intel processors. AMD VCE and Nvidia EposVox is only available on newer desktop graphics cards or very high-end laptops with dedicated graphics cards of the respective company, AMD or Nvidia. To set this up, head back to your output settings and click the drop-down next to Encoder. If you have something other than X264, you can give it a try. It might perform way better than the normal X264 software encoding. And that's it! My top 5 tips for optimizing your video settings in OBS Studio and squeezing better performance out of this awesome streaming software. Have any extra tips? Leave them in the comments below and help each other out. Another important part of a good live stream is good visual graphics. Whether it's an on-screen overlay to show your username or a little flare, or just the avatar, banner, and information panels below the video player. Graphics that connect with your style and branding help polish off an overall great streaming experience. Using graphics in OBS Studio are super easy. They can be added via an image source. They generally should be a PNG file for the best quality and to maintain transparency for overlays. Simple. Thanks for watching. See you. You can make the graphics yourself using a program like GIMP, Paint.net, or Adobe Photoshop, or anything really, and you can import them into OBS. Or you can hire out. There are lots of aspiring graphics artists that are willing to create stream graphics for cheap or free to get their name out there. A guy I've commissioned channel and stream art in the past from is Quinn, or Slenderslay on Twitter. He may have changed his name by now, so I'll have it on screen right now, as well as a link to his portfolio, because he may have changed his name. He changed it a couple times. Whatever he has now is what he's sticking with for a while at least, but I know him as Slenderslay. Whomever you commission will deliver your graphics in .png format for you to use with OBS or Twitch. Annoyingly, Twitch makes you change your channel graphics in very different places. To upload an avatar and offline image, click your avatar in the bottom left corner on Twitch and click Settings. You change your avatar or profile picture on the normal Profile tab and your offline image in the Channel and Videos tab. Your banner needs to be changed by going to your actual Twitch channel page and clicking Edit and then Change Cover Image. You can also edit your panels and panel graphics below your stream video player. On the OBS Studio side of things, you can do a few different things based on how you're wanting to use your graphics. For most things, you're going to use an image source. To add an overlay showcasing your channel name, outlining your webcam, identifiers for your stream labels, backgrounds for non-widescreen views, and so on as well. I utilize the image slideshow source for my stream starting soon, be right back, and stream is now offline graphics in OBS. I've made a slide saying those things, and a couple slides for some of my sponsors and my top patrons on Patreon. I usually have music playing during these scenes, which combined with the active nature of slideshows instead of still images, contributes a little to keeping viewers around during these periods of dry air with these scenes. If you're making your own graphics, they generally should be made in 16:9 aspect ratio, generally at 1280 by 720 or 1920 by 1080 resolution to match your stream or recording settings. If you're recording in non-16:9 aspect ratio, go with that. Just remember to save your original project files, the PSD and Photoshop, for example, of your work. Then when you need to make changes or updates, you can just edit the original file instead of starting from scratch. If you commissioned out, you can request the PSD file or request an update from whomever you commissioned it from.
I also wanted to reference you to this resource by Nerd or Die. There's someone, but this isn't sponsored or anything. This is just something I stumbled upon from a subreddit or something like that. But if you want basic graphics for under your Twitch panels, which I can actually show you, twitch.tv/EposVox. If you look below someone's Twitch channel here, where it says about me, specs, chat rules, all that kind of stuff. If you want a super easy way to get that, this site, which I will have linked in the video description, it's on Nerd or Die's website, so it's not an easy link for me to reference, but they have customizable panels here. And so you can customize the color of the icon for either preset colors or choose your own rainbow. You can choose the right side color, which I have left on the normal setting, but you can customize however you'd like. You can choose the icon, and they do have many popular platforms and websites and games and things like that. So there's GameWisp, there was Battle.net, DeviantArt, Extra Life, Facebook, Twitch, so on. You can add a little icon there. You cannot add custom ones, but hey, you can change the text font. Of course, it will eventually just kind of crop off there. You can vertically align the text to your liking. You can choose whether that padding at the bottom is there or not. I do not like it because I then have to crop it off on Twitch, which is a little annoying. You can choose the font family. You have a font that you already have on your system. Bam. You just type in the font and it pulls it from your system, which is a little weird, so you have to have the exact name of the font. But it does work. I can pull up my VCR font there. And then you give it a file name, so we'll call this BattleNetJK. And then you click download, and it gives you a PNG file for you to upload. And then over on the Twitch side of things, go below your video player, click where it says Edit Panels. And then you can customize the image by choosing Add Image and adding some text. This is Markdown formatting. But at the very bottom, if you don't actually have any, then you click plus, add a text or image panel, and so on. And then, of course, there are the options for Twitch extensions, which I've not messed a whole lot with. Once you've customized these to your liking with the different images and text formats, then you hit Submit under each change. So if I put a space there, hit Submit. It submits the change to go public, and then you turn off edit panels and review your settings.
With the rise of game streaming on Twitch and similar platforms, the use of green screens or chroma keying to cut out a host from their apartment backdrop and more seamlessly fit in the gameplay has taken off. Personally, I feel that this is overused, and given that the vast majority of streamers aren't able to set up a proper professional chroma keying setup, bad green screening tends to be more distracting than helpful to a stream experience. But my personal feelings shouldn't prevent me from helping walk you through the setup process, right? Here we go. There's actually a wide variety of methods you can use to set up a chroma key workspace, but I'm going to focus on the main method here. I'll mention possible variations where I see fit along the way. For a green screen setup, you will need a webcam or camera to capture the video in front of the green screen. For OBS, we'll be using a webcam, of course, though you can use a camcorder or GoPro or DSLR with a cam link or other similar capture card if you need. You'll need a green screen material. This can typically be a specific lime chroma green or a chroma blue. No, you can't use black, white, or anything else really without major issues. You can get backdrop material cheap enough on Amazon or eBay. Or if you want to get creative and give yourself headaches, you can use green paper taped to a wall, or just paint your own walls chroma green. I can't imagine the commitment to that, but some people have done it. You'll also need a backdrop stand or other way of hanging or mounting your green screen. Again, you can get cheap backdrop stands on Amazon like this one, or you can even get combo kits of both a green screen and a stand in one kit for a good deal. There's also a Chroma background from Impact on Amazon that is collapsible and much easier to hang than normal cloth material. Funny enough, Elgato, the company known for their gaming capture cards, has recently released their own green screen that makes a lot of this process a ton easier. It stays wrinkle-free and works much like how projector screens at schools work, but instead of hanging it, the screen stands on the floor, and then you raise it up to your desired height and lock it in place, and you quickly have a green screen ready to go. Then it can pack away for easy storage even in small spaces. You do pay a premium for this, however. You can also install hooks on your ceiling or wall and use a wooden dowel to hang the screen. You have some options here, but the material must be flat. Big creases or spidering wrinkles will create shadows or change in light and ruin the chroma key effect, or at least make it setting it up on the software side a complete nightmare. So that means if you've kept green screens folded up and stored in your closet for years, since there's no other realistic way to store them, it's time to break out the iron or steamer. Yeah, not fun. The same applies if you order them online too, since they're always gonna arrive folded up. The collapsible models typically need time to smooth out too. So you've got your green screen and stand and hung it up, smoothing out folds and wrinkles. It's time to put it in front of a webcam and you're good to go, right? Sure, try it. Good luck. I'll be over here. Nope. Successful chroma keying requires some serious lighting. Your backdrop needs to be evenly lit so that your camera sees the green color evenly and can easily cut it out. But you will also need to be well lit too. Even lighting needs to be used so that you're not casting crazy shadows onto the backdrop and so that you stand out from it. Avoid green clothes or green logos on your clothes, of course, or blue if you're using a blue screen. You can get cheap clamp lights from your local hardware store and then some true white light bulbs. The Philips daylight LED bulbs are a good option if they don't show up as a flickery mess on your camera, or you can order dedicated video bulbs from Amazon. Links are in the video description. If you want to set up stands, tripods, or some sort of mounting equipment, you can also use cheap LED panels from Amazon or B&H too. Just make sure you check the reviews for issues of flickering and that you get really big batteries or dedicated power supplies for them too. Hardware side, that is it. Set up a flat green screen, light it well, and go. Sadly, this doesn't bode well for most of you in small spaces. You need a decent amount of space between you and the backdrop, and room for lighting on both you and the backdrop. This lighting can get hot too. Even my lighting right now, it is very hot in here. Green screen setups can be done in small spaces. It just takes a lot of patience, a little creativity, and lots of tinkering with the software settings. Speaking of which, let's jump into OBS, you know, what this series is actually about. In OBS Studio, add your face cam to your scene as you normally would. Once it's set up, right-click the source listing and click Filters. Here, you can add lots of effects and edits to your audio and video from this source. Under Effect Filters, click the plus sign, and you can either use Color Key or Chroma Key. One may work better depending on your setup, but the intended purpose is basically the same here. Pick one and choose your key color type. For most, this should be green, but you can do chroma blue or some weird magenta color as well. This should automatically start to cut out some of the green. You can now use the controls for similarity, smoothness, and key color spill reduction to clean up your image. Similarity controls how much color similar to chroma green it cuts out. If there's lighting differences along your screen, you'll want to adjust this, being careful not to go too far and cut out other colors. Smoothness smooths out edges and the overall keying of color. Too much can start to dissolve the rest of your image though, and you start disintegrating into the background. Key color spill reduction aims to help reduce the keying of other colors. But again, messing with this too much can affect your image on the whole. You gotta use moderation here. For most uses, opacity should be left alone. This affects the opacity of the entire video source, so you want that on 100% unless you have a reason for doing something else. This filter also gives you controls for contrast, brightness, and gamma, but these should be left alone in most cases too. This is something you need to adjust in your webcam's settings instead of here. Especially if the webcam has been left on automatic default modes, you may notice your skin has now started to turn red on camera due to the camera trying to compensate for the very green backdrop. Auto white balance and auto exposure are your friend. Remembering to mess with lighting as much as software settings, it's time to hit close so we can tinker with the webcam. Again, right-click your video source, this time hitting Properties. Then click Configure Video. In most cases, this should pop up a fairly Spartan looking properties menu for your webcam with a lot of sliders and a couple tabs. You'll want to use this to tweak your webcam's image to make it look better with the green screen. Brightness, gain, contrast, and so on. There are a couple key points you'll want to tackle first though. First, uncheck the box for auto white balance. This is what makes your skin look red. You want to manually adjust the slider until your skin tone looks natural and colors look right. On the second tab, uncheck low light compensation and the auto box for exposure. You want your lighting and webcam's interpretation of the lighting to remain consistent for keying to work and for your image to look good. Then balance the exposure slider and the gain slider on the previous tab along with contrast and brightness to get a desirable image. If there's some flicker or refreshing of your LED lighting, try messing with the power line frequency anti-flicker drop-down selection to see if it helps. Once you're done here, go back to your filter settings and finish cleaning up your Chroma Keying settings. They should be much easier to manage with these new webcam settings fixed. And voila, you have a Chroma Key setup for your facecam. Just keep in mind that moving things, variation in lighting, and so on can affect this, so you may find yourself tinkering with it frequently. If all of this sounds like too much of a headache, I don't blame you. Certain webcams have started to come with the capabilities to perform virtual Chroma Keying, or software-based background removal to achieve similar effects. We'll cover these in the next video in the course. Setting up a proper green screen or Chroma Keying workflow is a nightmare, especially in small spaces or spaces shared for other purposes. Thankfully, we're finally seeing movement in tech development for background removal options that don't require so much hassle. This is still a very new field, but in this course episode, we'll be taking a look at the 3 main options for background removal on a webcam. Personify Chroma Cam with the Logitech C922 Pro Stream webcam, Tridef Smart Cam, which aims to work with any webcam, and the Intel RealSense background removal. Like I said, we're tackling 3 very different methods of background removal in this video, 2 of which require specific hardware. I'll have timestamps in the video description if you wish to jump to a specific topic. We're going to start with Intel RealSense. For full disclosure, it is important that I tell you that me and my channel are sponsored by Intel on a fairly regular basis. I've made promotional videos about Intel RealSense technology in the past. This is not one such video, and that's good since I have some critical things to say about it, but I do need to disclose that to you as a viewer. Intel RealSense utilizes special webcams, such as the Razer Stargazer or this Creative SR300 model that I have. These are cameras equipped with a depth sensing camera and an infrared sensor, which scan the field of view for the shape of a person, and then uses the depth sensing technology, as well as contrast, color difference, and so on, to remove the background. These are designed specifically for Intel Core i7 built PCs. There are a few other variations on RealSense tech for 3D scanning and other AR and VR applications as well, but we're focusing just on background removal today. The resulting effect is impressive for a technology that only just became kind of publicly available out of nowhere, but it's not perfect. A professionally installed Chroma Key environment will beat RealSense out almost every single time, but most streamers and content creators can't afford the cost or space required for such a setup. RealSense does a fantastic job of working within the space you have to separate you from your background without a ton of lights, a big green screen cloth, and 6 feet of wasted space. You'll end up with artifacting, it thinking that something in the background is you, or cutting off your microphone or headphones, and so on, but it's a nice effect. I can't wait to see what future iterations of this technology bring to the table. You can optimize for this by still using good lighting, required for decent looking webcam footage anyway, and having a solid color wall or something simple as your backdrop. Busy backgrounds are just harder to work with. OBS Studio now ships with an option during the installation process to also install the Intel RealSense SDK and driver, and the setup process is fairly straightforward too. If you didn't choose this and now want to enable it, just reinstall over top your existing installation of OBS, choose the RealSense checkbox, and you're good to go. Reinstalling does not wipe your settings or your profiles. Right around the time that Intel RealSense cameras were really hitting the market and the streaming and gaming community were getting fed up with Logitech for not releasing any new stream-friendly webcams following the C920's 4-year domination of the scene, they popped out the C922 Pro Stream Webcam. This webcam is more or less the same as the C920, but comes with a little tripod, can output 60 FPS at 720p, though the image looks horrible and is more than likely just an interpolated 360p at that frame rate, and has a better microphone than the C920. But most relevant to this video, the webcam comes with a special little program for background removal, Personify Chroma Keying. This program is a software approach. There's no fancy sensors in the C922 like the RealSense cameras, but it does require the C922 specifically to license the software. Chroma Keying attempts to remove your background from your webcam shot, giving you the option to also replace it with some pre-made backgrounds, your own image, and do all of this within video chatting apps like Skype as well. In OBS Studio, you actually add the webcam as a normal video source, and then use the Personify Chroma Keying app, downloadable for Logitech's support page for the webcam, linked in the video description, to customize the background. Then, reposition your webcam how you like it in OBS, and you're good to go. A third option, one that should work with any decent webcam, is SmartCam from Tridef. This is a paid third-party solution with a 7-day trial, but it doesn't have specific hardware requirements and has some pretty nice features of its own. The nice people over at Tridef were kind enough to provide me with a key for review, but are not sponsoring this content in any way or seeing it before it gets posted or anything like that. I just wanted to be able to show it here for you. SmartCam lets you blur your background for a faux depth of field effect, replace it with a few different scenes, apply filters to it, or remove it altogether. This works great for streaming as well. Stuff. None of this technology is perfect yet, but it's a great start and something to really consider given how frustrating and cumbersome a proper green screen setup can be. If you missed it, we actually had a course episode dedicated to setting up a green screen on its own. As always, links to the aforementioned hardware and programs will be in the video description. Most discussions about OBS, streaming, game recording, and so on tend to focus on a specific use case. One monitor, one screen of computer, desktop, or gameplay, one console input, one 16:9 image. But what if you use multiple monitors for the work you wish to stream or record? What if you display your game across 2 monitors at once and want to stream that? What about switching between monitors? There's 3 different scenarios that I can imagine applying to multi-monitor streaming. Just streaming with multiple monitors and sometimes needing to show what's on your side monitors like I do. Running games through surround gaming across multiple monitors at once, or wanting to automatically switch between different monitors as you record or stream a multi-monitor workflow. Let's tackle these. Time codes will be in the description below for the 3 main topics here. Multi-monitor gaming. First, let's start with multi-monitor gaming. This will depend a little depending on how you have this set up. Right-click your desktop and go to Display Settings or Screen Resolution, or open up your Nvidia or AMD control panel if you have surround set up that way. You're looking here to find out whether your system is treating your multiple monitors as one big monitor for gaming, or just multiple monitors with the game stretched across them. Take note of this. You either have one panel with just a weird wide resolution or multiple panels listed side by side. If your monitors are treated as one big monitor, then you also need to take note of the resolution that it reads. For example, 3 1080p monitors combined into one horizontal monitor would be 5760 by 1080 resolution. If you just have multiple monitors side by side, then do the math for how they're set up. If they're 3 wide, just add up the horizontal resolutions, i.e. 1920 times 3, and then take note of the vertical resolution, 1080. You'll need this for OBS. In OBS Studio, you need to set your resolution to this weird resolution. For example here, 5760 by 1080. Leave the base and scaled resolution the same size in the Video Settings tab. For your streaming settings, you'll want to scale it down a bit. For example, for our current test resolution, I'd recommend streaming at half the resolution of 2880 by 540. Now you'll need to set up the rest of your scenes to properly utilize this wider canvas that's wider than the traditional 16 by 9 format. You can probably have fun with the placement of your overlay elements, face cam, and so on. Here's the kicker though. Your stream will have what's often referred to as black bars on the top and bottom because of this. This kind of setup, obviously, produces a much wider image than the normal 16 by 9 or even a 21 by 9 ultrawide can fully display. So this is unavoidable. While you can technically stretch your image to fill a 16 by 9 box, it will completely trash your video and no one will want to watch it. So don't do that. If you're going to commit to streaming this kind of super wide format, you need to fully commit and just deal with the issues. Unfortunately, YouTube doesn't like streaming with oddball resolutions, so it won't take advantage of the new player's capabilities. But if you're just recording and uploading this way, the new YouTube player will actually adapt to your video's aspect ratio and display it nicely on your viewers' screens. Just make sure if you're editing the video before uploading, you edit and render in the specific resolution of your recording, or you will ruin the video experience for everyone. I have a dedicated, admittedly ranty video about this subject linked in the video description. Multi-monitor workflow. If you just happen to utilize multiple monitors and just want to be able to switch between them sometimes depending on what you're doing, things are much easier. Simply make new scenes for each of your monitors and add them via display capture. Add your face cam if needed and any overlays. If you don't want to have to reposition and configure your overlays again and again for this, you have two primary options. Either you can start duplicating your main display capture scene and then replacing the actual display capture source with the respective monitors, keeping all other sources in the scene intact. Or, my preferred option is to actually create a dedicated scene specifically for your overlays and to nest that scene as a source in your other scenes. Now you have all of your overlays in one source that you can add to any scene without having to mess around with repositioning or anything like that. Super handy. If your monitors are different resolutions, simply use the transform tool to scale them all to match your canvas resolution and whammo. Then you can set up hotkeys or use something like the Elgato Stream Deck to switch between your different display scenes as desired when recording or streaming. Automatic multi-monitor switching. There's another neat trick for multi-monitor streaming and recording that I like to use from time to time: automatic scene switching. This will let you automatically switch between your different display capture based scenes depending on where your cursor goes on your computer. This is super handy for when I do editing streams and need to quickly switch between my multi-monitor workflow. Unfortunately, the built-in automatic scene switcher tool in OBS Studio kinda sucks. Or rather, it doesn't work in the way that I see most optimal. So instead I use an advanced scene switcher plugin, which I will have linked in the video description. Download it, open the zip file, open up to the Windows folder, and then the OBS Studio folder, then copy the data and plugins folders to your OBS install directory. In Windows, the default is C, Program Files, x86, OBS Studio. approve any prompts asking if you're sure you want to copy a program or to a program or data folder, and relaunch OBS Studio. Now, the advanced scene switcher should be available under the Tools menu in OBS. Open it up. Now, for setting up automatic monitor switching based on your cursor position, we will be using the Screen Region tab. Here, we need to set up our different screen regions to be detected by OBS for your cursor positioning. To get this to work properly, the numbers are going to be a little complicated. This is only made worse if your monitors are different resolutions like mine are. Firstly, right-click your desktop and open up Display Settings or Screen Resolution. You need to know which monitor is number 1 for you, as this affects cursor positioning and the numbers that we're going to use. You'll want to have your scene set up again for your multiple displays. See the earlier part of the tutorial for this. Take a look at your scene switcher dialog box again. You can see for each scene switching command, you need 2 sets of X and Y coordinates. We will use the cursor is currently at feature to get these numbers. Just keep in mind it's a little delayed in showing your cursor location. Now, this can be finicky. Before, you would often need to get the min coordinates from the bottom left corner of your screen and the max coordinates from the top right. But now I need the top left for the min and the bottom right for the max. So if it doesn't work, consider redoing it with the opposite coordinates that you're using. The numbers you want to pay attention to first come from the top left corner of your screen and the bottom right. Write these down from the display on the scene switcher dialog, where it says cursor is currently at. Move it to the top left, write it down, move it to the top right, write it down. So for my main monitor, we want to say if cursor is in, min X 0, min Y 0 for my display. Then max X 3839 and max Y 2159. Your numbers may be different. Then select the scene you wish to assign to this screen. For me, that's the desktop facecam overlays or screen 1. Then you can choose the transition. For this kind of switching, cut works best. Once that's set, hit the plus sign at the bottom and it will add that command. Now you want to do the same thing for the next monitor. Find the coordinates for the top left and input them into the dialog, and then the top right. For me here, the min is 3840 and 0, and the max is 6399 and 1439. Choose the scene to assign this region. Don't skip this step, as I do this sometimes and it screws everything up. Make sure you assign the right scene, and then hit the plus sign at the bottom to add it. Repeat this for however many scenes or screens you're switching between. When you're done, click back to the General tab. Towards the bottom, it says Scene Switcher is, and should say inactive, if it's turned off. If so, click Start to turn it on, and then close the plugin dialog. Once it's running, your scenes should automatically switch between your display capture scenes. If this doesn't work the first time, do not panic. Be patient. Double check that you have the right coordinates and that you chose the correct scenes for it to switch to, and that you hit Start on the General tab, of course. And again, if this set of coordinates isn't working, try inverting to using the bottom left as min and top right as max instead. Something will work, you just have to be patient with it. Now, this isn't going to work out well if you want to keep using other scenes. Switching to a webcam scene will put you right back at the scene where your cursor is. There's some minor tweaks you can do for this. In the Pause Scenes tab in the plugin menu, you can pause the scene switcher if you manually switch to a specific scene. You can also go to your hotkey settings and set up dedicated hotkeys for starting and stopping the scene switcher as well. You have some flexibility here. The plugin also gives you lots of options for switching based on windows, switching back after a certain amount of time, customizing transitions, and so on. But this is the basic main functionality here. So you actually have quite a few solid options available to you when it comes to recording and streaming multiple monitors with OBS Studio. Pick what works best for you.
Let's take a look at a little sample from that Rant video I mentioned discussing putting black bars into videos. This is something that I always want to make sure I can share and hopefully help people understand, as Don Quixote as that may sound, whenever I can. And so you're going to listen to it right about now. Today I'm going to show you how to make your videos seem cinematic with the usual method of having black bars, but the right way, as I have a personal pet peeve against the normal way of doing this. So, if you've ever watched a movie, and actually I can pull up a quick rip here of a movie right now. You can see here, the movie itself is not 16:9. It is one of a variety of aspect ratios that are widescreen. The upper and lower segments are not filmed at all. They use anamorphic lenses to basically record a 16:9 thing that they can stretch out to look fancy. Well, they don't go into their Hollywood video editing bays and drag on a PNG file of some black bars and overlay it on top. No, and I can't stand that anyone does this. And so I want the entire world to stop doing this. If you want to edit a video that, you know, only takes up this much space, then you need to be editing in that actual aspect ratio and resolution for a variety of reasons. First of all, if you edit like this and you render to a too low of a bitrate, or something happens in encoding, or someone watches on a very low bitrate version on YouTube, like 360p or something, the black will actually get muddy because that's actual video footage here, even if it's just a solid black color, and compression can artifact it up, and then that will look terrible for no apparent reason. Second of all, it does not adapt to different size monitors. For example, if you're making a 21:9 video and you just add black bars to make it 21:9, someone watching it on a 21:9 monitor won't be able to view it properly because the video itself is not 21:9. The black bars still make it a 16:9 video. So they will not only have black bars on the top and bottom, but then they'll have pillar box black bars on the right and left sides as it tries to watch the video, and it will just be a very unenjoyable viewing experience. I actually have a whole video dedicated on this you can check out as well. Thirdly, it takes more data to render out these sections. Now, technically, it takes less data to render out the sections with the actual black image overlay than the full frame, but it still takes up data that could be going to preserving detail in your frame and, you know, cooperating better with YouTube compression. So avoid black bars like this, or a slightly better option, but still not a great option, is to actually apply a crop to your adjustment layer here, and then say 100 off the top. Oh, that's 100%. 10 off the top, and then 10 off the bottom. And then you'd have to reframe and recrop from, and if you do it with the crop factor, by the way, then if you try to reframe it, it's going to just move things in a very weird direction, and you can't reframe with the adjustment. It gets complicated. The best way to go about this is to actually make presets based on the aspect ratio you want to edit. So make a new sequence, and for example, I have a 21:9 1080p preset here, which is 1920x810 or 2560x1080, or for a proper 1440p 21:9 sequence, it is 3440x1440, and then you edit in that. And then if you have 21:9 footage, you can drag that onto your timeline and it will fit natively, or if you have 16:9 footage, then you simply need to just reframe it properly to fit within the composition. Now, if you're doing cinematic aspect ratios, you kind of have to look up cinematic resolutions depending on your actual frame width. For example, cinematic 4K is not the 4096x2160 that people would like you to think. For the 3840 width, it's actually, the resolution is 3840x1574, and then you can set that to 24 frames per second for your cinematic aspect ratio, and that is actually the cinematic resolution. Or there's no set one. Like I said, there's a bunch of different ones that movies have used over the years, but this is a cinematic 4K aspect ratio that actually makes sense. And then I can save that as cinematic 4K 24 for 4K 24 FPS. And then anytime I want to make a new sequence, instead of using a 16:9 composition that isn't going to adapt to people's displays properly, I can make that one. And you can see it's fairly similar width to 21:9, but it's not quite 21:9 here. And then drag in our tutorial. Then I can't make it any less wide because it's already 3840 width, but I can reframe here. And when you render it out, it will render out on YouTube, you know, it'll render out at this size. And then on YouTube, it will adapt it to your display. So whether you're on a 4:3 display, a 16:9 display, a 21:9 display, 16:10, whatever, it will automatically adapt whether, you know, the pillar boxing and letterboxing to fit the display properly. And all of the bit rate, all of your data rate going to your video footage actually goes to data that's, or, you know, to actual video footage instead of black bars. Like, To me, it is super important, on top of the fact that things don't scale. Like if you render out a 4:3 video in a 16:9, here, I'll make something real quick here. Let me do, so let's say you recorded, you're making a video in 4:3, so 1280 by 1024, for example, is a a resolution that is 4:3. So we will drag this footage into here. Now this is what if you ever remember the transition period between widescreen and, you know, not widescreen televisions, you used to end up with a lot of weird situations like this, where if you were watching non-HD channels on your HD TV service, you would get this on top of your widescreen TV, and so it just would be in like the center of the screen. That's specifically what we're trying to avoid here. So if I scale it up, all right, now if I make a normal 16:9. So if this is how you're doing 4:3, where you're pillar boxing it yourself, you're screwing over anyone who actually watches on a 16:10 or 4:3 screen, because you're hard baking these black bars into your video footage, and it screws over anyone with a non 16:9 display. When if you were to actually just make the original 4:3 composition here and render it out that way, then anyone on a 4:3 screen can watch it full screen, no problem. And anyone on a 16:10, or, you know, we're gonna see a lot of new aspect ratio monitors soon. It's going to adapt to the display a lot better. So I will post a couple resources where you can get some cinematic aspect ratios and resolutions to make your own custom presets here. But please, please never use black bar PNG overlays ever again. Like, I will tear anyone I know personally a new one for doing it, unless it's in the middle of an edit. Like if you're doing a normal edit here, and then you want to make something specific, super cinematic, then you can overlay black bars. But otherwise, if your whole video is going to have the black bars over it, you damn well better be actually editing in a widescreen resolution instead of adding a black bar image to your video, like a scrub.
Quadra kill.
Most discussions about OBS, streaming, game recording, and so on tend to focus on a specific use case. One monitor, one screen of computer, desktop, or gameplay, one console input, one 16:9 image. But what if you want to stream your new awesome 21:9 ultrawide monitor? Or what if your desktop is another aspect ratio, such as 4:3, hint hint, or 16:10? Recording and streaming with oddball resolutions can be frustrating. 16:9 aspect ratio resolutions, such as 1080p or Ultra HD, are the standard, so that's what platforms and tutorials focus on. But what if you have an ultrawide or 16:10 monitor, such as 1440x900 or 1680x1050? I've got some good news and some bad news. The bad news is that when streaming, viewers will always get the perceived black bars of letterboxing or pillarboxing around your content. Ultra-wide resolutions require letterboxing to display properly on 16:9 views, such as watching a movie on a TV, and 16:10 resolutions require pillarboxing, as they're just a bit taller than 16:9. At the time of writing and recording this course episode, YouTube's live streaming doesn't support other aspect ratios, but the uploaded player does. The good news is, if you're streaming to Twitch, where black bars are almost always there due to how their website UI works, or if you're just recording videos to upload to YouTube, this is not a problem. YouTube's new layout is very impressive. The player dynamically adjusts to your video's aspect ratio and displays it properly on any screen. Ultra-wide videos on my 4K screen actually look amazing. They take up the full width of my screen. But you absolutely have to record, edit, and render in the same ultra-wide resolution. For example, 3440x1440 or 2560x1080. If you record, edit, or render in a traditional 16:9 resolution like normal 1080p, the black bars are permanently baked into your video and the viewing experience is ruined for everyone. This is very, very important. I don't have much experience with ultra-wide monitors right now, but I have a buddy who does, so he's going to tell you about his setup process for his 21:9 gaming channel.
Hey everybody, this is AD Wheeler from the Explorographer.com. I am a travel photographer by day, but by night, I am an ultra-wide HD game streamer over at 219gaming.com. Welcome to my section of the OBS tutorial for EposVox channel. Thank you so much for having me as a collaborator on this project. I'm happy to share my knowledge here and get more people streaming ultra-wide gaming. All right, so I want to talk about 3 different types of OBS operations that we're going to be doing with ultra-wide. So ultra-wide is 21:9 ratio screens, usually 3440 pixels by 1440 pixels. I'm going to show you how to stream, how to co-op record, or single person record using OBS. There also will be some Shadowplay usage here. I have a special setup for co-op recording that I use that I want to share with you guys as a bonus as well. So let's get right into it, and we're going to start with streaming 3440 by 1440 or ultra wide on YouTube. All right, so we're going to go into settings here, and we're going to get this set up to stream 3440 by 1440. So the first thing you'll want to go to is video. And you're going to want to make sure that your base canvas and output canvas are set to the 3440 by 1440 and your frame rate is set to 30. This is very important because 60 does not stream well to YouTube servers. No matter what your bandwidth is, I have not been successful with that. So make sure that's set to 30. That's a current limitation as far as I know to the output of what you can stream. We can record and then upload at 60 FPS, which I'll show you how to do here in a little bit. But for right now, you can only stream at 30. All right, come over here to our output section and then streaming. We're going to use our hardware encoder here. We're going to set our rate control to constant bitrate. Our bitrate output should be the maximum of what our current service will allow. I know mine only allows right now 10 megabit. So I have 10 megabit up, so I'm going to set that to 10,000. Keyframes required by YouTube set to 2. Preset high quality, profile high here, and here's an important one. In order to get this to work properly with the hardware encoder, you can't actually set a number here. You really have to set this to auto as far as I can tell. If I set it to 5.1, which would be the highest quality, that's just natural, right? If I try to stream right now, oh, now it's working. Okay, so once your source material has started, it'll work just fine. So there you go. I just learned something new right on the spot. If you don't have your source material going and you try to set that to 5.1 and you try to stream, you'll get an error. So just so you know that, start your source, you should be good to go. So here we are in the division. It's a little choppy right now because I'm in the OBS screen. I'm going to move over now to my other screen. I have 2 Dell screens working right now. Let's talk, there we go. So now I've selected the screen. You can see things smooth out a little bit. Remember, we are at 30 frames per second. Let me talk a little bit about my system specs. So I'm running an Intel i7 6850K processor. It is overclocked to 4.2 gigahertz and it is liquid cooled. I'm also running 2 Nvidia GeForce 1080 video cards in SLI. So that's gives you a little insight of the power you kind of need to be able to do this. I'm actually recording this on one screen, the OBS tutorial, and I'm actually streaming out the actual division out to my channel right now. And so let's just do a little gameplay here and we'll just see how this works. So yeah, you need to have some pretty good horsepower. You do need to have a pretty good internet connection to send out 3440 by 1440 video at 30 FPS. And also to record as well. So we'll talk about that in a little bit, but let's just try this streaming real quick and we'll take a look and see how that looks. All right, so keep in mind we are recording a stream while it's being streamed. So if this looks a little choppy, pay no attention. I can put up the source video if you'd like. I'll give you a link, or EposVox will give you a link so you can watch the video that's streamed. So here we go. We're streaming through here. It looks pretty good. I'm going to get out into the world here and take a look at that. Right now, my stream says that I'm using all of the bandwidth, but we are green all the way, so we're getting full outs to YouTube, which is great. CPU usage is only 3.1%, which is awesome.
Warning, now exiting the safe area.
And we have no dropped frames. which is also very important. The gameplay for me on the actual game screen itself is 60 FPS, so it's super smooth. Looks really good. So gameplay is not hindered at all by this. And there we go. So that'll give you a little bit of ideas about how this looks. Working really well. So my CPU is kicking up a little bit because it's doing some work for the game as well. But right now, OBS is only using 2% of the CPU, which is awesome. All right, we got some enemies here. Let's go ahead and get into a little skirmish. I guess he said it wasn't much of a challenge. He was pretty much right. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. It took me a long time to get this figured out and get it to stream properly. So don't be frustrated. Just go through your settings, test your connection. I test my connection at speedtest.net just as, you know, see. I actually used a TCP optimizer as well to optimize my connect so that it stays pretty stable. And I also broadcast not only on 219gaming.com, but I broadcast on my YouTube channel, which is for my photography. I do live courses on there for my Patreon channel, thecreators.com. Also on Facebook Live. I also use OBS for that as well. So I'm streaming there, and it's a little bit lower bandwidth, and I don't stream the 3440 by 1440 at all. I'm actually streaming standard 1080p at 60 FPS there. So but for the 3440 by 1440 is pretty good. All right, so I think that's all the settings we need. I'm going to go ahead and escape out of there. Now for my recording settings, it's a little different. When I want to do recording, I'll generally go into settings, and here I'll go to the video and I'll set this to 60 FPS. And then in output, same thing here. I've been using just the default preset or high quality, totally up to you. High quality is fine. Keyframes 2, bitrate 130 megabit. That's basically mega BPS. Basically, I want the highest quality possible. I know that this is the limit set by the, as far as I know, the limit that is set by the hardware encoder. And my profile is to high, and level again is to auto, although now that I have the source going, let's try the 5.1. This didn't work earlier, but we'll try it right now. My GPU is set to 0 and 2. These don't really make much of a difference that I've seen. Over on the audio side, I'm setting these all to 192. That's just a basic good quality audio. I know EposVox is rolling right now, being like, set it to the highest setting, but 192 has been fine for me. And then also in the audio over here, I just use my microphone as one channel, and there is one other setting that I actually do in the output. I make sure in the recording that I'm actually recording multiple audio tracks, and what I do is send out each audio stream to a different track. All right. So the co-op recording is a little different. So this is just going to be in-house recording straight to my hard drive. And also I want to mention, even if you set OBS to record at 130 mega BPS, even if you set that, the problem is that it will only go as fast as your hard drive can take. So record to an SSD if you can. That way it'll open that up and you won't have that limitation. But when I record to an actual hard drive, a mechanical hard drive, I had it set to 130, but then it kicked it back to 80 megabps. So just keep that in mind, that you can hinder yourself just by the hard drive alone. It will throttle it back. So make sure you record to an SSD. So we're going to go ahead and start a recording here. And that's the error that I get right there. So normally I get that. And the reason I get that is because I have the setting under recording. So we'll just go in here to output and then recording. It's because of the level setting. If I set this to auto, that won't happen. Watch, here we go. And there we go. Now it's recording. So I'm not sure why that happens, but let's switch over to the game. We'll do a little bit more gameplay. This time, instead of showing you the OBS window, I'm actually going to show you the actual recording that I'm doing. So we'll go ahead and play through a little bit here, and I'll show you what the recording is like. We got enemies right here. That's cool. So they're looking like they're in a fight with somebody. That'll work out great. All right, we'll get their attention. That'll get their attention. I got guys behind me too. I'll take care of the guys behind me first. All right. These guys are a little angry at me. That's okay. They can be angry. Fairly simple at this level. Oh, there was JTF there too, but they didn't help me. All right, so there you go, guys. That's a little demo of just a few seconds of recording at 60 FPS in-game. Right now, the CPU is showing 6.2%, and it does say that we're kind of hovering around the 50 to 60 area, and that's probably simply because I'm recording and recording and recording like 3 different versions of this. So if it looks a little choppy, normally it's not, so just so you're aware of that. So there we go. Okay, and in the final part of this tutorial, essentially is set up for co-op recording. So I do some recording with another guy who plays with me from the UK, and we don't usually stream this live. He has streamed it before with us playing live, but I have not. And so streaming ultra-wide is difficult on the machine, let alone also the bandwidth requirements coming in and out. So then the gameplay gets kind of hokey at that point and doesn't work all that well. But you can do it. It does work. If you have a good connect, you'd have no problems doing that. Okay, so the way that I record co-op is a little different from the way that I do my live or streaming. I'm going to record a super high quality video using Shadowplay as my recorder. I have Shadowplay set up to record at 130 megabps, so it's the highest setting that it will go. I have it set up so that it records to my SSD, so I get the most speed there. And then I have some settings in OBS because I use OBS as well. I also use Discord for the audio portion of my recording so that I can talk with the person that I'm actually connected to in co-op. So if I'm recording and doing all that, first off, I'm going to show you how to set up Discord. So this is bonus material. So here's Discord. Here's my main microphone, and my output device is actually going to be set to a virtual audio cable B. Now, you won't be able to hear this unless you set up a few things in Windows as well, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So that's the first setting. You're going to be using virtual audio cable. It's available on the internet. I think EposVox has some sort of tutorial on it, I hope, on his channel. If not, you can easily find one on YouTube on how to set up virtual audio cable. It's free. It's donationware, I think, too. You can donate to get the full version. So anyways, you get virtual audio cable, you get that set up, and it'll give you a virtual audio cable A, virtual audio cable B, and then it'll give you an AB together. We're just going to use B right now. And that means that all the audio that comes through over here on Discord, which is the other person talking, the person I'll connect with to talk, will be coming through this line. So that's how that's set up. All right, so we've got that set up. Now in OBS, we're going to need to do a special setup here. So let's go to settings. The first thing you're going to set, and this is very strange, but we're going to do your output scaled resolution to as small as it will go. The integer value, FPS value, you're going to want to select that and set that to 2. Now I know that seems weird, but we're really only recording audio here, so we don't want to use up a lot of the hardware encoder trying to do big amounts of video. We don't need that. So we're just going to do this set to 2, and that's just going to give us a good reference recording. Over in output, we are going to set our recording here to audio tracks 1, 2, 3, and 4. So I'm going to only have 4. In audio, we're going to make sure that's all 192. And then also coming down to the full audio tab, we're going to want to set our auxiliary mic device number 2 to that cable B output. Okay, so that means that Discord is going to be sending its audio in through here into device number 2. Our mic is going to be set up to number 1. That means track number 1 is going to be set up to that. And then our desktop audio device should be set to default. All right. And then, of course, if you had more people playing, you would set up other mic devices, like cable A would be the other mic device, and so on and so forth. Right now, we're just going to keep it like it is. And that's all there is to that. All right. We'll go ahead and hit apply. And there we go. All right. Now, so what I would normally do in game is I would now start my game. I would turn on Shadowplay to start recording, and then I would have a macro set so that I would start recording to the actual OBS as well. And then when I'm in Premiere, I'll just bring in both of those video files, and the OBS video file will actually have multiple tracks of audio. So let's just do a test recording. I won't have multiple tracks here for you now because I don't have somebody else talking along with it, but I will show you what it looks like from reference files that I have from a co-op recording that I did. So we'll go ahead and show you that, and you can see how it turns out and how I edit my videos. Okay guys, so this really isn't about Adobe Premiere, but I did want to show you what these files look like when I edit them and why I do my setup kind of the way that I do it. So here you can see I have multiple tracks of audio, and I have the game audio, I have Twist's mic here, and my mic, and I'm able to actually EQ each of these channels or control the volume of each of these channels, which is really important to get the best overall sound. Sometimes the game volume can be too loud when recorded. Sometimes one person's voice won't be as loud as another. And the number one thing I see on the internet, basically on YouTubes and all that, is that volume levels and voice levels are usually a mess. So hopefully this will help you guys too if in your recordings. So this is what it looks like after I bring the file in and chop it all up. Let me show you what it looks like when I bring in the raw files. So let's drag some footage in here and I'll show you what's going on. So this is my original Shadowplay source material, and you can see one track here. And if I play this, it's just the game audio by itself.
Eisenhower has bigger plans. A mainland invasion.
So there we go. That's just the game audio. So let's look at the audio from OBS now, which is going to be a bunch of tracks. All right, so I bring this in and you can see there's tons of tracks here. And it's easy to see if I zoom in to align this audio. Let me zoom in here. I want to get these tracks lined up perfectly. You can see the OBS footage started a little late. So I have the ability to line all this stuff up. Make that a little shorter. Bring this in line with that guy. So you can basically sync everything up here and get it perfect. Okay, there we go. You can see everything's in line. All right, so now I can label these as to what they are. We've got several tracks of audio here. And we've also got a repeat of our game audio. So what I usually do is I'll unlink these. And you can see in the footage here that there's a small black box. This is what I recorded with OBS. So very little video, 2 frames per second. We can delete that and get rid of it. All right. And then I can select any track that I want. Here I'm going to get rid of the game audio now that I have it synced. And now I'm just left with what I had lined up here before on my screen, which is my audio, Twist's audio, and the game audio. And that's why I record that way. Now I can apply any sort of effect that I want, and you can hear these 3 played together.
Heard Operation Husky went pretty smoothly for you guys. Also heard Eisenhower has bigger plans.
You should talk back to him in Christopher Walken voice.
Ike always has bigger plans.
Can't even do it very well.
The point is that we've poked the hornet's nest.
Fell in a bowl
Things
of
are stirring.
What
cream,
things?
wherever it was.
This from your informant?
Right now, the audio is of the game is very loud, so I can go ahead and change this now and bring that down.
OSS is mighty pleased. And what with that and Sicily?
Heard Operation Husky went pretty smooth for you guys. Also heard Eisenhower has bigger plans.
You should talk back to him in Christopher Walken voice.
I go
Two mice. I can't even do it very well.
We poked the horse.
Fell in a...
So there you go. And you can just basically control the volumes and make a better production out of the whole thing. So I wanted to show you guys that and give you an idea of how I do my co-op recordings using OBS and using Shadowplay together all at the same time. All right, guys, thank you so much. I'm going to hand this back to EposVox. Adam, thank you so much for doing this collab. I hope the video was up to your standards, man. Your videos are the best, and I hope to be able to do more of these in the future. All right, guys, back to the studio.
You may proceed.
The same goes for 16:10 or 4:3 resolutions. Set up OBS for that proper resolution, whether it's 1440x900, 1280x1024, etc., and things will turn out fine. Make sure your canvas and scaled resolutions are set to this, and if you're streaming, you set your scaled stream resolution to a factor of your original. For example, recording at 3440x1440 and streaming at 2560x1080 or 1707x720. Alternatively, if you don't want to deal with boxing and black bars, your only other option is to run games at 16:9 resolutions in a window or downscaled full screen mode. For example, a 4:3 monitor can run games just fine at 1280x720. A 1680x1050 monitor can run games just fine at 1600x900, and so on. Then you have to deal with the black bars instead of the viewer, but hopefully that makes it clear why it's unavoidable. Any attempts to stretch your image to fill the screen will only distort it and ensure that no one really wants to watch your content.
You may proceed.
Today's video is a little secret advanced trick that you can do within OBS Studio if you have a powerful enough computer. I'm going to show you how to record your gameplay and webcam separately so that you can edit your webcam and reposition it however you like in editing. With this trick, you can also record multiple webcams separately at full quality side by side, multiple monitors, and so on. I just want to reiterate that you will need a pretty powerful computer in order to maintain high frame rates recording this way. But with a high-end PC, this is an easy and fun way to record things. You ready? It's going to seem silly once you know. First of all, consider what you want to record. Gameplay? Webcam? 2 webcams? 2 screens? What are their resolutions? This works best if your 2 sources are the same resolution, ideally 1080p or lower. For example, a console gameplay capture card at 1080p and a webcam at 1080p, or multiple webcams at 1080p. This is how I've done a lot of my webcam comparisons. Don't worry much about frame rates. You'll just use the highest of your sources, presumably 60, though 30 FPS will be easier for your computer to handle. You'll want to make a new profile for this, but don't duplicate your normal one. We're going to make a completely new profile, and we're going to go straight to customizing the resolution. This is the kicker, but what also makes this so cool and easy. Simply set the resolution to fit all of your desired sources. So if you want a 1080p gameplay and a full 1080p webcam, set the resolution to 1920x2 wide and 1080 high, or 3840 by 1080. If your sources are 720p, do 2560 by 720. Or if you're doing 3 or 4 sources at once, go for a full scene. My 3 1080p webcam comparison video was on a full ultra high def canvas of 3840 by 2160. 3 or 4 720p sources would need a canvas of 2560 by 1440. Set your frame rate, the highest of whatever sources you're using, set a high bitrate, and finish off your other settings. We have videos covering these topics in the playlist. Once you're done, it's time to add your sources. Add your gameplay and webcam, or whatever, and simply line them up side by side. OBS will actually help you out here by helping you snap one source to the left side and then the other to the right. Line up however many sources you're using and you're good to go. Just make sure that your audio tracks and mixer are set up right. See my video on that for more help. Now you have an epic video file with full resolution webcam and gameplay footage ready to go. Drag it into your favorite video editor, and here's where it gets a little tricky until you're used to the process. You need to drag 2 copies of the video track to your timeline, keeping in mind that you only want 1 copy of the audio tracks. The bottom layer should be your gameplay, left alone but nudged to the right or left to take up the full screen. The top layer should then be your webcam. Crop off the gameplay half of the footage and scale and position your webcam as you like. Or if you have multiple webcams, put them side by side on the canvas and so on. You can use nesting and layers to apply color grading or a drop shadow to your webcam, maybe even add separate effects to your gameplay too. Or if you're doing multiple webcams, crop out each layer and position as desired. And that's it. Simply record to a larger canvas and put your sources side by side. Again, this takes a lot more processing power to encode, but it can be hugely beneficial to your projects. It's a tool I use quite frequently.
Next up, we're going to talk about LUTs, or color lookup tables. This is similar to the VST plugins for audio, but applied to video. It lets you apply some cool filters and color correction and stuff that you have manual control and creation of through another program to your video. It's kind of neat.
Color lookup tables are used to take an image and adjust its color information based on the value in the lookup table. Applied to OBS, it will basically apply some cool color filtering to your webcam or other video input. Linked in the video description, I have a specific webcam LUT included for download, as well as a website that offers a few for free. Try them out and see if you like them. OBS Studio also includes some sample LUTs in the install directory under obs-studio/data/obs-plugins, this is really hard to say, /obs-filters/LUTs. You can see it on screen, I can't say it right. These are PNG files. The posterized LUT applies a kind of like comic book effect. Black and white is, well, obvious. Red isolated only shows shades of red, turning everything else black and white. Teal lows, orange highs applies the cliche cinema effect of bluish shadows and orangish highlights. Kind of a neat look. The one I included in the description does a similar effect but retains more of the original coloring too. What's neat is that you can easily make your own. The original.png included with OBS is a default LUT. Apply your color correction presets to this PNG via your favorite photo editor and be sure to save it as a new file so you can make new ones later and apply it to your webcam. But what about the other ones I linked in the description? The freebies and most LUTs that you download come zipped up as a .cube file. OBS won't accept that. You need to use a program like Adobe Photoshop to apply it to a copy of the original.png file. Copy your desired .cube, .3dl, or .look files into the appropriate preset folder directory for Photoshop. For me, that's C, Program Files, Adobe, Adobe Photoshop CC 2017, Presets, 3D LUTs. Relaunch Photoshop if you had it open, and drag a copy of original.png into it. Now go to Image, Adjustments, and Color Lookup. Here, click the drop-down menu next to the 3D LUT file and choose the file you copied over. For whatever reason, it won't let me browse for other LUTs outside of that folder, which is why you need to copy it. Click OK and watch as the image file changes. Now save this as the name of the LUT.png. For example, for me, this will be aspen.png. Now you can use it in OBS by copying it to the directory and apply it to your webcam or gameplay if you want. This can be great for basic things such as adjusting contrast and saturation or applying crazy effects to your footage. You can also apply multiple LUTs to one source. It just will get messy after you lather on the effects. Do you have a favorite LUT? Share in the comments below.
Another neat trick that I wanted to show you was creating basically a mask frame for your webcam, but not like a border around your webcam, although you could use that in conjunction with this for some creative borders, but to specifically cut out parts of your webcam frame to make it a different shape or a different size so that you're not just having this wide block of nothing covering your video. You don't need half of your apartment showing, you just need your face. Specifically here, we're going to focus on a circle, making your webcam a circle, which looks really unique, stands out from the crowd, and provides a nice frame just around your face. But you can do a lot of other shapes, and I'll have some downloads for the mask files themselves for a few different shapes in the video doc and in the links down below.
To get started, go on and set up your normal gameplay scene in OBS, but don't add your webcam just yet. Next, you'll need an image editing program such as Adobe Photoshop. A great free alternative that works perfectly fine for this use case is paint.net, linked in the video description. I'll walk you through both of these options, so use the timecodes in the video description to choose the right program for you. Photoshop. We'll start with Adobe Photoshop. Make a new image. The image resolution needs to be the same as the resolution you're using for your webcam, such as 1920 by 1080 or 1280 by 720. For me, it's 1920 wide by 1080 high. You want to make sure that your background is transparent by choosing from the drop-down of Background Contents and choosing Transparent. Hit OK. Next, use one of the shape tools from the toolbar, in our case, the circle or ellipse, and make a circle in the center of your canvas. You want to make it a solid black color filled in and big enough to take up most of the center of the canvas. Make sure it's centered. Now go to the File menu and save this image as a PNG image file and place it with your other stream assets. Paint.net. In Paint.net, make a new image. The image resolution needs to be the same as the resolution you're using for your webcam, such as 1920 by 1080 or 1280 by 720. For me, it's 1920 wide by 1080 high. Click OK. Make a new transparent layer and delete the background layer. Next, use one of the shape tools from the toolbar, in our case the circle or ellipse, and make a circle in the center of your canvas. You'll want to make it a solid black color filled in and big enough to take up most of the center of the canvas. Make sure it's centered. Now go to the File menu and save this image as a PNG image file and place it with your other stream assets. Time for OBS Studio. Now that you have your image file, go back to OBS Studio. Add your webcam via video capture device source to your scene. Choose your webcam, adjust your resolution and frame rate if need be, and so on, and hit OK. Right-click the webcam source and hit Filters. Under Effect Filters, click the plus and choose Image Mask/Blend. Give it a name and hit OK. Change the type from Alpha Mask Color Channel to Alpha Mask Alpha Channel. Then click next to Path, click Browse, and find your image. Hit Close. Shazam! Now your webcam is a circle, or a star, or an arrow, or anything you like. All without needing to record your webcam separately and editing the shape in later. This is super handy and can do a lot to make your stream stand out and add a little bit of extra polish to your stream. And as an added bonus, I will have a download for all of these image files that I show you how to make, plus a few extras in case you don't have the ability to make them yourself. I have a download in the description below where you can just download them and use them straight in OBS. We've covered a few specific audio and video filters in their own dedicated episodes in the course, but I wanted to devote a couple full videos to covering all of the audio and video filters currently available. We covered audio filters in the last episode, so let's look at video filters. So to access video filters, right-click your video source in your scene and source list and click Filters. Here, you currently have one video filter available under Audio Video Filters since it works with audio, and the rest under Effect Filters. Under Audio Video Filters, click the plus, you have Video Delay Async. This lets you add a delay, measured in milliseconds, to your video source to better align it with audio inputs. This is useful if you have an out-of-sync USB device, such as a webcam that's not cooperating, or an older Elgato capture card that doesn't bring in video at the right time. Under Effect Filters, you get quite a few neat options. There are tools for Chroma Keying and Color Keying, which we covered back in a previous episode. You also have LUTs to apply cool effect filters, as we covered in another episode. The scroll effect keeps scrolling and looping your source with speed parameters, as well as height and width limiting options. This is actually kinda neat. It can be used for a text scroll, like in a news segment layout. Color correction allows you to do some basic color work for your video source. Gamma, contrast, brightness, saturation, hue shift, opacity, and a color picker. But if you're messing with a webcam, you should absolutely do as much of this as possible from within your actual webcam settings dialog, or at least set your webcam to manual so it doesn't keep trashing these settings with auto adjustments. The crop pad filter lets you crop your source. It also lets you pad it by giving additional transparent pixels within the bounding box around your source. It's easier to crop a source by holding Alt when dragging the bounding box than by using the numbers here though. You have two options for that. The Image Mask Blend allows you to apply a cool mask or texture to the source. This is what we used to create a custom webcam frame in a previous episode for the circle webcam frame. Render delay is another option for delaying your video. This can help reduce system load with running video files as sources. Scaling/aspect ratio can be used to fix a lot of issues here. Some video devices will let you set a custom resolution, but may not change to the proper aspect ratio within OBS, i.e., setting a webcam to 1280 by 720, but it squishes that into a 4x3 block. This helps you scale things better and can help with distortion when scaling ultra-wide monitors. Sharpen applies a basic sharpening filter to your video source. Use this lightly. Too much can make your video look funky. Also, the sharper a video is, the harder it is to compress. Keep that in mind. The OBS team is always working to add new features and filters to the software, so there may be more in the future, but this is the gist of what's currently available.
Alright, if you've made it this far into the course, or have skipped around and at least learned enough to be this far in, then you generally know how OBS works and how to set it up. So in this segment, we are covering just how to get the best possible settings ever for your setup, skipping all of the extra stuff. So this is just a fine-tuned jump in, get the best possible settings for you kind of thing. This is kind of what a lot of people ask for, so here you go.
When adjusting your OBS settings for streaming and recording, there are three main numbery things that you need to worry about. So it's important that you really understand what they are and which ones you need. Those numbers are resolution, frame rate, and bitrate. Real quick, for those that don't know what the numbers mean, let's summarize. Resolution refers to the dimensions in pixels of your video feed. This is usually 1920 by 1080 or 1280 by 720, but if you have monitors of different aspect ratios or sizes, your resolution could be different. On newer Windows versions, you can right-click your desktop and choose Display Settings or Screen Resolution to find your monitor's resolution. Alternatively, you can create a display capture scene in OBS, and when you choose the monitor, it will tell you the resolution across all your screens on any operating system. When setting your base resolution in the Video Settings tab, this should be either your computer monitor resolution or an input resolution of an external capture card, if you are recording from a console or external video device. Change the scaled resolution setting to be the same as your base resolution, as we will scale for streaming in the output settings later. Choosing frame rate is fairly straightforward, either 30 FPS or 60 FPS. You can choose 25 FPS instead of 30 for better performance if your computer is struggling to stream, but for recording, this would not look very good. 30 FPS is easier to stream and record and will look much better for lower bit rates while streaming. 60 FPS looks a lot smoother for most games and is often preferred by viewers, but it takes a more powerful PC to stream. Next, go over to the Output Settings tab. Here, we will adjust your bit rates for streaming and recording and tweak a couple of advanced settings. At the top of this window, click the drop-down where it says Output Mode and change it from Simple to Advanced. Simple mode may look easier to manage, but those settings don't always work the best, and I just simply never mess with it anymore. Advanced mode makes sure you can set everything perfectly. Ready to follow along? If you set your base resolution to 1080p, you want to check Rescale Output for streaming settings and choose 1280 by 720 or 854 by 480. The lower resolution you choose, the better your video can look for lower bit rates. Think of quality like filling a bowl with water. The width of your bowl is your resolution. The height of the water is your image quality per your bitrate. The smaller a bowl you put your water into, the higher the water and the image quality is. However, if you play games with a lot of text, you may want to focus on 1280 by 720 or 1920 by 1080 if you can push higher bit rates, as that will make the text sharper. I stream at 1280 by 720. For rate control, choose CBR. This is a requirement for Twitch. YouTube Gaming and other services don't require CBR, but it is still easier to stream overall. CBR means that no matter how much action is happening on screen, OBS is pushing the same bitrate. The other option, VBR, stands for Variable Bitrate. This means that if your stream moves to a still image or less action scene, it will lower the bitrate to match. This might seem like a good idea, but on Twitch it can cause issues for some viewers to keep having to reload the stream. Make sure keyframe interval is set to 2 seconds. This is a requirement of both Twitch and YouTube and most platforms. I recommend setting the CPU usage preset to faster. This setting can affect your image quality. The higher you set this, the less CPU usage will be required for the streaming process, but the worse your image quality will get. Lowering this setting will improve image quality but put a lot more strain on your computer. Profile should be set to main and tune should be set to none. Leave VFR unchecked and leave X264 options empty. Let's go back up to your bitrate. Twitch has recently updated their broadcast requirements to allow streamers to stream up to a full 6 megabits per second. However, not all viewers can view such a high bitrate. There's a lot of controversy about claims that not everyone can watch high bitrate streams, but I personally have had plenty of people complain about stream buffering for higher bitrates. If you are not a Twitch partner or do not regularly get transcoding enabled on your streams, I recommend setting the bitrate to around 2000 or 2500. This is generally viewable by everyone. If you have transcoding for your stream, the option to change from source quality to high, medium, low, and so on, then you can stream the full 6000 bitrate and viewers can select a lower quality to match their internet speeds. Not all streamers get transcoding. Transcoding is guaranteed for partners, but only allocated to non-partner streamers based on the availability of Twitch servers, with a priority placed on affiliates. It's also worth noting that not all viewers know about the quality selection menu, and thus even a high bitrate stream with transcoding may inadvertently turn some viewers away. I stream at a bitrate of 5750 as I regularly have transcoding enabled on my stream. Keep in mind, your internet connection plays a role here. I've covered the bitrate and bitrate testing and stuff in a previous video. Your internet can only upload so much. If you're streaming to YouTube, you can push virtually as high of a bitrate as your connection will allow. Obviously, you need to keep your internet upload speed in mind. Go to openspeedtest.com or speedtest.net and run a speed test to find out your connection's upload speeds. Keep in mind that this is the available upload speed for your entire home, so you cannot push the full upload speed of a connection for a stream. Generally, you want your stream bitrate to be less than 70% or 75% of your total upload speed. You will also want to make sure that your streaming rig is on a wired Ethernet connection to your router, and that nothing else on your network is doing any serious downloading or uploading while you stream. Click the Audio tab. Twitch supports a max audio bitrate of 160. Set your streaming audio track, typically track 1 and assigned in the streaming tab, to 160. If you're streaming to other platforms and can support higher bitrates, change this to whatever you like. I have my main mix track for streaming set to 160 and the other tracks for recording set to the full 320. If you also want to record while you stream or are just recording in the first place, click the Recording tab. Select your recording destination, preferably a secondary hard drive or SSD inside your computer, though the normal C drive is okay. For recording format, choose MKV. This will work the same as MP4 recording but prevent the file from getting corrupted if something goes wrong during the stream. You can convert it to MP4 with OBS later by going to File and Remux Recordings. This also keeps multiple audio tracks intact for editing. If you just want to record the exact copy of things that you've live streamed, for encoder, choose the Use Stream Encoder option, and this will allow you to record an exact copy. If you want to record a higher quality copy, however, proceed with the video. Most people will want to leave the encoder alone. X264 is the default and most widely supported. However, if you have a dedicated Nvidia or AMD graphics card in your system, then you will likely be able to change X264 to either NVENC H264 for Nvidia or AMD Video Coding Engine H264 for AMD. This will utilize the built-in video encoder on your graphics card to allow you to record a full quality recording without using up system resources. It's really neat. For rate control for recording, I use VBR. However, if you're recording a low-end computer that is having hiccups with VBR, record CBR with a low bitrate and it should go much better. Again, keyframe intervals should be set to 2. When it comes to recording, the world is yours, depending on your hardware configuration. For my stream VODs, I use the Nvidia encoder, recorded to a bitrate of about 30,000 kilobits per second, or 30 megabits per second. This is about the quality of the original Elgato Game Capture HD's transfer rate and provides a balance of high quality and lower file size for me. For my normal recording sessions, I use a bitrate of 250 megabits per second or higher. However, I have a dedicated SSD specifically for just recording. If you're just recording to your C drive, you will have limitations depending on how high of a bitrate you can record to, especially on a laptop. Absolutely, make sure you do recording tests and figure out what works for you before jumping in a full Let's Play session and realizing the whole recording is trash. That never feels good. And that's the gist of it. Recording and streaming settings hopefully made a little bit easier. Again, if you're confused about anything, check my full OBS Studio education course linked in the video description for more in-depth videos. Should you use OBS Studio's 32-bit or 64-bit version? Does one perform better than the other? Why is there even both? This sounds like a super technical question, but thankfully the answer is quite simple. I will start out by saying this question really only applies to Windows in terms of the OBS installation. Windows comes in both 32-bit and 64-bit versions, though any modern computer from the last 5 years or so is running 64-bit only at this point. These terms, 32-bit and 64-bit, refer to the way the computer's processor, or CPU, handles information. 64-bit systems handle large amounts of operating memory more efficiently than 32-bit. As such, 32-bit installations are limited to only using about 4 GB of RAM, even if more is installed in the system, whereas 64-bit installations can use hundreds of gigabytes or terabytes even of RAM, depending on your operating system version. For more information, I'll refer you to a Tech Quickie video on that subject. For compatibility's sake, OBS Studio's installer will install both the 32-bit and the 64-bit version of the software on a 64-bit Windows system. Most users will never notice a difference or even notice which version they're running in the first place. For much of the standard functionality, either version will work about the same, and there is no performance difference between the two, or at least there shouldn't be. The only time you should worry about which version you're using is if you're running into specific compatibility issues with certain plugins or drivers. For example, some AverMedia capture cards install a 32-bit driver by default and won't work with 64-bit OBS Studio. You have to manually hunt down and install their 64-bit driver for your specific capture card, or switch to the 32-bit version of OBS. Elgato's Stream Deck plugin for OBS requires the 64-bit version outright of OBS. Just period, that's all you can use. Used to, some of the core plugins, like the browser source that people used, wouldn't work with 64-bit, but as they get added to the core OBS installation, they tend to work fine with both versions. Generally speaking, unless you have a specific issue that you're trying to troubleshoot, you should run 64-bit versions of programs when available on 64-bit computers and installations. Just a good rule to run with, unless you have a certain reason to do otherwise. Now, the installer may not give you shortcuts for both 32-bit and 64-bit versions of OBS. Sometimes it just gives you a general OBS Studio shortcut, and that's it. In that case, you can navigate to C, Program Files x86, OBS-Studio, bin, and then choose either the 32-bit or the 64-bit folder. Then, respective to which folder and version you're choosing, you can click on obs32.exe or obs64.exe. Right-click, make a shortcut, and then you can pin that shortcut to your taskbar, copy it to your desktop, and so on. These shortcuts should also already be in your Windows Start menu, but not always. Like I said, this seemed like it'd be a super technical question to answer, but hopefully I made it easy / clear enough to understand, especially since for most people it truly won't matter. And again, to learn more about the differences between 32-bit and 64-bit systems on the whole, check out the Tech Quickie video.
How you feeling? We're approaching the end of the course here. Towards the end, I wanted to answer a question that I get quite frequently, which is to address the differences between OBS Studio and using Nvidia Shadowplay or GeForce Experience Share or what have you for recording and streaming and so on. Like, what are the differences? What are the issues of one or the other? We address that right now.
A lot of the time, when I'm standing in the middle of town square heralding the graces of recording with OBS Studio and Nvidia NVENC encoder, people laugh, throw a few rotten tomatoes, and they ask why would anyone want to deal with OBS's complicated setup, process, and so on, when Nvidia Shadowplay works just fine, with only a few clicks. Well, there's a lot of reasons actually, depending on your needs. Whew. So don't get me wrong, Nvidia Shadowplay, or Nvidia Share, or GeForce Experience Share is great. It allows you to record gameplay up to 4K 60 FPS at high bit rates with virtually no performance impact, and it even has a flashback recording option like the Elgato capture cards, where you can record up to the past 20 minutes after they happen. If you just play games and want the ability to quickly and easily share a video clip or screenshot sometimes to share with friends, Shadowplay is perfect. Proceed as you are. But if you intend to actually make videos with a deliberate purpose prior to hitting record, or adding your voice or face with a microphone or webcam, perform video editing and so on, Shadowplay has some issues. Shadowplay uses special video encoding capabilities of your Nvidia graphics card to record video footage without significantly impacting your game's performance as other options do. But that doesn't always mean it can record at full speed. Frequently, you may run into a situation where Shadowplay has recorded your video to a variable frame rate, meaning that the frame rate of the video file changes throughout the video. instead of remaining constant, locked to a 30 or 60 FPS frame rate. When playing it back in most media players or uploading it to social media, this isn't a problem. But many video editing programs don't like VFR, and thus you can end up with major audio desync issues from Shadowplay recorded videos. This can be fixed by re-encoding the video with a program like Handbrake to lock the frame rate. This is a time-wasting, annoying extra step and doesn't sometimes fix the issue. Or if you are not familiar enough with Handbrake, you might end up severely hurting your video's final quality. With OBS Studio, this is not an issue. You can capture, record, and so on using the Nvidia NVENC encoder with the same performance benefits, but a locked constant frame rate. No desync. If you do have audio desync issues in OBS, it's due to USB drivers of your webcam, microphone, or something else, not VFR. Cool. Another favorite feature that has me using OBS Studio for almost everything is its ability to record multiple audio tracks. That is to say, you can record a video and have your game audio, microphone input, and so on go to separate audio recordings within the video file. This allows you to edit and balance your levels separately in editing, giving you a much stronger control and a better final audio mix. This is an extremely important feature to many recording workflows, and only two main programs really utilize it, DxTory and OBS Studio. Nvidia's Shadowplay doesn't do this until recent beta features that still have not been polished out well at all. If you want to record your microphone in Shadowplay, you need to crank down your game volume or system volume and do some test recordings to make sure anyone can hear you in the first place. You don't have a whole lot of control here, and I don't like that. Also, OBS lets you record with a lot higher bit rates with the NVENC encoder and even a lossless mode, which you can't do directly within Shadowplay. Again, Shadowplay is great for recording after the fact or just grabbing clips to share online. I still use it regularly purely to record game footage on the fly. But for direct video content creation, it pales in comparison to what you can do with OBS Studio, and I recommend creators learn the ins and outs of OBS Studio with NVENC encoder to get the best video creation experience.
Any high-tier live production needs a variety of scenes to show and quick, precise switching between them. The Elgato Stream Deck gives you 15 keys with customizable LCD screens behind each one. They can execute macros, application launchers, and do scene switching and source muting for OBS, and you can nest folders for more actions and unlimited power! Grab yours today via the link in the video description.
An important feature for broadcasting of any kind, and a favorite feature of tools like Nvidia Shadowplay or Elgato's game capture software, is the ability to record something that just happened without having been recording the whole time. While broadcasting, you might want to run an instant replay too. Whether you call it DVR, shadow recording, flashback recording, or just good old replay, I'm going to show you how to do this in OBS Studio, though access to it is somewhat limited. I actually had considered just not including instant replay or DVR in this course because I don't consider it a viable option for many given the restrictions, but it's my goal to provide as much information as possible, so here you go. OBS Studio does have a replay buffer feature, but it requires being in the simple output mode, limiting your options and potentially your performance. Some people can use the simple mode just fine, but I've had huge issues with it and can't see myself using it much. Hopefully in the future they will enable the replay buffer for custom output settings, but at the time, or at least at the time of making this course, this is not an option. I'm going to show you how to set up the replay buffer for DVR recording first, and then we'll get into the more complicated use of utilizing it as instant replay function within a broadcast. But you need to know how the normal DVR features with it work before being able to run instant replays. In OBS Studio, the feature you want is called a replay buffer. It literally buffers some of your video feed into memory and then saves it for later. This works very similarly to Shadowplay or Elgato's game capture for flashback recording. But instead of saving to a temporary file on the disk and then copying it over, it stores it in your actual system memory, or RAM. Low RAM machines will be unable to use this feature due to this way it works. Open your settings and go to Output. Again, switch to Simple Mode if you haven't already. You might want to duplicate your profile and use the new copy to mess with this so that you don't lose your advanced mode settings. Set your normal encoding settings in the Simple Output mode, and then at the bottom, check Enable Replay Buffer. Here you can set how long the buffer should store and what your final DVR recording length will be. I do not recommend setting this for long. This records straight to your system memory, so unless you have a crap load of RAM installed on your machine, or are recording to a super low bitrate, you don't have a lot of room to work with. As you change your time, measured in seconds, it gives you a rough estimate of the file size and subsequent memory usage. So if your recording quality is set to high quality, medium file size, in my case for a 1080p or 720p stream, 20 seconds of replay time consumes 512 megabytes. So at all times when OBS is running and the replay buffer is active, 512 megabytes of RAM are being consumed just for this process. Take a look at your system memory, keep in mind the required RAM availability for other programs or your games running on your computer, and choose wisely. If you have it use up all of your system memory, OBS could crash and lose your stream or recording, your game could crash, or your whole system could just halt. You don't want that. Hit apply to change your settings. Your replay recordings will go to the same recording path as normal recordings, also set in this menu. By default, it uses the same naming scheme as normal recordings, but with a replay suffix. You can go to advanced settings and customize the file name prefix or suffix for the replay so that you know which file is which. Once you've applied your settings and are ready to go, you need to make sure you don't forget one very important thing. Enabling the replay buffer adds a new button next to your start recording and start streaming buttons to start the replay buffer. This helps make sure that it's only eating up your RAM when you need it, but also makes it quite a bit easier to forget entirely, and then you can't actually use your replay buffer at all because it never started. Plus, you have to actually set a hotkey to save the replay buffer to a file, or it won't let you start the buffer in the first place. Open your settings again, go to hotkeys, and now there's a replay buffer section. For whatever reason, only Save Replay Buffer hotkey is here. The Start and Stop Replay Buffer hotkeys are in the section above, but oh well. If you can be 100% absolutely certain that you will click Start Replay Buffer when you start recording, then you don't need to set a hotkey for it. But otherwise, if you plan on relying on the replay feature a lot, I recommend setting the Start and Stop Replay Buffer hotkeys to be the same hotkeys as your Start and Stop Recording or Start and Stop Streaming, depending on what you're doing, hotkeys as well, so that it's always going at the same time and you never forget it. Then set a hotkey for Save Replay Buffer. This is the equivalent of hitting Alt F10 by default in Nvidia Shadowplay to save the last minute or so of footage to disk. Then, whenever something happens that you wish to capture, you can just hit that hotkey real fast and know that it's saved and ready to go. Just remember, it will take a few seconds to dump your buffer from memory to disk and get the footage recording to the buffer again, so don't smash it back to back to back a bunch. You might wind up with some corrupted files. 3 to 5 seconds is usually enough depending on your target recording disk and how long your recording buffer is and your settings and so on. That's all you need to get started using OBS Studio's replay buffer to save clips after the fact. I mentioned before how simple output mode might not be preferable for most cases. Unless you're specifically wanting to use this feature during normal recording or streaming sessions, I actually recommend utilizing a separate profile for this. For the people who just want to have it open to capture footage after the fact, such as what many of us do with Shadowplay or Elgato's flashback recording in the first place, a separate profile works very well here. Duplicate your primary recording profile, name the new one something like DVR recording, and set it to simple mode and set up the DVR and replay buffer. Then just have OBS open with the replay buffer going while you game and hit your hotkey whenever you need to save the last cool moment. Easy. Alright, so what about an actual instant replay? Actually calling up a quick moment to your live stream. This part is going to sound really complicated, but I promise it's easy and the end result is actually easy to manage. There's a couple things you do need to pay close attention to, and you'll need 3 hotkeys for it, but it's worth it for the production value. First and foremost, for this to work at all, you will need to go to Advanced Settings in OBS and click the checkbox for Overwrite if file exists under Recording Settings. Unfortunately, at the time of making this guide, this setting applies to all recording in general, not just replay. So you will need to manually move, transfer, copy, save, whatever, your primary recordings every time you start and stop recording, or they will get overwritten. Annoying, but this is what you have to deal with for now. Then change the name formatting so it doesn't have those time-based variables that change on it all the time. Just give it a static name, such as recording. The reason you have to enable that setting is actually the convenient part about how Instant Replay will work at the same time. You see, OBS Studio reads information from files without abstracting those files to memory or modifying them. This is how you can use .txt text files to create labels for the currently playing song and so on. A separate program just updates the text file, and OBS simply displays whatever the file says at any given time. Similarly, if you remove an image used in a scene source within OBS, it will disappear from the scene. So we use this capability to create a replay scene. Make a new scene, call it something like Instant Replay. Here we will add a video source, but not just yet. First you need to go in and run the replay buffer, and then save a replay file first so that it can reference it. So start the buffer, give it a few seconds or however long your buffer is set for, trigger your save replay hotkey, and then stop the buffer. Now, add a video source to the replay scene and point OBS to this video file. Now, whenever you call up the scene, it will load the most recent replay file, assuming you give it the few seconds needed to dump the file to disk. Sweet! We'll set that up in just a second. I do want to note that it might be a good idea to make and use some sort of graphical overlay to indicate that this is a replay. I've made a super basic one and linked it in the video description as an example. Simply add it as an image source or a video source or whatever you're using to the scene so that it's clear what the viewers are actually watching. Next, you might want to make some sort of stinger transition to happen in between your normal scene and your replay scene. This should be 3 to 5 seconds long to allow your computer enough time to fully save your replay buffer to disk and finalize the file before OBS tries to pull it up, or else the replay won't actually play or it'll be screwed up. This can be an image if you really can't make a video file, or I've created a super generic stinger transition clip and linked it in the video description. Down there, I've also linked a video by Jeff, or Steggy from Elgato Gaming, who has made an Elgato themed stinger transition if you want to use that one. Check it out if you have the interest. Instead of using OBS's new stinger transition feature that I covered in the transition section, since you can't currently assign a per scene transition, and you don't want to show an instant replay transition based, thing on every single scene you switch, it's best to just have a specific scene for this. Add your transition clip as a video source or an image source if you're using that, and you're good to go. Next, you'll need to tackle hotkeys. Like I said earlier, it's easier to have start and stop replay buffer matched to your start and stop recording or streaming buttons so you don't forget to hit it, but you need to assign a hotkey that you will remember to the save replay buffer hotkey. You also need to assign hotkeys for switching scenes over to your transition scene and your replay scene, and probably back to your gameplay scene if you don't already have something set up for that. Set those hotkeys and hit apply. Now you have a hotkey you can hit to save a replay, and then you can hit the transition scene hotkey when you're ready to transition to the replay and show off the clip. And once the transition scene finishes playing and reaches completion, hit the replay scene button. Then it'll play the replay, and as the replay finishes, you hit whatever hotkey or button you have to switch back to your main scene. Requires a couple presses, but fairly seamless. But that's 3 hotkeys. You need good memory or to use some sort of macro keys to best utilize these. Macro keys on a gaming keyboard with a custom streaming profile could work, or you could use a macro keypad like the Elgato Stream Deck to make this even easier for you. With the Stream Deck, you only need to manually map a hotkey for the save replay command, and then you can assign a scene switching button for the switching to the transition scene and the instant replay scene and back to your gameplay scene, since they have that built in with the plugin. Nifty. Then, while broadcasting, it's just a couple simple hotkey presses to save a replay, transition, and call it up. Like I said before, it sounds super complicated, but it's a fairly easy concept by the time you're done. If you plan on only ever immediately pulling up your replay right after saving it, you could automate all 3 of these hotkeys into one with an auto hotkey script. To save the replay, wait, switch to transition scene, wait, switch to replay scene, wait, switch back to gameplay scene. But that leaves you little flexibility while you actually broadcast. So that's it. Replay buffers, DVR recording, and instant replays in OBS Studio. Again, 2 feature requests I have here are to allow use of the replay buffer within the advanced output mode and to allow per scene transition assignments. This seems like a fairly simple feature when you consider how easy it is to set up in Elgato software or Nvidia Shadowplay, but OBS Studio's implementation is a bit more involved. Hopefully this guide has provided the information you need to get started and replay to your heart's content.
Alright guys, this is it. This is the last segment of the main master course for 2017. I will be doing, more content on updated features and additional things, and I might finally tackle Voicemeeter Banana, and I'm going to be documenting my RTMP setup progress, but this is the last segment of this actual course, answering a question that I've gotten so many times and always just shut down, but now I have a solution, and that is to stream from a game console, well, stream from an Xbox One or a PS4 with OBS without a capture card. And the results aren't terrible. They're not the best, but they're not terrible.
I've gotten questions like this way too often. How can I run OBS on my Xbox? Can I stream my PS4 with OBS without a capture card? And I usually give the same answer: no! Technology is not magic, even if it seems like it sometimes. If there is a specialized piece of hardware designed for a specific purpose, you're not going to be able to do it without that. But there is a trick you can use to technically stream from your PS4 or Xbox One game footage with OBS and add alerts and whatnot, but it's not elegant. It turns out that no matter how many times I'm asked for a solution to a problem, I'm much more likely to put together a solution when someone close to me is the one asking. My Twitch moderator, Dementia, wanted to stream his PS4, but add alerts and overlays and such to start diving into that Twitch PogChat life. He doesn't have a capture card, and his PC, the scrap pile gaming rig I could barely throw together for him to hold him over till he upgrades, is too far away for a capture card anyway. So what is the solution? What I had him do was live stream from his PS4 to YouTube as an unlisted live stream, then screen cap that live stream on the PC and stream that back to Twitch. For those of you cringing or adjusting uncomfortably in your seats, yeah, I said it wasn't elegant. For this, you will need a beefy internet connection. 10 or more megabits per second upload speed will be required. The PS4 can't stream over the local network, so it has to push out to a service like YouTube or Twitch, and then the PC is pushing a second stream out. He set up his YouTube channel connected to his PS4 and set the stream to unlisted. Start streaming and get the link of the stream page. Then go over to the PC. He pulls up the stream page in a browser window. You want this to be its own window, not just a tab. That way window capture can keep hooked on it in case you need to do other stuff on the PC. We set up window capture, turned off his computer speakers so it doesn't echo the stream throughout the room, and added the Streamlabs overlays. You need a beefy internet connection, but not a beefy PC for this. The build is an AMD Phenom 965 Black Edition, and maybe 8 GB of RAM, and a dying GTX 660 graphics card. Thankfully, that card is still new enough to support Nvidia's NVENC encoder, which is basically the only way this streaming experience is possible. Set up a bitrate of 4 or so megabits per second, making sure not to use any other audio sources but the system's sound, since his microphone and such routes through the original PS4 stream, and the alerts will come through the system sound, and start streaming to Twitch. This isn't elegant. The default PS4 stream quality is already pretty low, and window capping a copy of it and recompressing it doesn't do it any justice. There's even more delay added to this process, and a much bigger desync between when someone follows or donates and when the alert goes off. But if you're desperate and really want to do this, you can. It works. Since the PC is far away and speakers were turned off to prevent an echo, he keeps a laptop pulled up in front of him with Twitch chat and his Streamlabs alert box so he can keep up with the chatters and when alerts happen. Like I said, this won't be a solution for everyone, but it's the best I've got without investing in proper streaming setups. I hope this episode of my OBS Studio tutorial course, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I hope the episode's been helpful for you, because it was a pretty cool solution that took a lot of work to figure out what exactly we could do. I tried a bajillion different things. This is what we came up with. Hey, you! Yeah, you! Thank you so much for watching my OBS Studio educational course. A ridiculous amount of time, work, and terabytes of video file storage went into making this happen, but I truly believe this to be the best resource available today for those wanting to get started with OBS or improve their streaming setups with the software. Please check out our sponsor, Elgato Gaming, or consider using one of our affiliate links, such as for Restream or GOG.com, to help support the work I do here. Hit the like button and share this guide with a friend. Subscribe to the channel and so on, whatever you can do. I'm EposVox, here to make tech easier and more fun, and I will see you next time. Happy streaming.
Make it boom.